Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. An image of a white ceiling appeared. The boy looked at him with sleepy eyes. He wiggled his fingers. The blond boy looked questioningly at his palm. Kim stared blearily at his hand, thinking it looked like long, writhing masses of protein. He looked down and silently declared that he was lucky that his soul must have left this body not long ago. Kim clutched his throat and thought that, in any case, it seemed like everything worked out, and enthusiastically continued that reincarnation wasn't so scary after all. The protagonist sat up in bed, said a few phrases, and thought that he seemed to have adopted his language as well. Kim looked in the mirror and thought that he seemed to have no problem with his body's movements, and continued that he did have some issues with his memory. The light illuminated the family, and the protagonist reasoned that, according to the plan, he was supposed to inherit all his memories, so even his parents wouldn't have noticed the substitution. A videotape appears, and the protagonist continues to wonder why he can't remember anything about this body. Kim holds his face in his hand, thinking his memories are fragmented, like shards of glass. He tilts his head, mentally complaining about something happening to him, and why he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his stomach. Kim opens his mouth wide and screams, wondering if something has gone wrong again. A videotape appears, showing the protagonist. His pupils have constricted, and he panics, thinking this body has starved to death. An image of the Vitruvian Man appears, and Kim reasons that he set several conditions before activating the spell, continuing that he must reincarnate as the being with the greatest magical power on the planet, and if all of this is fulfilled, then the species with the highest intelligence should automatically be selected. The protagonist kneels down, continuing to wonder if he hadn't taken the body's physical condition into account. Sweat streams down Kim's face, and he thinks it feels like acid is being poured into his stomach. He says he thought it wouldn't matter even if his body were single-celled, adding that it couldn't possibly be worse. The protagonist slides out of bed and muses that magic will be unstable immediately after reincarnation. Holding his stomach, the protagonist walks forward, thinking that he needs time to fully adapt to the magical power of this planet. Beads of sweat roll down Kim's face, and he mentally says that in order to stop the pain, he first needs to eat something. Sunlight reflects off the glass doors. The blonde-haired boy looks ahead. The submarines are underwater. Kim remembers that most surfaces on his planet were made of liquid, and continues that starlight rarely reached them. The sun's rays illuminate the city, and the boy continues to think that the place he ended up in is completely different. The protagonist's eyes widen. Rare clouds move across the blue sky. Kim admires how bright, warm, and dry it is here, and the ground is still solid underfoot. The boy stands confidently on the concrete foundation. The blonde child is huddled in a ball. Kim says that now is not the time to admire his surroundings. He needs food. The blue sky is reflected in the windows of multi-story buildings. Kim wonders why, no matter how much he searches, he can't find anything edible. The protagonist, hunched over, walks down a city street. The sun shines brightly in the sky, and the boy indignantly wonders what kind of planet this is. Beads of sweat run down Kim's face, and he says that it's not surprising that the owner of this body died of starvation, adding that his vision is darkening. The blonde child leans forward and says that at this rate, this body will die of starvation again. Kim looks down. An insect crawls along the ground. Kim comments on how small it is, adding that now is not the time to be picky. The boy brings the insect to his mouth, and says he is grateful for the treat. The boy slowly walks down the road. Kim looks at the boy and is surprised that his body is the same. A child drinks from a bottle. The protagonist continues to speculate that it must be a baby, although it is probably still a child, and mentally wonders what is in his mouth. The blonde boy throws the insect away and says it is most likely food, adding that it looks very tasty. Kim's mouth waters, and he considers whether he might steal it after all, the dilemma of his life. Cars are parked alongside the houses. The protagonist looks at a poster on the wall that says if you see a suspicious person, call 112 immediately. A child is walking down the road. The boy glances back fearfully. The child turns back and thinks that this all looks extremely suspicious. The child rushes forward, and Kim shouts for him to wait. The protagonist sharply turns his head and thinks that if the boy ran away, what should he do now? A decorative plant glows in the sun. Kim thinks it looks inedible. The blonde boy pops the plant into his mouth, and says it's better than stealing someone else's food, imagining it to be a delicious herb. Drooling runs down Kim's beard. The protagonist is walking down the road and thinks he hears the child scream and needs to check what made him scream. The boy looks forward fearfully. A huge red bird stands in front of the boy, and the boy thinks it's a monster. The monster lowers its head. The flying monster takes off. The bird opens its beak. The monster grabs the boy by the backpack. The child falls, startled. The boy hits the ground. He looks back in fear. The red monster hits the car with its beak. The boy runs away from the monster in fear and calls for help. The red monster jumps out from around the corner. Kim thinks it's a bird and continues that it's the size of a house. The red monster lifts its head, and Kim continues to ponder how it's normal for people to stroll down the street and then run away from something like that. The protagonist's pupils constrict, and he says that something strange is happening on this planet, thinking what a terrible place it is. The boy rests his chin on his hand and thinks that this might even be for the best. Saliva began to flow from the blonde boy's mouth, and he thinks that this predator's body definitely remembers birds, and that it can eat them, and he continues that even if it eats just one, it will be full. The monster angrily exhales steam from its nostrils. Kim continues to think that finally, before him, there's an animal worthy of prey, and as the most powerful mage, he could kill this monster with a single snap of his fingers. The protagonist closes his eyes and reasons that once he adapts to the local conditions and seizes control of this small planet, everything will be a piece of cake. The boy looks ahead questioningly. The monster turns its back. Kim spreads her legs slightly. The protagonist extends his hand forward and thinks that the magical power is incredibly powerful. The blonde boy spreads his arms and continues to think that it feels as if it permeates every cell of this body, and that this is undoubtedly the magical power of this planet. The boy looks ahead. Energy appears between his hands, and he thinks how much of it there is here. The green creature dips its paw into the bucket. Kim thinks that on other planets, the magical power is as small as in a small bucket. A green octopus swims underwater, and the boy continues to think that there is so much energy here, as if in an entire swimming pool. The protagonist clutches his forehead and screams in delight that such a golden planet can exist and that he has hit the jackpot. Kim closes his eyes and imagines a dazzling future here, continuing that with such an abundance of mana, there is nothing he cannot achieve. The boy's eyes widen and he screams that he needs help. His hair covers his eyes. Kim puts his hand to his head and thinks that if this child knew he was asking for help from an alien. The protagonist raises a finger and thinks that the child is incredibly lucky, because this alien is a great mage, and says that he will help him, but on one condition. Kim points to the bottle and says that he wants the boy to give him this delicious thing he is holding in his hand. The red monster opens its mouth. Tears stream down the child's face, and he screams that he'll give it to him, but he needs to be saved. The boy runs away, and the protagonist thinks the child has turned his back on the predator. Kim looks up. The protagonist stands in front of the boy and tells him to hide behind him. The green octopus spreads its tentacles, and Kim continues to say that as the head of the first magical order, responsible for protecting the planet, he can separate the flesh from the bones of this bird with a single sneeze. The boy throws his hands in the direction of the monster. Kim holds his hands in front of him. His pupils constrict. The protagonist scratches his head and says that he must be nervous because of the unfamiliar environment. Kim thoughtfully grabs his chin and says he can't believe he's going through this. The protagonist throws his hands forward again and considers trying an explosion spell. The guy spreads his fingers and thinks he should try water magic. Kim clutches his head and continues to think that maybe he should try shadow control after all. The protagonist spreads his arms out to the sides and considers trying a curse. The guy raises his hand and doesn't understand what's happening. Kim looks at his palm in horror and declares that his magic isn't working. The blonde guy runs from the winged monster and asks for help. He falls onto a car. The man clutches the steering wheel. The protagonist runs through traffic. The driver of the car raised his hand and yelled that the guy was an idiot, that he'd gone crazy, and asked if he was going to die. Kim raised his head and thought that if he attracted the bird's attention, it would continue to pursue him, and decided to shake it off his tail. Powerful talons cut into the asphalt. The predator furiously pursues the young man. The bird dives down. Kim runs down the street, wondering if he's in the city center, but why is it following only him? He remembers that he hasn't eaten anything and is at his limit. The young man opens his mouth. He rushes forward, thinking that everything is bad, and he needs to get away from it. Shards of concrete fly from under the winged monster's paws. It takes off. The bird gains altitude. The protagonist throws his head back and wonders if this big guy can really fly. The monster is heading down, and Kim thinks that at this rate, it will eat him. The young man bent his knee and felt pain. He looks down and contemplates that his body is in a physical state. The predator attacks the boy. Kim falls. The guy looks away. He gets up from his knees. The winged monster destroys everything around. The bird crashes into the wall. Kim covers his ears. The guy narrows his eyes. He is on his knees. The bird lies on the asphalt. The guy asks what happened here. The guy's foot steps on a stone, and he asks if maybe it crashed into the wall. The protagonist raises his hand to his chin and wonders if it even has a brain. He closes his eyes and thinks that the bird flies at a dangerous angle, crashes into the wall and dies, and adds that he would like to ask the scientists of Earth how such a stupid creature appeared. Kim clutches his stomach and thinks how inopportune this all is. He raises his hand to the bird and mentally asks himself if this bird is edible. The young man stands with his mouth closed and thinks that since the predator is from this planet, the amino acid structure must exist. Kim looks back. The girl approaches him. Her eyes are wide open. The boy's mouth widens and he adds that they need to hurry. The man runs after the child, who screams that some guy has been caught instead. The dark-haired girl rushes forward, and the child tells her that they mustn't be late. Son looks away and asks if this is where he was last seen, and the man confirms. The girl looks up and says that everyone needs to stay put, that it's dangerous out there. The bird opened its eye. A rookie killer, a bird-like monster inhabiting the sandy desert of the gate, originally an E-rank monster that can be suppressed with firearms. The monster attacks, and at some point, the rookie killer's rank suddenly rises to C rank, as it attacks with rocket-like speed. Sun runs forward at a rapid pace, arguing that hunters below C rank will be destroyed before they even see it, and that they must act quickly before it leaves any victims. Kim touched the bird, and Song shouted that they needed to wait because there was a man there. The girl's eyes widened. Her mouth dropped open. The young man stood before the monster. The dark-haired girl looked ahead in horror, thinking that he couldn't have handled it alone. She turned her head, and the man asked her what had happened, and the child added that he was the one who brought the police here. The young man turned his head. The officer extended his hand to the man and said he was grateful for his work, adding that they had been informed of the monster's appearance, and had rushed to the scene, and that fortunately, a hunter was nearby. The bird closed its eyes. Kim turned its head, thinking that he was the hunter. The young man narrowed his eyes, thinking that he couldn't remember what had happened. The officer approached Kim and thanked him for catching the monster, and the girl wondered how he had managed to defeat it so quickly. The dream stared ahead, wondering if it had truly stumbled upon the bird by accident. The predator had picked up a worm in its beak. The newbie assassin's habitat was a quicksand gate. The monster was easier to catch from the outside than from the inside. In difficult terrain, it could be killed without hands, if the angle of flight was controlled. The girl knelt down and thought that, if she looked closely, he had killed it with a direct blow, which was only possible if one was able to track the movements of such creatures. The young man shoved his hands in his pockets, and the girl continued to think that in that case, he was at least a C rank. The blond boy pointed at the child and asked if he remembered their agreement. The child looked up in amazement. He extended his hand forward. The boy extended his hand toward the young man. Kim drank from a bottle. The protagonist stretched with pleasure, thinking it was delicious. The three-eyed slime's pupils dilated, and he thought it had been an eternity since he'd evolved into a body that didn't need food, adding that it was such an incredible joy. The boy brought the bottle to his mouth, and the girl didn't like that he'd taken it from a child. The boy brought the bottle to his mouth. Kim sipped from the bottle and said hello. The girl extended her hand and said her name was Song. They shook hands, and she said Kim had defeated the monster without a scratch, and he agreed. Song wiped his hands with a napkin and told the boy she didn't recognize him. She asked if he was a freelance hunter, and if he could show her his ID because she needed to report him to the association. Kim held the bottle in his hand and remembered that he didn't know what a hunter's ID was. He rubbed the back of his head, wondering if he needed to come up with another answer, and replied that he didn't have one with him right now. Song crossed her arms and said she understood, adding that she would then look him up in the Hunters Association registry and asked for his name. The officer told the child not to touch anything. Kim glanced away, wondering if it was an ambush, since he didn't even know the body's name. Song looked ahead. The boy turned his head, and the girl asked him if he was registered as a hunter, adding that he needed an awakening test. She glared at the boy and shouted that he couldn't have used his abilities in the city center without registering, since it was illegal if he didn't know it. The young man narrowed his eyes. The boy took a selfie behind the protagonist, who thought he had no idea what they were talking about. He lowered his hands and silently asked himself why things were so bad here. Song looked ahead in confusion, and Kim replied that of course he was registered. He turned his head and declared that he had simply left his ID at home and that if they waited for him here, he would bring it. Kim rushed forward. He narrowed his eyes and decided he would never appear here again. The room was sparkling clean. The boy carefully picked up the ID. The ID lies in the protagonist's hands. Kim finds his name and reads it aloud. The protagonist stands in the room and pronounces that there is no trace of the hunter's ID, meaning this body really was not registered. A pack of cigarettes lies on the table. Kim asks what they are and why there are so many of them. He picks up the pack. The boy stares at the pack in his hands. He exhales smoke and thinks he remembered that they are cigarettes. He looks ahead in confusion and decides that the owner of this body smoked often. The young man clutches the pack of cigarettes and remembers that he was a heavy smoker, that smoking is deadly for magicians. Blue magical currents envelop the boy's body, combining the internal mana circulating within him with the external mana naturally present to cast the spell. A pentagram appears, indicating which organ is used to combine the internal mana. The boy's lungs glow. This organ is the respiratory system, specifically the lungs. Kim angrily smashes his cigarette pack on the floor and realizes that this is why he can't use magic. He looks away, perplexed by what could have caused him to ruin his lungs. He falls to his knees and remembers that in Aphora, where most of the population uses magic, this would be unthinkable. That people are simply uncivilized, and he didn't expect them to be insane as well. Kim put his hand to his head and thought he needed to calm down. He knelt down and said it was all already done, that it was his fault he was so blinded by the amount of mana and didn't notice the flaws in his body. He stood up straight and thought there had to be a way to heal his body. The blond boy looked ahead and decided that after all, he had managed to escape from there, and couldn't give up because of something like that. He fixed his gaze on the horizon and thought that he would live the rest of his life on this new earth, and would definitely be happy. The protagonist sat down on a chair. The officer looked at the boy and asked why he had done it if he knew about it. Kim hunched his shoulders and apologized. The young man lowered his head and wondered if he had really underestimated life on another planet and been arrested a couple of hours after arriving on Earth. The woman and child looked at Kim in shock. He noted that 10 minutes had passed since he had spoken with the people, and he was terribly hungry. The boy scowled at the young mother and daughter. The exhausted protagonist clutched his stomach, thinking that he had a mountain of questions about the Earth to answer, and that he must somehow solve the problem of hunger. The girl asked her mother why this man was so strange. The boy raised his head, smelling an unfamiliar aroma, and wondered what it was. He looked at the cafe sign and silently asked the name. The waitress placed a steaming bowl of noodle soup and announced that the soup was ready. The woman laid out appetizers to go with the soup. The protagonist remarked that who would have thought the food would be so close, and that he had wasted so much time due to ignorance. The boy spooned the hot dish into his mouth and silently said, "Bon appetit." His eyes widened in surprise. Kim immediately grabbed a large portion of rice and thought it was so delicious, hot but still mouth-watering, and his mouth was burning, but he couldn't stop himself. His hand kept reaching out, and it seemed he'd fallen in love with this dish. The guy was sitting at a table in a cafe and remarked that everything had been perfect until this moment. The protagonist found himself at a table in a police station, and someone asked if things were really so bad in the country that young people ate, and then ran away without paying. He immediately stretched out his hands and said that it had simply slipped his mind. Kim turned to the policeman standing behind him, who asked if he wasn't the hunter they'd met earlier. The guy bowed deeply to the officer standing in front of him, who told him not to do it again, that he would let him go this time, since it was his first offense. The guy replied that he would definitely pay off the restaurant tab. The policeman pulled a brochure from his jacket. Kim asked if he could go, and he replied, "Here, before he goes." The guy looked at him, and the man said that, judging by the results of his interrogation, he wasn't registered with the Hunters Association, as he had only recently awakened. He handed the guy the brochure and told him to stop by the Awakened Assessment Center, and not to worry, the assessment was completely free. The protagonist walked away, and the policeman shouted after him to be sure to stop by for an assessment. He was so envious, and the guy wondered what kind of awakening they were all talking about. He looked at the papers and added that everyone on Earth should know about this. The brochure had a photograph of a building on it, and the protagonist wondered if, since they insisted, maybe it was worth a try. In front of him was the building from the photograph on the brochure. The guy looked up at the building. At the very top hung a sign with the name. The guy looked at it. A blond boy in a black hoodie was reading papers amidst a crowd of people. He thought Kim was already there. On the paper was a phrase about an awakening assessment, and he asked about the results. He erased the paper, dejected, and realized he remembered Kim. He was an F-rank awakened. Kim turned around at the sound of a voice behind him, saying they had met again. A black-haired girl stood before him. He greeted her, and she asked about the association. She extended her hand and asked if he was there, so she could finally see his hunter's ID. He stood before a police officer, who told him that, according to his interrogation, he wasn't registered with the Hunters Association, as he had only recently awakened. He looked at her in shock and remembered he had lied when he said he would bring it. Kim looked at her calmly and apologized for blurting out something without thinking. He silently noted that, fortunately, some of his memories had returned, so he could explain everything. A bead of sweat trickled down the girl's face. The guy added that he didn't have a hunter's ID, and she replied that that was why he hadn't returned. He stood before her and explained that he was registered as an awakened one, but hadn't applied for one because he was disappointed with the test results. He raised his hand with the paper and added that his rank was F. The girl looked at him in complete shock and immediately asked how he managed to catch the rookie killer. The protagonist replied that it was pure luck. A bird-shaped monster crashed into a wall, and the guy said it was a stupid bird that had crashed head-on into the wall itself. Kim and the girl stood silently facing each other. She looked at him indifferently, noting that the rookie assassin had failed to adapt to the outside world and accidentally killed himself, and that such things do happen, albeit extremely rarely. The boy looked at her carefully, and she thought the man's gaze she'd seen then was too calm, as if he'd destroyed hundreds of C-rank monsters without a trace of fear. The blonde-haired girl with braids placed her fingers to her chin, while the black-haired girl silently wondered why he was hiding his true rank. Most people who hide their awakening level are dangerous and often involved in illegal activities. Kim looked down at her, and she thought so, maybe this guy did too. She smiled apologetically at the boy and said that, of course, he was just lucky. Rookie assassins really are known for their low intelligence. The protagonist looked at her and thought, yes, Earthlings use subtle facial movements to express emotion, and he should learn to do the same to appear friendlier. He looked down and thought about giving it a try, and said he was right. Kim plastered a terrifying smile on his face, and said he was just lucky. The girl's eyes widened in shock and she wondered what that expression was about. He was very suspicious. She put her hand in her jacket's inside pocket and thought she should try to get out of here safe and sound. He said she'd forgotten to give him something and asked his name. The guy replied, Kim. And the girl handed him a bill and said, Mr. Kim, please accept this. The girl held a 50,000 ruble note in her hand. The guy took it and wondered what else in the galaxy would have such a sweet custom of giving money as a greeting, and asked why he needed it. The girl looked at him and said he'd stopped the corpse of a rookie killer, and she had been forced to hand it over, and this was his share. The boy looked greedily at the money and imagined that the food he'd eaten before he was arrested cost 8,000 per serving, meaning he could buy 6 bowls of soup with that one bill. The boy stood in front of the girl and said he couldn't believe the bird was so expensive and that the feathers were really made of gold. She replied no, the body of a rookie assassin was weak and not for sale, but he was lucky to have a C-rank magic stone, worth about 2 million. The boy gaped in shock and asked if his share was only 50,000. The girl closed her eyes and replied, "About that." The girl's boss held up the bill, and she noted that the expenses were to cover the damages caused during the monster's capture, and she'd covered those costs. The boy held up the bill and said that if someone hadn't escaped, they could have legally obtained hunting immunity. The girl looked at him and said nothing. She walked away from him and said everything was fine. The guy watched her go. He clutched the bill in anger and silently asked himself, "What's 2 million? The slimy alien pointed a tentacle at the bird monster. Kim noted that in his world, the bird was no different from an insect crawling underfoot. The guy looked at the bill and thought that 2 million was for wringing a chicken's neck, and that it was about 75 bowls of rice soup. The guy in sunglasses lay on the hood of the yellow car and thought, "To survive, you need money. He came to this earth for a happy life, and for a happy life, he needs more money, so he should become a hunter." The guy clutched the bill in his fist. He covered his mouth with his hand and noted that, frankly, before lunch, his future had seemed bleak. The owner of this body had been so poor that a single bowl of soup could wipe out his entire savings, but now everything had changed. Kim looked up at the shopping center and noted that he knew he could make money as a hunter. The boy stood alone in the middle of a busy street in the city center. He thought that in this case, he could start making money hunting, even though magic didn't work. He looked at the man standing in front of him and thought, "He needs a lot of monsters." The protagonist looked ahead and thought, "This is a gate." Kim stood behind the gathered crowd. A portal lay among the rubble of the building. 3 warriors held weapons in their hands. A huge snake opened its fanged mouth. White wolves bit into his hand. Hunter's grounds, where people fight monsters, gates are classified by mana density. The higher the rank, the more dangerous the monsters inside. The gate was emitting lightning, and Kim noted that it was definitely a strange mana pattern. He looked at it, and remembered that they said monsters lived inside, so he needed to check it out. The protagonist turned back and noted that it would be difficult to get inside with people and asked if there were other gates nearby. The guy turned his head to the side and asked what it was. He crossed the pedestrian crossing and thought that another gate was still very close. Far from the city, there was a gate. The guy leaned his hand against a tree trunk. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he almost died on this slope. He climbed over the railing and asked what happened now, and said that earthlings have some strange sense of aesthetics. Kim calmly walked to the portal and asked why they were decorating the plants. A group of hunters stood in front of the portal. One of them was holding a phone and talking to the manager, who said that they had just arrived at the gate. The guy looked at his phone screen, and a voice asked if there were any civilians nearby. The hunter held the phone to his ear and replied that everything was fine, the feed was up. The man's number flashed on the phone, and he said that, in any case, these mutations were killing him. He'd lost count of how many times his rank had changed this month alone. The guy told him not to worry and that they would begin the inspection right now. His finger slid across the phone screen. The guy picked up his shield and told everyone to follow him. 4 hunters advanced into the cave, and someone remarked on the rotten smell, and glanced at his watch and said that according to measurements, the internal mana density corresponded to a dungeon rank D. The guy with glasses scratched his head and said that it was always the same, it had become commonplace. Whenever something went wrong with the gate, the rank would go up 2 levels. And turned around, and the guy added that they should hurry up and get a drink. The short-haired guy glanced at him, who said that maybe they should slow down a bit, they were moving too fast, and the guy asked why. A bead of sweat trickled down the guy's cheek, and he replied that they'd walked a long way, but there were no signs of monsters, so. An's comrade's hand landed on the top of his head. He looked at him and said, "Honestly, he's young and such a coward." The hunter's eyes widened in alarm, and the guy added that he, an A-rank hunter, was with them. A huge monster appeared behind the bespectacled guy. Kim walked alone through the cave. He rubbed his chin and thought. By the way, he'd been walking for a long time already. Had he misunderstood the gate? Why hadn't he encountered a single monster yet? He looked into the distance of the cave. A trail of mana flew past him. He looked at it and thought that this mana, insignificant, crude, but full of vitality, was human mana. The boy stood in the middle of the cave. Kim followed the mana trail. The trail continued around the corner of the cave, and the boy noticed someone there. The protagonist looked ahead. He peered out from behind a rock and asked what that sound was. A huge stone golem stood in the distance, and Kim asked what it was. Someone's blood was dripping from a rock on the ground. 3 of An's company stood before the enormous monster. The monster's eye glowed with a bright purple flame. The boy's comrade's blood splashed onto his cheek. Their friend's corpse lay in the middle of the cave. The boy with the sword looked at it, and asked if it could have been done in one blow, and the girl replied that it was impossible. An looked at them and shouted for them not to be afraid and to come to their senses. If they made a mistake, they would be gone. The golem's fist flew at the hunter's back, and someone shouted at him to turn around. The boy barely turned his head back. A transparent magical shield appeared between the golem and him. The monster's blow landed on him. The monster's eyes glowed purple. The boy's eyes widened at it. He held the shield to protect himself from the golem's attacks. Lightning shot from his magical armor. Rocks littered the ground in the cave. The golem raised its arm to attack, and flew at it with the shield on top. His eyes and mouth widened in excitement. He landed right on top of the monster. Kim watched their duel from around the corner, and sat exhausted among the rocks. His eyes widened in shock. The boy and girl stood before him. He said that, as expected, it was an, even though he was a defensive type, but an A rank was still an A rank. The girl said that against such a giant. The boy stood with a shield in his hands and said that they were taking Ning's body and returning. The golem stood behind him again. It turned sharply towards him. The monster grabbed him in its fist. In the pitch darkness of the cave, the golem's eyes illuminated the entire space. It threw the boy with all its might into the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. The unconscious boy dangled in the golem's fist. The monster hurled him with all its might against the wall. The comrade from the Ashka opened his mouth and eyes and shouted his comrade's name. A purple stone glowed on the golem's hand. It swung its arm to attack. The boy turned to the monster's fist flying at him. He instantly drew his sword from its sheath. Comrade Anna cut the boulder flying at him with one movement. Stone fragments flew downwards. The boy performed acrobatic tactic with the sword. Under the pressure, his blade broke in two. The boy was struck by the golem's blow. He flew several meters into the cave. The boy lay unconscious among the rocks. The girl turned to look at him. Behind her stood a stone giant, his mouth full. Cold sweat broke out on the girl's face. The golem raised its hand to attack. The girl crossed her arms above herself in an attempt to defend herself. Dust rose in the air from the sudden movements, and suddenly appeared in front of the girl, his magical shield open. Blood trickled from his temple. The girl pursed her lips in fear, and the boy shouted at her to use the binding spell quickly. The golem looked at them, and the boy added that if they didn't catch him now, they would miss their only chance. The boy closed his eyes in tension and said that the entire team would be destroyed. He turned to look at the girl and asked what she was standing there for. Blood was dripping from the top of his head. The girl ran away from him. A crimson hooded cloak hung from her shoulder, and silently wondered where she was going, that she was leaving him alone. Cold sweat broke out on the girl's face. The exhausted boy crawled on his hands. The hunter asked, "What about Min?" A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's cheek, and he told her not to let it go. The shield cracked under the golem's pressure. The monster's fist slammed the boy into the ground. Blood gushed from Min's mouth. He lay beneath the monster's fist. He opened his eyes slightly and thought that the feeling of betrayal wasn't anger, but emptiness. The boy looked at his open palm and added that the dungeon breakthrough had blown his A rank. Offers from major guilds had poured in from all sides, but he'd created the team himself, and they'd succeeded in conquering the gates. Anne's team stood behind him. He noted that it seemed like everything would go smoothly, but the result was... The golem raised its leg to attack the boy. He thought, "What a pitiful end." A small stone hit the monster. He turned back. Kim stood imperturbably, his hands in his pockets, in front of the monster. He looked at him and said it was unbearable, asking if that was human nature. An lay bloodied and face down on the floor, and the boy noted that, thanks to this, he had finally completed his analysis. The protagonist looked up at the monster and said that everything became clear up close, and asked if it wasn't a bit old-fashioned, although it didn't matter anyway. He shoved his hands in his pocket and added that, in any case, it was good to meet him here, the golem. An image of a golem appeared against a backdrop of space. A golem, a clay figure propelled by mana as its power source, performed various functions in Alfieri. A golem was sweeping the floor with a broom, away from everyday tasks. Another stone golem carried a log on its right shoulder, routine work, delivery, construction. Its foot touched the ground, before combat. The golems were striking each other in the fight. The boy looked at him and thought that the Alfieri nation was truly built on golem labor, and even that golems used it in their weapons. A purple stone glowed in the monster's forehead. Kim added that the reason there were no monsters here was because this guy was standing guard, and that it seemed like this gate was private property. The boy stood calmly before the enormous stone giant, and said that he would do it anyway, but he'd already woken the guard, so getting out wouldn't be that easy. He took his hands out of his pockets and added that he thought he'd have to deal with it. The golem swung its arm to Tataki Kim, who said he couldn't use magic, but there were always other ways. A green alien with red eyes sat on the boy's shoulder. The golem's arm flew at the boy. He instantly jumped back from the impact. Stone shards flew where the impact had landed. The boy looked slyly at the golem. He abruptly turned away from its attack. The golem raised its arm for another attack. Kim stood in a fighting stance before the monster. A bead of sweat slid down his face. The green alien wiped the sweat off itself with a tentacle. The boy thought he sounded confident, but it wasn't easy. The boy ran away from the golem's attacks and added that he could avoid it due to its size and clumsiness, but its body was too weak. Tired from running, the boy grabbed his shirt. His eyes suddenly widened. He arched under the golem's attack. The golem's eyes glowed purple. The boy looked up at it. He watched each of the monster's attacks. The stone giant clenched his fist to attack. He slammed his fist into the ground. The boy was sitting a few meters away from the impact. Stone fragments appeared at the impact site. The boy looked at it and thought, great, that's it. He instantly stood up and thought that stopping the golem was easy. In the golem's hand was a large purple gem. The boy noted that the large gem in the golem's hand was not just a decorative ornament, but rather a sensor for detecting magical energy, and all it needed to do was enter an emergency stop command. Kim ran to the golem's hand. The purple alien pointed a tentacle at another alien. Kim thought that for safety reasons, only the golem's owner and creator knew the emergency stop command, but a crude model like this could be spotted at a glance. The boy touched the golem stone. He extended his hand in front of him. The golem's eyes glowed red. It fell face down on the ground. The protagonist climbed onto its back and noted that, of course, since he had only activated the emergency stop command, it wouldn't stop immediately. The boy sat on the stone golem's back and thought that to activate it autonomously, he needed to remove the core in the center of its back. He walked up its back and noted that removing this core was crucial. The protagonist approached the compartment containing the golem's core. He grabbed its lid with his hands and said that he was reluctant to do everything without some tools, but what choice did he have? The boy slightly lifted the compartment lid. The core in the compartment glowed blue. A multitude of wires and pipes connected to the core. Kim grabbed the golem's core with his hands. The wires and pipes tore away. The blonde-haired boy lifted it above his head. The golem's eyes went completely dark. Tiny lightning bolts shot from the wires. The boy looked at the core and said it was easy as pie. Anne's clothes, lying on the ground, were stained with blood. He wore a white glove. He wiggled his fingers. Anne's mother stood before him and said she understood that he wanted to become a hunter. But did he know how dangerous it was? The boy turned to her and told her not to worry. He might not look like it, but he was an A rank awakened. The woman held his elbow and said she might be wrong. She looked at her son and added that she respected his aspirations, but if something went wrong, he would take her hand. He looked her in the eye and said that he was now a hunter, recognized by others, so she had nothing to worry about. The boy smiled broadly and added that he promised to show her his success as a hunter. His mother looked up at him, and he told her to just trust him this time. He walked away from her and said that he was leaving. His mother called out to him, and he turned to look at her. His mother smiled at her dream and told him to be careful while working. Blood trickled down the boy's forehead. He rose up on his hands, lifting himself off the ground, and looked at the ground. His eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Kim, standing on the golem's back, and asked what it was, what had happened. The boy was holding the golem's core in his hand. The hunter wondered if he had really pulled it out with his bare hands. He widened his eyes at the protagonist and wondered, no, more importantly, how did he get here? He was sure there was a security line set up. Could it be the hunter? Kim looked down at him. He dropped the golem core on the ground. The guy walked towards the hunter lying on the ground. Sweat streamed down the guy's face. He noticed he was getting closer, but he still couldn't move properly. The guy was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Kim. He stood impassively with his hands in his pockets in front of him, and looked up at him. The protagonist extended his right hand and asked if he needed his help. A skyscraper stood in the middle of the business district. A news story about it was flashing on a tablet. Someone remarked on how those bastards at Good News came up with such headlines. And sat across from his interlocutor on the couch with a bandaged hand and said the article had nothing to do with him. The guy in glasses looked at him and asked why he had to do that. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The man continued that he understood that another hunter had caught the monster, not him, and asked why he didn't know its name, adding that if he was stronger, he couldn't help but be famous. The man handed on the tablet and said that no one recognized him from the description, and that this man must be an unregistered hunter. The man jumped up in anger, and the man added that it was good that the reporters were focusing on the A-rank monster, otherwise, if this continued. A drop of water trickled down the guy's cheek. The man said he was telling him this because he was thinking about him, and it would ruin his career. He rubbed his chin and added that even if he, an A-rank hunter, showed even the slightest weakness, he would instantly become a target for the others. That was obvious. An lowered his head, and the man in glasses asked why he didn't just say that he was the one who captured the golem. He clenched his fist and said he was sorry, but he still felt he had to tell the truth. The guy looked sadly at the floor and said it was the least he could do to show respect for the hunter. An N stood in front of his comrade sitting on the couch and added that the man certainly didn't look like he was breaking the law or anything. The man asked if he was sure. The guy had bandages on his face. He said that if he had held a grudge, he definitely wouldn't have let him live. The hunter was a good man. He really wanted to pay him. The guy adjusted his glasses and said that was understandable, and since he said so, it was time for him to go, and shot him a glance and replied that he did. The guy in glasses sat alone on the couch in the office. He leaned his back against the couch and said that there was a man who easily defeated the golem that N's team had failed to defeat. He wore glasses and added that if this hunter was truly strong and possessed such a strong character, He would like to meet him someday. Kim sat on the floor, holding his phone. He stared at it in shock and thought that Earthlings were gods. His image was displayed on the smartphone screen. He noted that he had accidentally unlocked his phone last night, and hadn't been able to get away from it since. Kim's fingers slid across the screen, and he wondered if it was possible to have free access to information even without being privileged. This was heaven. The protagonist lay face down on the floor and noted that he had gained a lot of information thanks to him. An article from a forum was displayed on the phone. The guy thought that, firstly, the gate he had entered wasn't private property. An image of the rank hierarchy appeared, and Kim noted that, secondly, each gate had its own entry restrictions, and since Russia was a country that carefully managed the awoken, even entering a gate required prior permission. An image of the Hunters Association emblem appeared, and the protagonist added that the organ that allowed him to obtain it was known as the Korean Hunters Association, or ASO for short. An extended his hand, and Kim noted that the third point, An wasn't a petty thief trying to rob a gate that had an owner. Kim chewed on chips and said that for now, he needed to get that hunter's license. His fingers slid across the screen of his phone. A girl in uniform stood on stage and said that this concluded their theoretical safety training conducted inside the gate, and that they would soon be issued devices, so they should wait for them. Kim yawned involuntarily in the crowd of people and noted that this was boring, and that all she had said was to be careful not to be reckless in front of monsters. A guy in a blue uniform approached the protagonist and said he would now hand out the devices. Kim took one and asked what it was, and the guy replied that he didn't know. The protagonist looked up from the device's screen, and the employee asked if he was serious. He stood in front of Kim, and someone from the crowd asked where he'd been living all this time in the mountains, and that he was from another planet or something. The guy silently turned to them, thinking that he seemed too obviously an outsider. He buried his face in the device, and the guy in uniform said it was an entry-level analyzer, using pixiglass technology, and he would explain how to use it. The girl on stage cheerfully asked if everyone had received their analyzers and said that then she would ask to look at this monster through the lens. Kim glanced at a butterfly flying past. The device's interface showed it was a poisonous, rank F butterfly. The guy looked at it and thought that Earthlings used devices to identify enemies. A man in a blue uniform extended his hand and explained that all analyzers could do more than just identify monsters. He also had an item search function. Kim asked about items. The employee pointed to a bush with berries and said they would help them find useful resources, so let him try looking around. The analyzer interface showed it couldn't find any data on the employee, and Kim noted that it didn't work on people. The device's interface displayed the characteristics of a fire fruit plant. The guy looked at the device's screen and thought that it had an item recognition function, so it should recognize this too. The device's interface showed no data. The protagonist crouched down and asked what it was, and was told that it was possible to classify all useful resources. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered if it only detected items with mana. Someone was sifting sand and rocks through a sieve. The guy noted that distinguishing valuable and common items by the presence of mana was convenient, but it was a rather imprecise method. Sand rained down on their hands. Kim added that there were quite useful objects that didn't contain mana. He clenched his fist in front of him and thought that the soil was a prime example, and that at first glance, it looked like ordinary dirt. He opened his hand, revealing the dirt inside, an absorbent, a rare material that absorbs mana. A crowd of people stood before Kim. He thought it unlikely anyone knew about it, but that was odd. If the study of magic were even slightly advanced in this world, it would be impossible not to recognize the absorbent material. The boy rubbed his chin and looked up, wondering why no one knew about it. His eyes widened in shock. The boy in the blue uniform turned at Kim's request, and Kim said he had a question. He placed his fingers on his chin and asked if he by any chance knew when magic, or rather, awakened ones, began to appear in Korea. The boy extended a finger and replied that of course, it was 7 years ago. An image of various warriors and hunters appeared, and the young man added that a powerful tremor had occurred in the dungeon, causing the emergence of awoken across the world. The alien sat on Kim's head and wondered what he was talking about. Pages flew off the calendar, and the young man noted that it had been 7 years. Only 7 years had passed. The history of Alfeuri magic spanned over 60,000 years. He covered his mouth with his hands and thought, okay, I see, he'd been living with primitive people all this time. He closed his eyes and added that it wasn't surprising that all the instruments here had electrical properties. It seemed odd. The protagonist picked up the device and considered the primitive magical knowledge contrasting with the enormous level of technological mastery. The analyzer interface glowed on the screen, and the young man thought it was amazing that evolution had taken such an anomalous path. It was absolutely fascinating. He crouched down and noted that, in any case, that meant if he used the absorbent, no one would know. Kim scooped up some earth in his palm. It fell from his hand. An image appeared depicting the trappings of a rich life, a profession where one could earn hundreds of millions if one tried hard enough, a hunter. But contrary to the media's fantasies, the lives of low-ranking hunters are no different from hell. Kim sat on the floor at the table. He calmly chewed his food and thought that, in addition, his leg had developed problems, making it impossible for him to use magic at all. He looked at the bag and added that before the money ran out and he starved again, he needed to find a way to earn money. The bag contained dirt. The guy noted that at the moment, all he had was a pile of absorbent material. He picked up a handful of dirt and thought that, as he understood it, there were monsters on Earth too that could be killed with it. The problem was that they inhabited A-rank gates. He looked up at the ceiling and noted that he was in F rank, so according to the rules, he couldn't enter there. The protagonist looked in the mirror and added that it was also difficult to start making money with absorbent when he knew nothing about the planet, and the fact that the body he chosen was an F rank made things worse. The guy jumped abruptly at the ringing phone and said it had startled him. He looked at the new message and asked what it meant. The guy stared at the smartphone screen in confusion and asked what it said about evacuation. Kim pulled his jacket sleeve over his arm and wondered what the word, evacuation, meant. He grabbed his lapels. The alien grabbed its face with its tentacles and thought it wanted to see what it was. A crowd of people were running nervously somewhere. Someone said it had escaped from the dungeon. The guy looked at them calmly. Someone asked what a B-rank creature it was, so huge. It squeezed through the crowd. A huge monster sat on top of the television tower. The cameraman nudged Kim and said he apologized and let him pass. Kim fell to the ground. The guy asked what was wrong. He hadn't even pushed him that hard. They were making a circus of it, blocking everything with tape. The protagonist raised his gun at him, and the guy asked what he was looking at. Get a punch in the face. The alien scratched his temple and wondered what he was talking about. He was just staring. The guy was holding a camera and said he was a bold guy, by the way, a hunter, not an ordinary person like him, afraid to breathe near a monster lest it suddenly awaken, and he had come here to get information for his job. Kim got to his feet and said he was also a hunter, and was here for the same reason. The guy asked what rank he was. The guy looked away and replied that he was F rank. The cameraman spat in front of himself laughing. He immediately looked at the camera screen, and Kim thought he was the one making fun of him. The guy looked towards the monster. The monster was raging at the top of a tall tower. A group of soldiers opened fire on it, and a radio message announced that it was moving towards civilians and that they were to continue firing. A leaden rain poured down from the helicopter onto the lizard. The monster, without thinking twice, knocked the pesky helicopter off its tail. The helicopter's wreckage exploded in the sky. Another helicopter carrying hunters was flying near the scene, and radioed in that hunters had arrived, out of contact. The people ran away from the monster smashing through the windows. It grabbed a couple of people with its long tongue. 2 young men were captured by the monster. The lizard's eyes glowed scarlet. A soldier abruptly chopped off the monster's tongue with his blade. The 2 captives fell to the ground, and looked at the monster. He turned and shouted that the monster was trying to escape. The girl with the fire bow drew her bowstring. The arrow struck the monster's body. The end of the monster's tail fell to the ground, and the hunter noted that it had cut off its own tail to escape. The lizard dug its claws into the tower's walls. It was rapidly descending to the ground, and suddenly leaped at it with his shield. He hit the monster's body. The boy calmly fought the enormous lizard. The hunter leaped onto the wall of the television tower. He bounced off it, straight at the monster. The boy pierced the monster with his shield again. The monster's lifeless body fell to the ground. The boy exhaled heavily. He looked at the corpse. Someone said the hunters had caught it, and that they had done a great job. Kim stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. The cameraman said they were coming and asked for an autograph. The 3 hunters walked toward the crowd. The boy noted that he had learned something from recent events. In this world, A-rank hunters are the elite, ranking in the top 3% of awakened beings. The 3 warriors posed for a photograph, the protagonist adding that they represented a powerful force, contributing to the safety of the cities, and were also idols to millions. People crowded forward toward the hunters, and the young man noted that this was the source of all the commotion. A man in the crowd said it was in, having only seen him on TV. Kim looked at him irritably, and then greeted him, and grabbed Kim's hand with both hands. He looked him in the eye joyfully and said it was him. How glad he was to see him. He owed him his life. Kim dragged him over his shoulder, and then said he didn't know if he remembered him, but that he had helped him at the gate. The young man replied that he remembered. The operator shook his head, and the protagonist wondered if that's why the potatoes seemed vaguely familiar. He looked at the startled operator, and then asked if the others were with him. The operator glared at the operator, and said he could see him staring at him, and wasn't angry at all. Kim looked at them and thought he'd wet himself, and turned to the head Grera and said that, by the way, since they'd already met, he should formally introduce himself. He was in. He handed the blonde guy a business card and asked if he could ask his name, and the guy replied Kim. The guy held the paper in his hand, and the hunter asked if he had a minute. He scratched his head and said he needed to talk about something. The bright sun flooded the garden with its light, and the young man asked if he really wanted to repay him. The boy turned and replied that Kim might not like it, but it was very important to him, and looked ahead and added that ever since he saved his life, he felt uneasy, as he hadn't been able to thank them properly. The hero looked up and remembered that he had run away, afraid of being caught by the police. His hand raised his phone, and the protagonist suggested that there was nothing wrong with accepting help from an A-rank hunter. His comrade looked at the hero, and the young man said there was something he could do to help, to which the boy replied that he was glad. The marker was on the map. Kim held the phone and asked if he would go with him through this gate. The trees stood in the forest. The protagonist turned and said that something had happened, as his comrade looked sullen, to which the man replied that everything was fine. The hero looked away and told them to speed up a little. The boy looked at the protagonist, thinking that he still couldn't believe it. The hero looks ahead and adds that Kim is an amazing hunter. The sun illuminates the building, and it says he's honored to enter the gate with the hero and suggests he's going to gather items. The protagonist looks at his companion and replies that he's going monster hunting, to which the hunter replies he could learn a lot from him. The hero stands silently. The boy turns in surprise when the hero says he needs to clarify something, as it seems he misunderstood. The protagonist shows his ID and explains he's an F-rank hunter. The companion holds it up, and Kim says he wants the A-rank hunter to use him as a porter. Moonlight filters through the branches, and the hunter suggests that perhaps the evaluation system is malfunctioning. The boy looks up and remembers hearing something similar. An image of the Korean Hunters Association appeared, and On explained that awakened mid-level and above are forcibly mobilized during dungeon breakthroughs, and rumors circulate of people faking their ranks to avoid the association's influence. The hunter looked at the hero, wondering if he, too, might be hiding his true strength. The protagonist looked down and said, "It's right there in front of them. Demons are splashing in lava," and Kim noted that everything looks exactly like the image from the internet. The boy looked ahead and said it was a fire spitter, to which the protagonist, surprised, repeated his companion's words, who explained that it was a Korean misinterpretation. An image of a bat appeared against the backdrop of America, and On explained that this monster was first discovered in Ohio. Because this bat is engulfed in flames, it was registered in the Pixie system as a fire bat, but due to a translation error, it was given the strange name, Fire Spitter. The monster opened its mouth, and the hero remarked that he was well informed. The people looked down. A tongue of flame erupted from the ground. The hunters looked at the creatures. The boy looked at Jaren's bag. His companion turned and said that he had always been curious about what the protagonist had in the bag. The hero looked ahead with a tired expression. Fire bats flew. The young man threw something forward. Flames enveloped the wing. The monster opened its mouth wide. The bats looked ahead. The hunters looked at the burning monsters, and the protagonist replied that there was an item for such situations. Kim looked up and added that the effect was guaranteed. The hero waves his hand, and the boy said that he apologized for distracting him from the hunt, and the young man said that it was okay and that he was listening. The hand holds the bag, and then asked why the protagonist uses items when he can catch a C-rank monster with his bare hands. The hero looked away and assumed he was reading his ID with his feet, since he was in F rank. The hunter stood, and the young man realized that and didn't know how low-ranking awakens lived, being at the top of the hunter pyramid. He added that there was no need to reveal one's weaknesses. Kim turned and said that the hunter always thought of awakening as an ability. A silhouette lifted a truck, and the hero continued, "Lift a truck weighing a ton." An image of a girl with water appeared, and the young man added, "Or flood the empty space with water." The protagonist held a handful of earth and concluded that they simply fell on their heads. His hand clutched the earth, and the protagonist said that since they appeared so suddenly, he thought they could disappear just as easily, explaining that he felt discomfort from this power. The monsters fell behind the hero, who said he didn't rely on these abilities. Kim lowered his head, thinking it was complete nonsense, but he hoped he'd buy it. The young man raised his head and clutched his head and said the hero was right, absolutely right, and tried to understand why he hadn't thought about it before. After all, what was easily obtained could just as easily disappear. Why had he thought these abilities would stay with him forever? The protagonist realized it had worked. The hunter touched his comrade's shoulder and added that, given the current trends of the gates, mutations were becoming increasingly unpredictable, so this could prepare them for the emergence of a dungeon where they wouldn't be able to use their abilities. The guy grabbed Kim's hands and said that he had been looking for the easy way out, while the protagonist had foreseen everything, uncovered his mouth and tried to understand what this could be. An image of eyes appeared behind the hunter, who added that high-ranking awakened beings could instinctively sense certain things and understood how he, too, felt goosebumps when around S-rank hunters. The guy turned and said that he felt nothing from the hero, like a fly on the wall. The hero leaned over and realized that and had just said this to the former head of the Alpha Yuri Order. The hunter looked at the hero and suggested that if he trained his abilities, he might learn to conceal his mana, since if so, he'd never seen anything like it. The young man closed his eyes and thought that, given everything he'd said, he wasn't happy at all, since the rank of an awakened person really does correspond to their mana. Kim placed his hand on his chest and replied that that was roughly true. The hunter sat at the table and asked the hero to take him with him to the dungeon when he went there, and the protagonist tried to understand why, since he'd already repaid him in full. The young man scratched his head and replied that he would learn a lot with him, and that, frankly, his team had disbanded because of that accident, even though it had been less than 6 months since his awakening. Kim bowed his head, and then explained that for this reason, it was dangerous for him to work alone, due to his lack of experience, and that many things could happen when forming a team. The girl looks ahead, and the hero realizes the hunter is still reeling from his comrade's betrayal. The man leans over, and the boy wonders if he would feel the same way. The hero puts his hand in his pocket, and replies that if he's offering, he should refuse. But he shouldn't think he can save him if he's in danger. The protagonist raises his hand and adds that he must protect himself, as he has no way to protect him, and that if they fight, he'll lose due to his weakness. An looks with encouragement at his comrade, who had said that his reaction regarding the golem incident was slight. He hesitates, explaining that he was too hasty, and the boy realizes the protagonist is worried about getting hurt if he lets his guard down. The tray sits on the table, and the boy asks how old the hero is. The boy walks toward the exit and asks again that and wants to know how old he is. The hunter pointed at himself and said he was 22, then started talking about applying. The protagonist looked away and tried to remember his age. His hand pulled out an ID, and the guy offered to exchange phone numbers. The hunter looked at the ID and said the protagonist was 24. An's eyes widened, realizing they were only 2 years apart. Kim looked away and realized he was 24, and the guy explained that he didn't mean that, he was just so calm and mature. The young man looks at the people and realizes he has no memory of his university years. An image of a phone appears, and the protagonist remembers that his phone book is completely empty. The young man stands in the crowd, and the protagonist tries to figure out who this Kim is. The man looks away. The silhouette turns around, and the protagonist wants to know what kind of life he's lived. The unknown man lies on the couch, and a voice says that the number of mutations in the gates across the country continues to increase, and the Hunters Association has stated that they still cannot determine the cause of this phenomenon. The man looks up, and the host adds that even highly qualified evaluators cannot determine the exact cause of this phenomenon. An aura envelopes the man's body, and the voice concludes that citizens' anxiety is growing. The protagonist sits at the table and remembers that An contacted him yesterday, asking if his friend would like to see something else, as he has priority entry to the gates. The young man holds the phone, and the protagonist remembers he agreed, because it's hard to resist when you're offered something cool. The agents have sealed the portal. Whenever a new gate appears in Korea, access is restricted and a team is sent to investigate. Then, after the association completes its inspection, it opens, and the opening will take place today. The protagonist looks down and remembers rumors that an unfamiliar plant was discovered inside the new gate, and he suspects it may contain the key that will restore his magic. The young man looks up and realizes he only needs to examine the plant at the entrance, and then leave. People are standing around the gate, and Kim notices how many people have gathered and assumes they all want to go inside. An turns and replies that most of them are likely onlookers and journalists. But in any case, there are more people here than he expected. The car drives. The protagonist glances to the side. A sports car pulls up to the crowd. The driver opens the door. A man gets out. The man stands, and the people realize it's Kong and try to figure out what he's doing there. The protagonist turns to his comrade and asks who it is, to which the latter explains it's S-rank Hunter Kong. An image of the hunters appears, and the protagonist realizes it's one of 3 S-rank hunters in Korea. The young man looks forward. Mana flows through the man's body, and the protagonist notices that his mana is stable, which is all the rare talent in the world. Kong looks away. The man looks at Kim, and leans over and tells the protagonist that the hunter has dragon eyes, and it's obviously a very rare item. The man walks to his friends, and the young man tries to figure out why he's coming here. The hunter approaches the protagonist and asks his name. The protagonist turns and replies that his name is Kim. The man stands and asks the protagonist's rank, and then interrupts, explaining that he's just a porter helping him. Kong bows his head and replies that he's not speaking to him. The protagonist looked up and said he was F rank. The hunter placed his hands on his chest, trying to figure out if it was true. The young man raised his head and guessed he sensed the mana hidden within Kim's body. An image of lungs appeared. Lungs are simply organs that expel air. Damage to the respiratory system doesn't reduce the overall amount of mana in the body. A hunter of Kang's caliber could probably determine someone's potential even by the slightest sign. The young man looked forward and added that if he didn't believe him, he could show his ID. The man smiled and said that no one would have thought that someone answering an S-rank hunter directly in the eye would be an F rank. Interrupting the man, and grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder, and said they had to go. The young man nudged his companion and said they were just here to look around and should go, as they might be late for the meeting. Interrupting the protagonist, he added, "Hurry up." The protagonist looked back. Kong stood there, and turned to Jarek and asked if he really didn't know who Hunter Kong was, suggesting he'd been abroad recently. He replied that he'd been away for a while, and stepped forward and said he didn't want to spread rumors, but the hunter didn't have the best reputation. An image of an S rank appeared, and his comrade explained that he had a criminal record for assault, and no one wanted to enter a gate with an S rank criminal. Even if he overlooked that past, his recent events didn't paint him in a good light either. The hero turned and asked for more details, to which he began by explaining that his cousin was the 3rd best A rank hunter. The man was sitting on top of people, and the boy added that she'd entered the same gate with Kong, where he'd attacked her. He'd also heard that he only provokes strong awakened into fighting. The hero covered his mouth and realized his companion was afraid the crazy S rank would harm him, which was why he dragged him away and remarked on the mammal's protective nature. The protagonist raised his hand and said they could go their separate ways and would check out this so-called mysterious plant later. The young man looked ahead. The hero paused and remarked that and had said Kim had dragon eyes. Kim turned and added that this meant they could be bought or sold, like his shield, for example. The hunter looked up and explained that yes, they could be bought, and that the item had been a small bead when he received it, which he'd likely absorbed when he used it. The hero wanted to know if dragon lungs were available, to which an offered to check. The young man held up his phone and realized that nothing was currently available, as lungs weren't in high demand, but they might appear in time. A finger pokes the phone, and it explains that, unlike eyes or the heart, lungs don't increase mana, and the liver, while at least useful in medicine, is ineffective. He then adds that the price is 2.6 billion. The hero closes his eyes and remarks that it's great that it's 2.6 billion. The protagonist turns and repeats the price, to which it explains that it's a great deal, as such prices for other parts are a dream. The hero closes his eyes and decides not to listen. The taxi drives. His hand holds the phone. The protagonist looks at the phone and realizes that the more he learns about Khan, the more terrifying he becomes, as it's simply insane that such people are roaming free. The young man looks away, trying to figure out whether he should have avoided eye contact, and what would happen if he tried to pick on him. A car chases the taxi. A sports car crashes into the car. The hero looks away. The driver swerves. The taxi crashes into a pole. The driver lowers his head. The man turned around and asked if the young man was okay. The young man lay down and said he was fine. The taxi driver got out of the car and shouted that the man responsible for the accident was crazy and didn't know how to drive, and demanded that he get out quickly. The man got out and said he was sorry about what happened. Ken leaned against the car and said he hadn't driven in a while and had confused the gas with the brake. The protagonist looked up and realized it was Ken. The hunter approached the young man and, after greeting him, offered to resolve the situation peacefully and asked for his contact information. Jiren looked up and wondered if he was crazy. How bad a driver must he be to cause an accident on such a quiet road? And the taxi driver, in a trembling voice, said that he would have to pay for the repairs. The blue-haired man handed over a wad of bills. The protagonist looked at the money and tried to figure out how much was in it. Khan held out his phone and asked the protagonist to take his number, as he just spent all his cash and wouldn't be able to cover the medical expenses right away. Kim extended his hand and suggested that this was common practice in accidents, and besides, it was just a number, so why not give it out? The man looked at the phone. Khan was sitting on a chair. The only son of a well-known company owner, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and became a hunter, but he had a criminal record for assault. With so much money, it seemed he'd hire a good lawyer and escape justice, but instead, he was sent to prison. An image of a phone appeared. There was ample evidence online of Kang's history of cruelty to others, but there was also a serious problem. Several years ago, his parents died during a dungeon breakout. Portraits of these people hung on the wall. Immediately after this incident, Kang sold all his inherited company shares, thereby liquidating his family's business. Fingers pointed to the silhouette. Given the unclear time of his awakening, people assumed Khan had committed the attack for money. The protagonist looked at the man and thought this wasn't confirmed, and the hunter assumed he was going to see that kid again, adding that he regretted working as a porter. The hunter sat on the hood and said he knew of a job that paid much more. The man leaned over and asked if the guy would be interested. The protagonist looked ahead and told him to tell him about the job. Khan turned and told the hero to stop pilfering and things and come work for him, as he would then receive 80% of the income and items obtained from the gate. Kim looked up, thinking he found this absurdity a tempting offer. Kim's image appeared, and the hero thought that this S-rank hunter must have seen potential in Kim's body, perhaps even in S-rank or higher. The alien stood before the planet and believed that if he could awaken his magic, the planet would be his. The young man crossed his arms and replied that he didn't even know, as it was currently difficult for him to enter an S-rank gate, so he was unlikely to work with him. The man asked what he was carrying and what S-rank he was. The hunter leaned over and explained that no one would allow a man of his level to enter such a high-ranking gate, and the young man realized he hadn't come for his potential. Khan looked up and asked what potential they were talking about, since he was in F-rank, and his proposal was to level him up, in other words, to become his sponsor. The protagonist turned around and explained that he was simply a little confused and had said something stupid. The man leaned over and asked if he could consider that an agreement. The protagonist raised his hand and tried to understand what he saw in him that made him make such an offer. The man smiled. An aura enveloped the hunter's body, and the protagonist realized that and was missing in this situation. The building was standing, and someone was shouting that there had been an accident involving Kong. The young man buttoned up his shirt and explained that he had a meeting with him and immediately ran away. But now he thinks about it and realizes that the bastard had deliberately set it all up, and turned around and replied that he provoked strong hunters and felt that thanks to the hero, he had avoided trouble, since even he, an A rank, could have become a target. The comrade raised his hand and said that with a hunter like him, he wouldn't stick his neck out if Kong dared, and the protagonist considered what to do. He couldn't call the police, and what would he tell them? The protagonist stood before the policeman and said that the S-rank hunter had told him he would protect him and give him items. The man turned and asked if the protagonist had been watching TV that morning. The protagonist turned, and explained that, as it turned out, last year Korea ranked second in gate control efficiency. The hunter looked away and added that while abnormal mutations were still a problem, civilian casualties had been greatly reduced. He added that the news also said that humans would soon overcome the threat, just like the gates, and the protagonist remarked that this potato always chose excellent conversation topics. Kim looked ahead and thought that the gate concept intrigued him too, so it was interesting, after all, some mysterious phenomenon that simultaneously spread throughout the world 7 years ago. An image of monsters appeared. The stranger stood there, and the hero noticed that the gates, the monsters, were awakened. Energy enveloped the man's body, and the young man explained that the principle of magic was based on the use of mana extracted from the planet's core, but unlike Alpha-Uri, the solid Earth's shell made extracting it very difficult. The boy looked down and realized that the gate phenomenon that had appeared 7 years ago had produced a well of mana, and those exposed to it had become awakened. However, there was still no definitive explanation for the gates, as the Earthlings hadn't dug further to extract mana, but hordes of terrifying creatures had appeared within. An image of monsters appeared, and Kim noted that the creatures were extremely hostile, but they weren't a product of the Earth or Alpha-Uri, so what was this? The boy closed his eyes and thought he didn't understand. The short-haired man turned and asked if the hero was feeling well, to which the latter replied that he was simply lost in thought, and tried to understand. The protagonist raised his hands and explained that he was wondering what he would do if he were the gate's creator, as he felt he wouldn't be happy with the current situation. The mouse was trying to get the cheese, and the hero explained that regardless of their intentions, the monsters were trying to kill them, and the items found inside were cheese in a mousetrap. The mouse held the cheese, and Kim continued, "If the rats figured out how to get the cheese, that's it." The stranger looked at the mice, and the young man concluded that this should anger the owner, and raised his head and said that if you think about it, it seems true. The boy stands on the ground and realizes that this energy is like boiling lava beneath his feet. The hero looked away, and turned and asked what had happened to the protagonist. The protagonist rushed forward and realized it was magic. The energy pushed the hero's comrade away. The boy raised his hand and tried to understand what it was. A beam of mana hid the hero. Kim began to fade and realized he had been pulled in. The man opened his eye. The young man raised his hand. The hero stands in a white corridor. The young man turned and thought he was inside the gate. The hunter moves forward and realizes that meeting the monster in a dead end is the worst possible situation, but he must move on. The hero walks and notices that he can't cast any fire spells and tries to figure out how to get through this. The protagonist looks ahead. Jiren stands in front of a statue and wants to know what it is. The protagonist leans over and realizes it's a tombstone and notices something written on it. The young man turns. The unknown man stands. Someone is looking at the hero. Khan takes a step and says the hero's name. The unknown man stands with a sword, and the young man tries to figure out who it is. The hunters approach the tombstone, and the hero tries to figure out what's going on here. The man raised his head and said that he heard that Chan was in Singapore, and the dark-haired man replied that he returned today, to which the hero noted that they don't get along very well. Jiren looked away and asked if they knew each other. The man looked ahead and said he had to ask the hero if he knew Jong, but the boy silently remarked that he'd been here for 2 weeks and couldn't possibly know. The hunter turned and remarked that the boy didn't know the man, meaning he needed to work harder. The hero thought he hadn't known him either until recently and tried to figure out who the dark-haired man was. An image of a hunter with a katana appeared, and Kong said it was Jong, a high-ranking hunter in Korea. The protagonist thought he was stronger than he expected, and the blue-haired man added that people call him a national hero, but the boy doesn't know him, so it doesn't matter, and told Jong it's Kim and an F rank. The dark-haired man greeted the hero. The hero looks ahead, and the man said it was nice to meet him, and the boy wondered why he was staring. The hunter looked at his watch and told them to leave the pleasantries, suggesting they'd been thrown into this place out of nowhere. The protagonist noticed the interface on the dark-haired man's hand and assumed it was some kind of scanning device. A system window appeared, informing them that unknown X-rank enemies were present, and Jong said they were inside the gate, and that X-rank was a very bad thing. The protagonist looked at his phone, trying to figure out what X-rank meant. Static appeared on the phone screen, and the protagonist tried to figure out what was going on. Kong picked up his phone and said he didn't have a protective case either, and if he didn't get out of here quickly, his phone would break from the radio interference. The hunter added that there was something written on this steel. The sign stood there, and a male voice said that the symbol of true faith would be the key, and someone suggested that this was a clue given by the gate. The people stood before the gate, realizing that this door was the only way out. Someone leaned against the gate. Chan was trying to push it open. The blue-haired man looked ahead and noticed it hadn't even moved, and Chan asked if Kong would like to help him. The boy turned and said that he couldn't open the door with his powers. The hunter waved his hand and said that nothing could be done. The people approached the gate. Chan looked away. Kong turned. Flames enveloped his hand. Chan struck the gate. A green aura enveloped Kang's hand. The hunter struck. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that of all the people affected by magic, S-rank hunters are truly special. The gate stands still, and the young man realized that there are few of them, but they were blessed with exceptional gifts, possessing monstrous abilities, yet these two can't even open the door. The people stand before an obstacle. Khan looked ahead and said that the conclusion is obvious. This door must be opened by force. The protagonist turned and said that in that case. The boy looks at the statue and adds that there's only one thing left to try. The man stands in front of the lion statue. The statue stands, and someone asks him to listen. Khan turns and adds that he's itching to stick his hand in that hole. Zhang looks away. The boy looks up. An image of the hero appears, realizing that while the door is closed, they're trapped, meaning they'll run out of supplies soon. The man stands in front of the statue. His hand reaches into the lion's mouth. Zhang stands next to the statue. The gate opens. The protagonist turns and asks if anything has happened to the hunter. Blood oozes from the wound. Chan raised his hand and said he sucked his blood. The man tried to pull his hand away, saying he was so shocked that he tried to pull it free, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. He added that at that moment, he thought the only way out was to cut it off. Khan took a step and said that the door was open anyway and suggested they go there. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking he had a bad feeling about this and surmising that it shouldn't be like this. People walked down the corridor. The man looked ahead and said, "Here we go again." The long-haired man turned and noticed another lion was there. Chan nudged his companion with his shoulder and said they couldn't stand idle. The man stuck his hand in the lion's mouth and said they needed to get out of here quickly. The gate opened, and Chan said they needed to move forward. A foot landed on the floor. Khan stood before the statue and realized it was the lion again. The protagonist stared ahead, wondering if he should stick his hand into the lion's statue and the door would open, assuming that was all that awaited them. Chan approached Kong and offered to open the door, as the blood absorption rate had changed. The man turned and explained that the first time was fine, but the second time he felt dizzy. The man turned and explained that in dungeons like these, the pace usually picked up, so they needed to take turns, to which Kong remarked that he'd been doing so well. Chan's pupils narrowed when Longhair suggested he finish the job. The man bowed his head, suggesting he didn't want to work as a team. The hunter raised his head and replied that he knew his rank. The man placed his hand on his sword and replied that he didn't care, and that they needed to work together. The hunter placed his hand on his belt and asked what would happen if he refused. The protagonist extended his hand and realized they were about to start a fight, and Kak said that if they kept opening doors and it was his turn, he could bleed them dry. At least he should be able to choose when it was his turn, so no one would feel cheated. The man raised his head. The young man opened his mouth when Khan noticed another hunter was with them. An image of a red gate appeared. The survival rate at X-rank gates is around 60%. Even though there are no monsters here, that doesn't make this place safer. A lion statue stands, a labyrinth through which they can progress using blood, since the opening is just big enough for a human hand. The protagonist raised his head and realized that to escape this dungeon, they would need to sacrifice someone. Chan turned and realized he was suggesting that an F-rank hunter do this job when there were two S-rank hunters. The men heard something. The men turned toward the source of the sound. A paw landed on the floor. The monster approaches the people. The protagonist raised his head and thought that there shouldn't have been anything strange here. The monster lowered its muzzle. The creature leaped at the hero. The young man covered his face with his hands. A red aura enveloped Chan's body. The man had killed the wolf. The remains of the creature scattered across the room. Gyrek raised his head and noticed that the flames were out of nowhere, and assumed it was some kind of primitive magic. Khan raised his head and said that he was still kicking, even after his blood had been sucked, and the hero wondered if this was his ability. The protagonist looks ahead. The monster runs. The wolf approaches from behind. The animal leapt at Khan. The hunter turned. His fist met the dog's muzzle. The hunter slammed the monster into the floor. The young man raised his head and noted that this was simply insane strength, and assumed that Khan's awakened skill was physical strengthening. The man adjusted the chain and said that their bodies were weaker than he expected, suggesting that they were C-rank beasts. Chong turned around and said it was too early to relax, asking him to look over there. Symbols appeared on the wall. Paws emerged from the wall. Wolves were emerging from the wall. A horde of monsters ran out of the portal. A paw landed on the floor. A horde of creatures surrounded the humans. The animals stood still. Chong leaned over and said that these weren't high-ranking beasts, but such numbers would be a problem, asking Kong to take care of the rear. The man extended his hand and told him to focus on his work. The wolves were flying toward the humans. Kong prepared to charge. Aura enveloped the blade. The hunter struck the monster with green energy. Kong slashed at the wolf with his sword. Monsters leaped out of the portal. The man turned. Kong raised his fist to strike. A beam of energy pierced the line of creatures. Dogs attacked the humans. A fiery aura enveloped Chang's body. A multitude of slashes struck the dogs. The protagonist watches this spectacle. Gyrek watches the fight and realizes the strength of these two S-rank hunters is impressive. Zhang leans over, realizing there are more of them than he thought, and due to blood loss, his stamina is depleting at a terrifying rate. The man turns to face the lion, but realizes he can't hold out at this rate. The lion's eyes glow. An idea strikes the hunter. The wolf charges at the man. The hunter steps aside. Jong has cut the monster down. The man looks forward and realizes what's going on. Kong stomps his foot on the ground. He grimaces, saying there are a lot of them here. Kim watches the guys and thinks to himself that this is amazing, and that's what S-rank hunters are capable of. The team stands amidst the animal corpses, the protagonist thinking about how they destroyed all the monsters in an instant. The protagonist, raising his hand to his chin, notes that even if he regains his magic, capturing the land won't be so easy. Jong names his companions. The black-haired hunter, looking at the stone wall, asks to look over here. A stone lion appears with its mouth open, and the national hero says the statue's eyes are glowing. The brunette, turning around, states that if he doesn't offer his blood in time, a monstrous wave will begin. A black wolf's head emerges from the wall. The protagonist opens his eyes in surprise. The monster attacks the dark-haired man, and Kim screams his name. Jong turns around. A black-edged sword appears. It pierces the monster's mouth. The national hero swings his sword. Kong, looking closely, asks if there is a time limit. A large pack of beasts leaps out. The protagonist throws up his hands in fear. The brunette, lunging, shouts Kim's name. The green-eyed man shifts his gaze. He runs toward the stone lion. Jong attacks the wolves with a wave of flame. The blue-haired hunter thrusts his hand into the statue's throat. The monsters transform into black smoke. The blonde and dark-haired men look up. The battlefield is revealed. Kong, clenching his fist, asks who will be next. The dark-haired man says he'll take turns. The protagonist is surprised that he's so easy to work with. Jong, closing his eyes, explains that they're not sure if an F-rank can handle this. The protagonist understands in his mind why he's called a national hero. Kim, looking at his partners, mentally notes that as soon as the dark-haired man learned his rank, he immediately crossed him off the sacrifice list and protected him when the monsters appeared, and that thanks to him, they're moving forward even without losing his blood, but he feels a little guilty. The hunters advance. Jong breathes heavily. His face is sweating. The protagonist, coming closer, asks how he's feeling. The brunette, raising his hand to his chin, says he's fine and that these sudden gates are usually small, then adds that they're probably already close to the exit. The blonde thinks, his face growing even paler. The protagonist, continuing to walk, is secretly glad that this time it's Kang's turn to open the door. The green-eyed man turns to Jong. The blue-haired hunter, turning around, suggests they stop for a minute. The protagonist asks why he wants to do that, and he replies that there's no guarantee the exit is behind this door, and that everyone is starting to feel a certain tension. The national hero makes an indignant face, and Kong says they might have missed something and suggests they go back and check the previous rooms, to which Jong asks if he's just trying to buy time. The brunette, approaching, tells the green-eyed man that when someone attacks an EX-rank gate, following the conditions is standard procedure, then notes that he knows this as well as he does. The S-rank hunters stand facing each other, and the dark-haired man suggests out loud that Kong plans to strike him in the confusion, then recalls the incident with Choi. The blue-haired man watches silently, and Jong says he won't delay and asks him to open the door. The brunette's face turns very pale, and the green-eyed man soothingly replies that he'll open it right now and asks him not to strain himself, then adds that he never said he wouldn't help with the strategy. Approaching the stone lion, he says that Jong misunderstood something and that what happened to Choi was an accident. The green-eyed hunter, placing his hand on the statue's head, declares that he's not some man who attacks his comrades without reason. Kong, turning around, says he understands they don't trust him because of his criminal record. Jung looks at the S-rank hunter, who claims he's overly suspicious of him and that he's in a hurry because he wants to get out. The blue-haired hunter, sticking his hand into the stone lion's mouth, says he'll open the door, then adds that they should consider his words and that even if it were a national hero's turn, he'd still suggest they go back. Kim, observing the exchange, finds Kong more reasonable than he thought. The green-eyed man struggles to reach his hand, and the protagonist silently wonders if it was true, or just a rumor. Jung, approaching the blue-haired man, asks if everything is alright. Leaning against the statue, he replies that he has a few restorative potions and that he might be able to open the door a couple more times after taking them. The dark-haired hunter, looking at his partner, suggests they go a little further, adding that if they don't see the exit in the next room, they'll look for another way. Kim, looking at Kang's hand, thinks that at this rate, they'll probably have to help him. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. The green-eyed man swings a bottle at Jong's back. The bottle shatters on his head. The brunette falls. His unconscious body lies before the hunters. Kong, raising his hand to his chin, wonders out loud that this works even on an S rank. Kim, silently realizing it's a restorative potion, calls him an idiot. The blue-haired hunter turns to him, and the protagonist asks what he's doing, to which he says his name. The green-eyed man, standing over the body of a national hero, asks the blonde man if he's heard of a gate called an Iron Maiden that appeared in Northern Europe. He leans over to Jung and explains that it's exactly like this dungeon, and that if they want to escape, one of the hunters must be sacrificed. The hero's face pales, realizing that Kong plans to sacrifice the dark-haired man. Jung states that according to the latest statistics for X-rank dungeons, the survival rate was only 60%, regardless of the hunter's rank. The green-eyed man, picking Young up, notes out loud that it's not such a high percentage to bet his life on, adding that he simply wants to make sure they're doing the right thing. Kim, looking down, thinks to himself that logically this makes sense, and since this dungeon truly demands human life, they need a scapegoat, either Kong or Jong, but he's in no position to choose a victim. The blue-haired man carries the brunette to the next door, and the protagonist considers agreeing to this S-rank hunter's plan. Kim, looking down, wonders about asking an F-rank hunter to take the blow when there are 2 S-rank hunters present, and then realizes it's wrong. Kong brings the national hero's hand to the stone lion, and the blonde asks him to wait. The protagonist, placing his hand on his chest, declares he'll open the next door, then asks Jong to let go. The green-eyed man, surprised, asks about his awakened conscience, and advises him to simply remain silent until someone else takes the blow. The protagonist's face darkens. Kong says he'll ensure Kim's survival, but Kim realizes now is not the time for negotiations. Young lies unconscious on the S-rank hunter's shoulder, the blonde man pondering how to save him. The blue-haired man explains that, judging by the lion statue's bloodthirsty power, this trial should soon be over. A blue light shines. A stone door unlocks before the heroes. A stone fountain lies in front of the arch. The green-eyed man, wide-eyed, says in surprise that this is the exit. Kim silently wonders if this is really all. The blue-haired man, still holding the dark-haired man, explains that the last Iron Maiden has appeared, and the dungeon is coming to an end. The woman's statue holds a golden object in its hand. The protagonist walks toward the fountain. Khan admits he was mistaken and believed a living sacrifice was necessary, which is why he went after Young. The S-ranked hunter, turning his head, says that if he wakes up and complains, he'll get into big trouble. The protagonist declares that a reward awaits them in the fountain. The blonde holds a gilded accessory. He looks at the object in his palm and speculates that it's a magical instrument. The green-eyed man places the brunette against the wall. Kim advises him to apologize with this bracelet when Jong wakes up, to which he replies that a wounded first-class hunter isn't something to overlook. The national hero sits against the wall. Kong adds that the association won't let this go, and that it would be easier if they sacrificed the dark-haired man. He raises his hand to his chin and wonders out loud whether he should kill him now, while they're still inside. The protagonist asks in surprise. The blue-haired man, smirking, declares that the body will disappear anyway when the gate closes and that his only problem is the witness. The blonde man cries out to himself. The S-ranked hunter, looking at his interlocutor, thinks out loud that he has no reason to remain silent. Kim wonders if they plan to kill him too. Kong, smirking, asks why he needs to kill him and tells him not to make him laugh, but instead to do him a small favor. He places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The green-eyed man, smiling ominously, asks the protagonist to say that he was the one who knocked out Jong. Kong held a green orb in his hands, his vision significantly improved. He stands on a monster, thanks to a rare item he received from the monster, called the Dragon's Eye. The green orb emits a mysterious glow. This item had many functions. The glowing man spread his arms and channeled energy. The ability to clearly see from a distance, enhance his mana, and determine the rank of others. Kong narrowed his eyes. With his vision, he hadn't needed to squint to see anything before. He thought it was an unusual form of mana, one he'd never encountered before, though not the most powerful, while Kim was emitting streams of mana. The hunter concluded that he might have the very skill all hunters in the world dream of. He approached the protagonist and asked his name. The blue-haired man looked at the protagonist and asked his rank. Kong eyed the protagonist warily, thinking he was lying. The protagonist calmly looked at the blue-haired man, who wondered how such a low-ranking hunter could look at him like that. The tiger glared at the rabbit intimidatingly. To ordinary people and low-ranking hunters, high-ranking hunters were like predators. The salesman trembled at the sight of the hunter. It had been a long time since the hunter had calmly entered the store. Kong was standing in the middle of a crowd, curious and determined to provoke Kim. 2 cars collided, perhaps due to a sudden accident, or $1 million offer. The man with the chain passed by the accident with a smirk. The protagonist stood in the middle of the street, always impartial. The guy in the black t-shirt sat and thought that since he was ignoring him, a high-ranking hunter, his partner was so indifferent. Kong, tired of the attention, had taken a liking to Kim's indifferent attitude, so it wasn't because the protagonist's attitude had become irritating. The green-eyed man placed his hand on the protagonist and clarified that he was the one who knocked out Jong. Kong stood opposite the protagonist, musing that even if he recalled all the circumstances, it would be difficult to prove, since the testimony of the attackers would be more important in court. The partner leaned toward the protagonist and suggested that they say there had been disagreements during the conquest, and that Jong needed to be subdued. Kim shifted his gaze. The man pulled his hand away from the protagonist, who asked him what would happen if he refused. Kong replied that he couldn't go down alone. The S-class hunter glanced sideways at the protagonist and thought he could handle Jong's problem himself. The protagonist stood casually, the man with the gold chain wondering if he was genuinely curious about the ability he was hiding. The green-eyed man stared at Kim, stunned. He wondered if Kim was actually hiding something, and if he'd reacted to such a threat, he would have. Kim replied that he agreed, but Kang looked surprised. The protagonist told him he needed him to say he knocked Jong out. The man in the black tank top staggered at what he'd said and silently wondered if it could really be that simple. There wasn't a hint of fear on the other man's face. The protagonist stands calmly in front of his interlocutor. Kim thinks about what this means. He does this not at all because he is afraid of his threat. The man with green eyes looked warily, wondering if he was trying to avoid a scandal. The man in the jacket kept his hands in his pockets, the high-ranking hunter continuing to think that the blonde man himself had once said he couldn't enter a high-ranking gate, meaning he once could. The man in the black t-shirt looked thoughtfully, wondering if the protagonist was actually high-ranking. If he had truly lowered his strength to such a level, it would look like he was wearing a muzzle and a straitjacket. The man was chained, and Kang concluded he couldn't determine the protagonist's rank. The green-eyed man folded his arms, wondering why he'd lower his level to F rank. He wanted to find out. Afterward, the man said the protagonist had made the right choice. Kang turned around and said it was time to get out of this damn dungeon. He thought in his head that he'd had enough for today. Kim looked away and mentally remarked that it had all been a disaster, but he'd survived. 3 hunters stand in front of the dungeon gates. The protagonist shields the sun with his hand, thinking they've made it out. The protagonist looks at the large crowd of people shouting that they've finally returned. Kim extended his hand forward, wondering in his head why there were so many people here. Reporters pointed their cameras at the protagonist, everyone shouting for him to come closer and say something about the dungeon into the camera. One of the reporters breaks through to the hero and tells him how many hunters there were initially. Kim looks ahead, wondering about the exit. Multiple gates open behind him, and he deduces that all the entrances to the dungeon are in one place. The journalists point their cameras. Kang, carrying Jong on his shoulders, emerges from the portal. One of the reporters pauses and asks the hunters why Jong is unconscious. A man in a black t-shirt carries another high-ranking hunter on his shoulders. A woman from the organization approaches the hunters, stating that she needs to hear Kang's explanation. He asks her if she's from SOH, and she confirms. The S-rank hunter looks at the motionless Jong. The woman in the jacket says she has many questions for them, but first they need to answer the main one. Why Hunter Jong is unconscious. Kang notices this. The association employee lowered her head to the suspect and asked if Jong had really fallen victim to the gate's mechanism. The man with green eyes replied that there had simply been a misunderstanding about the victim's choice. He looked at the protagonist and shouted that Kim had knocked out another S-rank hunter. Kim froze with a serious expression, thinking to himself that Kang was lying and hadn't blushed immediately after exiting the gate. The woman from the association turned to Kim and shouted that he shouldn't be talking nonsense, as it was impossible for a representative of Korea and a top-class hunter to be knocked out by someone she didn't even know. Kim looked away and realized the association member was thinking clearly. Kang was holding Jong on his shoulders, and the woman told him not to lie and to tell the truth. Wasn't he the one who did that to the other hunter? The man with the hunter on his shoulders smiled maliciously. He turned his gaze to Kim, wondering if he should say something instead of standing there and watching. The blonde-haired man closed his eyes and realized he had no choice. The woman in the jacket turned around. The protagonist calmly stood up and declared that he had indeed knocked out Chan. The employee turned her head in surprise. The crowd froze, their mouths hanging open. Kang smiled joyfully. The protagonist approached the woman and said he hadn't meant to harm him. He had simply knocked him out so the conquest would go smoothly, and that he would personally apologize to Chan as soon as he woke up. The employee turned around and declared that it was impossible, and that only a high-ranking hunter could do such a thing. Kang insisted that it really wasn't him. The man clenched his eyes. He glanced sideways at Chan on his back, and the woman said she noticed. The weakened hunter turned his head and said the woman was missing the obvious. The employee lowered her head in shame, and he asked if he looked like the type to harm Chan. Kim glanced at Kang and realized the man in the black t-shirt had lost a lot of blood internally, though it wasn't serious, suggesting he'd done it on purpose. One of the reporters approached the heroes with a crazed expression and asked if it was true that he knocked out Hunter Jung. The journalists, handing Kim the microphone, asked him to confess to his actions. The crowd asked him if it was true that he'd defeated an S-rank hunter. Kim gritted his teeth. The protagonist turned to the journalists and declared that yes, it was him. The man held a page with news about hunters. He clutched a piece of paper with the news and declared that it was he, Kim. A scene was shown of Sunha's pork soup. The boys were eating lunch at the table when An, apologizing, said he'd seen the morning articles before they were deleted. Kim raised his spoon to his mouth, listening to the question of whether it was true that he knocked out Hunter Jung Hasong, asking again. The boy ate with a spoon, thinking about why he so urgently wanted to meet to ask about this. The hero chewed his food, replying that it was more or less like that. His friend raised his fist after hearing questions about whether he hadn't been sucked into that EX-rank gate, had he, and whether he had been hurt. He immediately replied that, of course, he had, thanks to the young man pushing him away. The boy noticed his phone vibrating. The screen indicated a hidden number, and the hero announced that he was being called. He raised the phone to his ear and wondered who it was. They asked for Hunter Kim Ji-raik's number. The boy was surprised to hear it was Jung Ha-sung. The protagonist jumped up from the table, exclaiming, thinking about how yesterday he had wanted to apologize in person and left his association number. Kim turned away from his friend, wondering how to apologize, turned on a video call, and hit his head on the ground. The voice on the phone said he had a few questions about what happened yesterday. The man was sitting on the bed, talking about what had happened at the gate. Kim held the phone to his ear when he heard a question about whether he really had turned it off, thinking about the strange tone of voice. Jong held onto the floor stand, explaining that, frankly, he'd lost consciousness so suddenly and couldn't remember what happened before or after. The young man replayed the events in his head, listening to him explain that he thought Hunter Kong had done it, but the man wasn't sure. The story went that he explained that he remembered being hit on the back of his head, and how his head had turned at that moment. The man's eyes were white as he explained that the problem was what he saw when he turned. Kim looked down. A small green monster is shown next to the hero. When asked to explain himself over the phone, the young man thought things were bad. A news report was shown on TV, where the hunter discussed the S-rank's current state of confusion, while absurd news continued to break. Kang Jong-ho's back was shown as the hero wondered if he could just honestly admit that he was blackmailed, but whether he could trust Young-ho. His green eye looked up, as the boy explained that later, when he researched the situation, it turned out that the man stood on the mountain of monsters while engulfed in flames. Young-ho is called a national hero not because he's so fair, but simply because he has an impressive number of gates closed. The protagonist held the phone to his ear, musing that, in other words, he's a workaholic, uninterested in anything but conquering gates, wondering if this man would protect someone like him, an F rank. He wondered if he'd even be able to defeat Kang Chang-ho. An listened intently as the boy apologized to Mr. Young Ha-sung. They held their phones to their ears when the young man claimed he'd hit him. A girl had entered the patient's room when Young heard this, trying to stop him because he'd clearly overdone it, and it had turned out this way, and he planned to play the victim while Mr. Ha-sung was unconscious. The man offered to give him something as a token of apology. Young mentioned a reward for clearing the dungeon that day, and the girl asked if he was being sarcastic. The girl watched him intently, listening to him explain that the problem could have been solved with words, but now she wanted to settle the situation with some object, an extremely cowardly act. The man looked away, mentioning that he knocked out the man at the gate. His intentions were obvious. He was planning to sacrifice him to escape safely. Jong continued to say that, if he recalled it, Hunter Kong knew him. When he asked about the two of them being in league from the start, the hero replied that it was a misunderstanding. The man's legs were shown as he wanted to add something. The man held his phone to his ear, asking the other man if he really was an F-rank hunter. The young man looked down, saying he had his reasons. Jong walked to the window and said that talking further was a waste of time. He was behind the glass when he mentioned he would watch the young man, who refused to agree. The man was holding the phone when the hero asked him to wait. Jong closed his eyes, apologizing, and said the conversation had dragged on, but the girl replied that it was okay. She handed him the documents, clarifying that these were the materials he'd requested. The hunter was leafing through the pages when the woman remarked that the association had immediately taken action, and all the articles had now been deleted. The man stared at the text, reading the comments. The woman raised a finger, warning him not to read the comments, but he replied that even if the articles had been deleted, the public was already aware of everything. She looked at him with a sad expression, reflecting on the fact that the whole world had learned that S-rank hunters weren't invulnerable. Jong kept his eyes on the writing, wondering if she could imagine how this might alarm the public. The woman replied that, in her opinion, the cause of this situation was nonetheless Hunter Kang Chang-ho. She looked at his back as she added that, as per his instructions, the woman had checked the background of this hunter, and he was indeed an F-rank. The man turned around, admitting he thought the same thing for a while, but something was bothering him. If this hunter had truly been only an F-rank, Kang wouldn't have let him live. Jong narrowed his eyes, questioning whether the scoundrel had offered a deal or blackmailed an F-rank into taking the blame. Why complicate things? He could have simply killed him. He wondered what else. He recalled the protagonist looking down, wondering what Kim's eyes had looked like as he watched the man fall. The eye was zoomed in as Jong pondered its lifeless gaze, as if it were looking not at the person but at the fallen object. The man turned his back, thinking that since he'd awakened, he hadn't met anyone who had filled him with such uneasiness, speaking up, which was apropos. The girl listened in surprise to the possibility that his rank had been falsified, asking to contact the association immediately. Jong held out the documents, stating that he was applying for a re-verification of Hunter Kim Ji-ryuk's awakening rank. The characters manipulated energy, and their eyes glowed white as they explained that a skill was a term used to describe the superpowers of awakened beings. A human silhouette looked at his palms as they explained that upon awakening, everyone mastered at least one skill, but magic on this planet still had many limitations. The hunter held a weapon, enveloped in flames, as they explained that they could only manipulate the element they mastered upon awakening. For example, no matter how much Jong trained, he couldn't master ice magic, as he controlled fire. If they wanted to use magic of a different element, there was only one way. The plot described how, for a hefty fee, one could obtain a magical artifact called a skill stone. The hero touched his hair, musing that things were different for him. He was a born soul who had already mastered magic. Theoretically, if all the conditions were met, he could master any skill on Earth. The green monster had talked about him being too much of a genius. The boy thought the only problem was that he couldn't currently demonstrate his abilities. He held his smartphone in his hand, musing that, on top of that, the incident had drawn the attention of the S-ranks and others. Kim looked up with his phone in his hand, pushing away the thought that this was why he had been under pressure and had continued his research, eventually finding a way to use a mana enhancer. His lungs glowed as he explained that his body couldn't exchange mana due to his damaged lungs, but since his breathing functioned normally, he could manipulate the minimal mana within. He explained that this minimal mana could be enhanced with a mana enhancer. The hero, hands in his pockets, looked at the skyscraper, thinking about the materials he needed being within the gate. There was a symbol on the building, and he contemplated it as the Korean Magic Tower, and these gates belonged to them. Someone shouted, calling out. The character walked toward the hero, explaining that this F-rank hunter had come yesterday and had shown up again. Only those with a previous appointment could enter. After asking not to block the entrance, the hero replied that was why he had made an appointment today. The man crossed his arms, questioning whether this was crazy. Asking about F-rank, the young man wondered what was wrong with F-rank people. He waved his hand at Kim's back, questioning how he had just been kicked out, yet he had already signed up, asking him to stop lying and leave. The young man thought he couldn't just stand here. Someone called out to the young man, and both characters turned around. Yunsung was hurrying toward them, apologizing for being late, mentioning that he'd been called away unexpectedly for work, and had only been momentarily distracted. The young man turned his attention to him, replying that everything was fine. He'd come to help him, even though his debt had long been paid, but there was no suitable person, so Kim called him again, and replied that everything was fine, he had plenty of free time as it was. The man's eyes widened, recognizing the hunter. He folded his palms, saying he always kept an eye on Yunsung's work, and asked what they were saying, that he was the first to respond to work breakthroughs, reminding them that he was a big fan of his. The young man laughed. The protagonist, listening to the two exchange a conversation about and contacting them through the guild and wanting to speak with a representative of the tower, thought Kim, who was feeling awkward in the friendly atmosphere. The boys stood before the guard. When he asked if he was in the main office today, Yunsung said they told him he'd be there. The man then asked him and his companion to follow him inside. The building doors opened. The guard looked at the young man, adding that regarding yesterday, according to office rules, F-rank hunters weren't allowed in for security reasons, and he apologized profusely. Kim reflected on how they were so polite to A-rank hunters. The boy walked forward thoughtfully. He followed the guard, realizing this was the Korean Magic Tower, one of the largest guilds where hunting is the main source of income, with a huge number of hunters under its command, and that today they were meeting with its representative, and approached the girl and, introducing himself, mentioned that he'd sent an email yesterday afternoon. She handed him a card, clarifying that he was talking about access to the gate, wasn't he, and that the representative's office was on the very top floor. The girl extended her hand, indicating an elevator in that direction, saying they could go up. The boy clarified that they would be going alone, without a guide, and called the protagonist to follow him. The elevator was on the 60th floor. The doors opened when the floor number was announced, and the two men exited. The young man looked ahead, calling Yunsung. He asked if something was clearly wrong, right? The woman sat, waiting for the young men. Kim looked ahead, saying he was sure he'd pressed button 60, asking why they were on the second floor, and replied that he'd forgotten to explain. Yunsung suggested it was a test, and the protagonist looked at him, questioning whether he'd followed her. His friend looked at him, explaining that rumors had circulated that the tower's representative, the guild leader, had a strange personality and was difficult to meet because there were only 3 S ranks in Korea, and she was one of them. Large barriers were shown when instead she first agreed to meet and then pushed visitors into the labyrinth. Kim asked if they were currently in the labyrinth, to which he was told it applied to the entire guild building. The heroes looked at each other when the boy clarified that they would have to find their own way up. The young man paused, wondering what it meant that she only met with those who could pass the test, suggesting they try the stairs. The hero grabbed the door handle. The two entered the open door, seeing something. They looked at the cars. Kim remarked that it was funny, wondering what the second floor had to do with the underground parking garage. His friend replied that it seemed like all the doors were gates that would lead in circles. Kim turned to him, suggesting they return to the second floor, to which he agreed. A staircase was shown, and when the protagonist inquired about how many people had passed the test, he was told he didn't know, and he himself was ill-informed. The characters climbed the steps, and the young man remarked that everything seemed odd, asking if the employees should at least have information about it, and replied that he thought only a couple of people in the entire office knew. The hunter's eyes were shown as he listened to questions about how they were supposed to pass something similar themselves, wanting them to spend expensive items on it, thinking it was interesting. Kim put his hands in his pockets as he headed toward the elevator, musing that tormenting guests like this was a disgusting hobby, even if they had asked to meet. There was energy behind the young man as he considered that he had to admit it was a good labyrinth. He almost wanted to meet the mage who had created it. An electric current led into the elevator, and he thought about how the labyrinth, created from magic, and the atmosphere reminded him of his home. And looked at Kim, wondering what they would do, undress, and look for a way out. He mentioned that they were just wandering aimlessly for now, but the hero told him not to worry. The young man touched the wall, reflecting on how he had lost almost all of his abilities, but he could handle such a task. A green image appeared over his shoulder, as he closed his eyes, deep in thought. He extended his palm in front of him, understanding that the magical structure was simple, but by human standards, it was an incredible level, and spoke of what he had found. His friend was stunned, exclaiming how it had happened when Kim pointed to the top floor. The boy extended his hand, expressing his question, asking about the elevator needing to be sent to another floor so the space behind the door would be empty, and asked him again. The young man turned around, wondering if the shaft was vertical and if the box moved vertically. He was told it was. His friend looked questioningly when the hero asked him to wait a minute. Kim pressed the button, wondering if he should call the elevator first. The young man peered inside, reaching for the floor button. He pressed 60, wondering if he should be sent to the top floor. He thought about getting out quickly before it left, asking his friend to step back. The hero kicked off. The young man kicked the elevator door when and asked what he was trying to do. Kim kicked. The friend watched in amazement. The young man was focused. He kicked the door open into the darkness, and was stunned, asking what it was and why. The young man turned his eyes to the side, hearing the hero calling for him to follow. He asked in surprise where, and Kim explained that the floor on this floor was connected to the floor above by a gate. The young man stepped into the darkness. He shouted that he needed to jump and plummeted downward, after which his friend called out to him. The protagonist was falling. A large space surrounded him. He calmly navigated the darkness when a beam of light fell on his face. He stepped onto the floor. A magical flame blazed behind the boys. His friend noted that he had jumped from higher hills in the gate, wondering why it was scarier here. The protagonist's gaze shifted forward when he heard someone praise him. Someone sat in a high chair with his back to him, remarking on how they had managed to get here. The woman turned around, smiling, and remarked that she had done it faster than all the people who had tried to navigate the labyrinth. The young man looked at her, listening to her explain that she hadn't thought they would find a hidden escape route, and that was impressive. The woman placed her hand on the table, announcing that the free lunch was over. Esther placed her hand on her belt, declaring that she, from the magic tower, was their new opponent. The woman looked at them, motioning for him to sit. The woman crossed her arms and asked the young man if he would introduce the man next to her. He seemed to be an excellent analyst. Esther sat on the sofa, explaining that with mediocre skills they wouldn't get out of there. She had upped the difficulty, but they still got here easily. The protagonist sat down opposite her, wondering if she had created the labyrinth and if she truly had a peculiar personality. He said he would introduce himself as Kim Jiri. The woman placed her hands on her knees, remarking that she liked capable people. They, hunters with rare attributes, should get along, addressing the young man. And looked at the young man when he repeated his question, wondering what this meant. The woman smiled, replying that awakened ones with analytical skills were very hard to find, hence their rarity. The young man approached the boy, mentioning that Esther was one of the few awakened ones with the curse attribute in the entire world. The young man considered curses. Lilac magic flared around the girl as the hero mused on how he'd come across information about their organization during his search. Esther hunts monsters using status anomalies like weakening or slowing. One man was enveloped in fire energy, the other raised his palm, which flared with green magic as the hero reflected on how magic had only just begun to be used in this world, making people with such complex skills a rarity. Most awakened ones were similar to Zhong or Kong, all using powerful but simple magic, and was attacking while Kim was musing that people with defensive or restoration skills like his friend were much rarer, while those who used curses or complex magic like brainwashing could be counted on one hand. Esther placed her finger on the man's forehead. The young man apologized for his ignorance. Kim looked ahead, saying he wasn't following the news very closely, and a notification appeared about a +1 level, an improvement in his skill at deceiving others. The girl smiled, remarking that he seemed to be the type to throw himself into his work. She often appeared on live broadcasts. The woman touched his chin, surmising that such a skilled analyst was surely in high demand, suggesting they get down to business. Esther crossed her arms, asking him why he had approached the magic tower. The friend looked at the hero, suggesting that it wasn't really his turn to approach, while Kim mentioned that he needed to enter the gate. He reached into his jacket pocket, noting that the young man had simply helped set up a meeting because the staff wouldn't listen to a low-ranking hunter. The woman inquired about his rank. The man placed the card on the table, and the woman replied, "Okay, F rank." Esther smiled, noting that this was common among analysts, though lowly even among them. The hero looked into her eyes, wondering why she was surprised that an F ranker had managed to navigate the labyrinth. The woman asked why he'd go through the gates. If he wanted to gather resources, that would be a problem. The woman lowered her head, noting that even her own tree resources wouldn't work. The man replied that he wouldn't even touch them. Esther clarified that he wasn't looking for the fruit, and she still had a hard time giving permission. The hero watched intently, asking why. She said an analyst from another guild had come to see them, asking if his greeting was in. So they were both from the Neo Brotherhood, correct? The girl folded her hands on her steak, inquiring about his thoughts on the cost of a monopoly on a single gate, saying she had no intention of enriching other guilds with her hard work. Kim sat quietly on the couch, listening to her explain that if he still needed to enter, she preferred not to see the hunters, and that this should be a guild-to-guild conversation. He wondered if Esther would only speak to the bigwigs, not a low-ranking hunter. The girl explained that, just for the record, she doesn't have favorites, and doesn't like haggling, so he should convey that to his guild. The woman smiled as she told him to consider his reputation and a suitable fee next time he wanted to enter. Kim pondered this, wondering why she was so jealous, guarding a gate she herself would value at best as a D rank. The green monster frowned as the young man pondered how unaware she was of half the valuable resources there, and turned to her. Esther was surprised when Kim mentioned not being affiliated with any guilds and asked again, and excited, began exclaiming that the guy didn't even have a team, let alone a guild. He was always alone. He covered his face when the hunter mentioned that she thought he was an analyst, but he'd never done anything like that, and was the only person in that field he knew. Esther was dumbfounded to hear that their deal wouldn't benefit other guilds. It was his personal request. He glanced at her, pondering what might be worth mentioning that he had no intention of entering someone else's gates for free, when she interrupted him with her reasoning. The woman laughed sarcastically. She stood up, leaning on the table, enveloped in magic. The green monster wondered what had suddenly come over the woman. Esther, smiling, looked at the hero. Kim was surprised, trying to push the thought of that strange smile out of his mind. He was musing on how he hadn't even mentioned the most important detail. The girl smiled, wondering what the boy meant, that he was an independent hunter with analytical skills. She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming why the boy hadn't mentioned that from the start. The woman shouted his name, to which he responded. Esther placed her hand on his belt, offering to join the magic tower, saying she was hiring him right now, asking what the point of asking for just a pass was, and offering him a gate. The hunter looked at her friend, wondering how tempting it was and whether she was serious, and shared that major guilds don't skimp on magic stones and equipment. The friend looked at the young man and whispered that they were always trying to poach analysts from each other. Kim understood this for sure and thought that primitive people couldn't assess the purity of magical stones with a single glance. A hand appeared in front of Kim's face as he considered the need for appraisers to avoid fraud in trade. The girl extended her hand, voicing the figure for the down payment, 500 million. The young man was surprised and asked again. Esther wondered why that wasn't enough, and the Neo Brotherhood was offering more. The woman clutched her head, screaming that it wasn't enough for them to steal Anna, wondering why they always took the hunters she wanted. The guy was thinking about 500 million. The green monster and the hero imagined full plates, wondering how many bowls of soup that was. Esther adjusted her hair, saying that there were plenty of good appraisers in the magic tower, so they wouldn't overburden him. Kim looked at her and asked if she was serious about offering 500 million. The woman folded her palms, confirming. The hero closed his eyes, imagining simply sitting at a desk, sorting items, and rolling in cash, without even having to do the dangerous work of a hunter. That sounded good, and the woman added that the work schedule was only 4 days a week. The guy looked up, asking again. Esther replied that the appraisal department was open 4 days a week, and that's great, right? The protagonist realized, as his eyes turned white about the work schedule. His finger pressed the button. The green monster sat on a chair with system windows, thinking about how he'd reincarnated only to retire, wondering about being offered a permanent position again. The monster frowned, realizing he had to get up every morning, work overtime, greet the boss, and listen to stupid complaints. The young man clutched his head, knowing he absolutely refused to work. The girl held the document on the table, wondering if she should add a small incentive, and clutched his chin when he saw the amount. Esther said she was happy to come back anytime if her friend changed his mind. Kim apologized. He stared ahead, stating his forced refusal. The woman leaned forward, asking how much he wanted, and was told it wasn't about the money. Kim looked at her, expressing his lack of desire to join the guilds. The girl's thoughtful eyes were revealed. She responded calmly, saying that if that was his answer she would. Esther crossed her arms, wondering if he was sure, since he would have to pay for passage through the gates himself if he refused her. The young man crossed his fingers after hearing about whether he could raise such a large sum and said he'd like to discuss it. Kim stood up, explaining that he had a special material that, if added to the concrete for the outer walls of buildings, would impart some resistance to skills. Esther crossed her arms as he explained that the building would survive even a monster attack, the trick being that the material absorbed mana. The young man's legs were revealed. Kim touched the glass, asking if maintaining a barrier around a large building was taking a heavy toll on his wallet, wasn't it? The woman tilted her head as he explained that it should be enough to pay for passage through the gate. She leaned on her elbow, saying it was more than enough, but only if what he said was true. The young man made it clear she could check for herself. The hero placed the packet on the table, explaining that only he knew where to get the material, but was willing to share the secret. Burning creatures fell before the young man's eyes as he wondered what he'd used to defeat the bats, and whether this sand could absorb mana. He looked down, musing that he'd been forced to reveal this card early, but people were constantly messing around with the gates, so they would have discovered it soon enough. The hero considered selling it at a high price while he still had the chance. Esther held the packet in her hands, curious about how this sand was so effective. She turned her head to look at him and asked if he intended to use such valuable information to enter a simple gate, and if he even intended to share it with other guilds. Kim thought she had no idea what gate she called simple. He clarified that he had to promise not to trade with others. Coffee was brought into the office when Esther pointed out that if he did, he'd end up in the red. The secretary placed the mugs on the table. The young man remarked that perhaps she was right, but that was all he needed, asking her to name it. The young man looked at her, mentioning helping a colleague with a rare attribute. The young woman stared back silently. The sun was setting over the city horizon. Rays of light fell into Esther's office when the secretary addressed her. She asked if anything was bothering the young woman. The woman raised the mug to her lips, lost in thought. The young woman stared ahead, saying that it was nothing, just a little joke with their guest. The maid asked again. She remembered the two young men leaving, asking if the young woman was referring to the same guests who had recently arrived, and inquired if she had cast another curse. The secretary placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming that she had promised not to do that again. Esther replied that it was just funny. The girl drank from the mug, explaining that it wasn't some terrible curse, like stubbing your little toe. The woman asked what exactly she had cast. She raised her finger, explaining that sneezing lasted for 30 seconds, and was told it was a childish prank. Esther placed the mug on the saucer when she heard the question about not knowing anyone sneezing, and replied that it was true. The girl reasoned that she was right. The woman placed the mug on the table, remembering when she had activated the skill. Esther's eye lit up with a magical light. Kim drank from the mug, shrouded in energy, when she remembered that he should have started sneezing uncontrollably. The hero's pupils contracted when the woman mentioned something unexpected. She crossed her arms, realizing that the man had looked her straight in the eye. The man held a mug in his hands as the girl recalled the anger in his gaze. Esther stared thoughtfully ahead, realizing he'd known all along. She looked at her colleague, explaining that her curse worked even on S ranks, but hadn't worked on him, and wondered where this guy had come from. The man held a piece of paper, explaining that he'd brought the test results of the material the hunter had given him, and that it did indeed have an absorbing effect. Esther lowered her head, listening to him so readily share such valuable material, wondering if perhaps the young man was trying to make a good impression on her. She was only thinking of her anxiety. The man and the woman stood before the woman when she ordered them to obtain all available information about Kim Jair, and said what would be done. The sun shone brightly in the sky when Esther added that she needed to understand what kind of person he was. The moon illuminated the tower at night. The hero leaned over, clutching his stomach. His friend asked if he was okay. He held himself together, exhaling, going over in his head what he needed to remember. Coffee, right? Knowing he'd never drink it again. Kim explained that he'd assumed it was a drink for distinguished guests, so he'd taken a deep sip. The young man, closing his eyes, drank from the mug. He opened his eyes wide, unsure of what was happening. A tin can was shown, and the hero wondered about the smell of industrial glue from the alfeary. Liquid was leaking from the boy's mouth. Kim sat on the couch, wondering if it was right to serve such a thing to guests. The hero glanced at the girl, realizing their gazes had met. His hand shook as he brought the mug to his mouth. The woman asked if the coffee tasted bad, but he denied it, saying it was delicious, arguing that he couldn't spit it out because it would give away his identity. The plot suggested that some clarification was needed. The protagonist had a green monster on his head while it was explained that Kim Jiri's body was controlled by alien magic. The monster tugged at the boy's hair, and it was explained that the enemy would need to understand the structure of magic better than him to take control of his body, and that drugs, hypnosis, and so on would have no effect. His trembling hand pressed the button while it was explained that even the curses of an S-rank hunter were being treated, and he reflected on how he nearly died, and stood behind the young man, discussing the material Esther had obtained, saying that no one else knew about it. The young man looked at him in surprise, saying he had truly never heard of anything like it. Sand that could instantly extinguish a flamethrower's flame and strengthen buildings. The protagonist replied that he had recently discovered it himself. Kim held a bottle of water, listening to the question about how he understood his value. The young man had handed him over from the guild without registering with the association. His friend raised his hand to his face, inquiring about his intentional non-cooperation with the association, and was told it was the association. The hero looked at his interlocutor, explaining that he simply wanted to make a good impression on Esther. It dawned on Anna when he exclaimed, and the young man asked what it was. The young man frowned, asking if she was his type, and the hero replied, "What makes you think that?" He had no feelings for the girl. Two silhouettes were depicted when the friend said he understood. The young man watched, listening attentively to the question of what he hoped to find in the gate to have come this far. The next day, sunlight bathed Kim's house. He stretched, saying his body ached. The boy glanced at the ironing board, saying he'd check to see if they were dry. He recalled the monsters rushing at him and explained that yesterday he and An had been at the gate, the entrance to which he'd bargained with Esther. The demons were approaching them. The boy raised his fist. The protagonist recalled his comrade fighting and noted that thanks to him, the hunt had been successful. Collecting the monster wings, MC reflected on how easily he'd achieved his goal, the essential ingredient for crafting the mana booster, the wings of the demonic fairies. Examining the items, the protagonist reflected on how he wasn't sure he'd be able to obtain them, but thanks to him, he had. Looking at the wings, emitting a bright light, Kim remarked that this was excellent. Everything was going according to plan. After obtaining the most difficult material, collecting the rest was relatively easy. As he left, he added that he had just become one step closer to regaining his former power. Once he could wield magic again, the era of Homo sapiens would end. Opening the refrigerator, the protagonist announced that it was time to get his daily nutrients. He heard a knock and looked away. Closing the refrigerator door, MC wondered who was there, a friend or relative of Kim's. The men stood in front of the door. Looking at them, the guy wondered if it was someone he knew in life. Things could get complicated. The men stood before him and said they were from the Hunters Association. The girl showed her ID and asked if she could speak with him for a minute. MC took a step toward Song. She calmly said that she apologized for such a sudden visit, but according to the rules, they were required to hold such events without prior notice. She glanced into the guy's apartment and asked to officially explain the reason for their visit. They had received a report of a suspect in illegally registering his awakening level, and as a result of the investigation, he was suspected of fraud for falsifying his rank. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Sun glanced at him and noted that they would need to reevaluate his rank, so he should follow them to the association now if he didn't want to be taken away by force. A powerful aura emanated from the men. Confused, MC thought that lunch was definitely out of the question today. The car drove along the road. Looking at the girl, MC thought that to explain why this stern woman with long hair appeared before him only now, he would have to go back a few weeks. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face. Sun looked at him. His expression was tense. The girl remembered how the guy had calmly declared his rank to be F. A stunned Song asked how he'd managed to catch a rookie assassin, to which he replied that it was pure luck. The astonished girl listened as Kim explained that the foolish bird had crashed head-on into the wall, and the plot revealed that Kim's reaction was so uncharacteristic of an F rank that she immediately began to suspect him of faking it. She checked the guy's documents and clarified whether he was really only an F rank. Holding her chin, Song asked if there was only one record of entering the gate throughout his entire hunter career. She examined the protagonist's photo and wondered how someone who had only passed through an F rank gate once could single-handedly defeat a C rank monster in broad daylight. The puzzled girl thought that if such a person had rigged their rank, it could be dangerous. No one knew what they would do to weaker hunters. She started typing while the plot told us that Song lacked the authority to investigate further, so she filed a report of suspicion against Hunter Kim and buried the case. The girl was looking at the protagonist's file. She suddenly became stunned. Song was considering Young, who had returned unconscious, and we were told that everything changed when Young, who had returned unconscious from the gate, filed a report against MC. Closing her eyes, the girl began to reason that she was merely a civil servant, but if even the national hero Young had suspicions, that was a different matter. She calmly added that Kim had undoubtedly concealed his true rank. She expected him to resist or flee after being notified of the reevaluation, but he was surprisingly accommodating. She recalled the guy's apartment and emphasized that his place looked cramped and old. Crossing her arms, Song mused that even if Kim were a D rank, he wouldn't live like this. Perhaps he was frugal, or had hidden assets. Clutching his head, the protagonist asked how much a reevaluation would cost, as he had no money on him. He was told the test cost almost 500,000 won, but since it was a reevaluation for an investigation, payment was not required. The girl stood in front of him and noted that this was only if his rank remained the same. If rank falsification was discovered, he would be fined and charged for the test. The guy shifted his gaze. He glanced at the others. Watching the people breathing into the tubes, the protagonist wondered if it was an evaluation device, as they couldn't accurately measure the strength of someone with breathing problems. Having calmed down, MC began to reason that, given that he was a heavy smoker and his lungs were damaged, there was nothing to worry about. Song turned and asked him to follow her. A reassessment was being conducted using the latest equipment, as the existing method was inaccurate for people with lung disease. Confused, the young man silently wondered if the humans were already aware of similar problems and had fixed them. Kim approached the device and cried out that there had been a misunderstanding. The humans grabbed him, saying they would begin right away. The hunters dragged him toward the device. The protagonist was in shock. Sunlight bathed the building of the Awakened Assessment Center, where they announced the results were ready. Holding the documents in front of her, Song declared that if they significantly differed from his rank, he would be declared a fraud. The girl calmly remarked that she was sure MC had seen what happened when someone was found guilty of perjury. A frightened MC silently wondered who would have thought such advanced equipment would be there, and whether his immense mana, previously hidden due to his lung problems, would now be revealed. Looking at the girl, he asked where he should begin his explanation. The truth was, he was an alien and possessed Kim's body, but he was a heavy smoker, so his lungs were damaged. He was horrified by the thought of the nearly 500,000 won fee for the test. A stunned Song informed him that there were no signs of tampering. His level had increased by about 2 after a year, but that wasn't a problem, so there was no need to worry. Confused, the protagonist wondered if the increase had actually occurred. Sitting before her, MC inquired if it was possible for this level to continue to rise in the future. She replied that it wasn't. Usually, after such an increase, it stopped changing. The level inherent in awakening couldn't increase naturally. Taken aback, the boy concluded that this body had indeed had F-rank mana all along. Clenching his fist, MC considered the possibility that the reason he'd been failing at magic was because his mana reservoir was empty to begin with, not because his output device or lungs were broken. He was suddenly surprised. The main character remembered watching the monster, and noticing that when he'd passed along the same path, the golem hadn't seen him and attacked N's team. He imagined himself climbing on top of the monster, trying to make himself visible. Stunned, MC wondered if the golem hadn't even recognized him as an intruder. The girl looked at him with a surprised expression. Looking down, Kim thought it was time to admit it. His reincarnation spell had completely failed, and now he would live on this planet as the weakest, low-level mage. Evening had fallen. Walking down the street, the main character thought that even though he was a great mage, that didn't guarantee he wouldn't encounter setbacks. Perhaps it was for the best that they dealt with it quickly. In any case, all suspicions were now removed. The boy shifted his gaze. Song, walking alongside, asked if he was sure he didn't need to go to the hospital, as low-level awakened often experienced side effects after the test if he was still dizzy. Kim calmly replied that he was grateful for the concern, but he was indeed fine. Surprised, the girl listened to his question about how she knew he was home today, in broad daylight on a weekday. Smiling, Song replied that it was her ability as an awakened. She was a sleuth. Or, in simpler terms, a tracking ability. He could search the internet for more detailed information. MC gestured for her to stop while the girl explained how she could pinpoint the location of objects or people in real time, a skill best suited for tracking criminals. The girl was terrified. There was blood on the ground. Stunned, Song looked down. Examining the animal's corpse, she said it was a raccoon, apparently hit by a car. She calmly remarked that something like that sometimes happened there. Kim picked up the animal, saying it was a waste of precious jewelry. Confused, Song suggested that the raccoon had been dead for a long time, making it dangerous to touch, to which she replied that he would simply wash his hands later. The protagonist stood up, saying he was going home. If he turned down that alley, his house would be right there. They weren't far. Confused, the girl asked him to proceed carefully. We were shown the monsters and told that there are 2 main materials for creating golems on Alpha Uri. Mineral golems, made of rocks and metals, and organic golems, made from animal corpses. Simply put, Kim had simply gotten a good test subject. Holding the beast in his hands, the protagonist thought it was a stroke of luck. Biological samples were scattered all over the ground. As soon as he finished the mana booster, he would test it on this specimen. Sun's eyes widened in surprise. Watching him go, the girl remarked that the guy had a soft side, while we were told that the Earthling, unaware of the circumstances, was greatly impressed by MC's actions. Night had fallen. Examining the beast's corpse, the guy said it didn't mix well. Clutching his head, he wondered if it was because of the humidity, as it was pointless to try to achieve the right concentration without the right tools. His phone began vibrating while the protagonist was saying he needed to replenish his magic, even if it was just F-rank mana. MC glanced at the screen and wondered who was calling at this hour. He remembered reading an article online and noticing that it had been a mistake to add analytical skills to his profile after reading that post about interests, unaware that it would be visible to strangers. He looked at his phone and thought about how the moment he added analytical skills, search suggestions immediately started coming in. MC looked up and said he was too tired to even answer. He turned his attention to his phone and asked if that was another search suggestion. His gaze fell on an ad for a new chocolate bar. Confused, the guy asked if he was in a convenience store. Walking down the street, the protagonist said he was tired. Sighing, Kim stated that they said the chocolate was made especially for him. It would be rude to ignore them. The car was parked in a dark alley. He approached the car. People were watching him through the tinted glass. They started to leave. Kim started to leave. He was grabbed by the neck. The protagonist was scared. He was losing consciousness. The man stood in front of him. The protagonist's hands were tied, and he thought his head was hurting. If it had been magic, he could have dodged it, but the physical attack left him no chance. He then asked how long he had been unconscious. His eyes were blindfolded. Sitting in a chair, the guy came to the conclusion that this planet was a terrible place. He couldn't understand who could have done such a heinous thing. MC heard voices saying that there was an F-rank guy there. Crossing his arms, the stranger suggested they would make it in time, then asked if he really was an F-rank, to which he replied that the man had deliberately sent D-rank guys to ambush him, and he hadn't even flinched. Smiling, the bandit asked him to make sure nothing was broken and to fix any scratches. The protagonist, head down, overheard the boss arrive. The boys bowed their heads. MC was taken aback when he heard that the VIP client would inspect the goods later, and that they could start preparing now. Grinning, the guy asked them to stop. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he asked if the tied-up man was awake. He began walking toward him. The bandit ripped the blindfold from Kim's eyes. The protagonist glanced at him. Kang, looking pleased, emphasized that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The guy stood in front of him and assumed he was confused by his sudden arrival there, then asked if he needed an explanation. Smiling, Kang explained that a rumor had recently spread through their industry about a hunter with exceptional analytical abilities who had navigated the magical labyrinth in the tower. MC was taken aback by the comment that the catch was that he was an F-rank analyst. The hunter looked him in the eye and stated that his high ability level and low rank made him an easy target for criminals, after which the protagonist asked what they would do with him. The man, looking pleased, said they would sell him. There were plenty of people who wanted to hide the capabilities of their equipment. He noted with satisfaction that they needed personal analysts, and asked if MC knew how expensive analyst contracts were, after which the man suggested that kidnapping people was cheaper. MC frowned at the comment that it was incomparable, especially the upkeep costs. Kang, smiling, said that D-rank and below were good because they had low resistance to brainwashing and were very useful. The bandits, looking pleased, heard the hunter explain that he had previously bought Awaken there. If he brainwashed them, they wouldn't betray him. Watching the bandit's client, the protagonist asked if he planned to help him. With a wave of his hand, Kang announced that he had other things to attend to, so he would go. The kidnappers approached him. Stunned, Kim realized he shouldn't have reincarnated in this place. The door suddenly opened. The protagonist was thrown into a dark room. The soldiers watched him, commenting on how he didn't even have a blindfold. The protagonist turned around. Sitting on the floor, MC wondered why they'd left him there alone. They weren't going to sell him right now, having placed him there. He suddenly smelled a scent. He noticed an object on the table. Examining it, he wondered if it was a magical artifact. Kim calmly mused that it resembled a sleeping pill. Judging by its intensity, it could put even a B-rank to sleep, but it wouldn't work on a great mage like him. Untying his laces, MC emphasized that it didn't matter now. First, he needed to escape. He began tugging at the laces with his teeth. The protagonist tried to free his hands by friction. Kim broke the ties. Lowering his head, the protagonist emphasized that even if he was immune to brainwashing, it was dangerous to be sold without the ability to use magic. Feeling for his pocket, the guy said that first, he should report it. He noted with a puzzled expression that his phone was not there, then thought that this was natural. No one would leave their belongings with a kidnapping victim. Rising to his feet, Kim inquired about what he could use to escape. His gaze fell on the object emitting a smell. He picked up the incense burner, saying it was all he had. The guards stood in front of the door. They suddenly heard a crash. A powerful glow emanated through the doors. Covering their noses from the smell, the guys asked what it was. MC hit one of the bandits with the incense burner. The stranger was shocked. The aroma began to affect him. The bandit fell to his knees. The protagonist stood over him. Looking at the artifact, he noticed its undeniable effect. A phone lay at his feet, and he considered getting out of there quickly before someone noticed and grabbed him. He picked it up and remarked that it was just in time. Kim started dialing emergency services and thought that if he were an ordinary earthling, there was always someone he could call in such a critical moment. He raised the phone to his ear. Surprised, he heard the police operator ask what had happened. As he left, the main character explained that he had been kidnapped. The protagonist, calmly repeating that he had been kidnapped, looked at the screen and wondered why they couldn't hear him and if the phone was broken. MC started typing a message, thinking he'd try leaving a message. Maybe that would work better. Surprised, he noticed he'd received a reply from a bot. He typed a question about how long it would take to get there, and then received a similar reply. Glancing at the bandit, MC wondered if it was an automated reply, if they'd even read his message, noting that it was reassuring. The frustrated protagonist concluded it hadn't worked. He needed a backup plan. He pocketed his phone. Picking up the incense burner, the protagonist decided it was time to continue his escape. The bandits were walking through the hangar. They were surprised and asked what it was. Their gaze fell on the smoke ahead. MC emerged from the smoke. He began spinning the incense burner. He swung it, preparing to attack. He hurled it at the opponents. The blow knocked one of the bandits down. The stunned young man asked if this was the awakened one they'd kidnapped. The protagonist punched him in the face, causing blood to spurt from the stranger's nose. Standing over the kidnappers, Kim explained that, as expected, the most effective way to use this magical artifact was to simply hit someone in the nose. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if he needed to find an exit to get out of there. He had no idea what the building was like, and all the windows were blocked. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the energy flow, MC emphasized that even someone trapped in an F-rank body could detect the enormous wave of mana. It was a gate. He remembered walking toward the portal. Examining the gate, the young man noted that there was definitely an exit from this building. They were usually located in wide, open spaces, like on hills. Using this as a landmark, he could find his way out. A crowd of people were walking toward him, shouting that the kidnapped person was escaping. Kim glanced at the stairs and added that he needed to go down first. The guy suddenly froze. Turning around, he heard voices. The bandits started following him. They were taken aback when they saw the object in his hands. Turning around, the protagonist declared that they were too late. He was preparing to attack. The bandits covered their noses. MC waved his hand. The bandit caught the incense burner. He seriously exclaimed that this was a stupid F rank. The man rushed into battle. The guy was pinned against the wall. Looking him in the eye, the bandit said that he usually didn't touch the goods for sale, but today, the protagonist grabbed his arm. He kneed the man in the face. The kidnapper flew to the side. Kim was sitting on the floor. Looking at the unconscious criminals, the protagonist said that everything was very complicated. The guy turned his attention to his self-defense weapon. Examining the object, he wondered if he'd run out of mana, adding that he'd been spotted trying to escape. His legs had given out, and now the sensor. Looking at the gate, he concluded that it really wouldn't be easy to get out. Examining the mana flows, MC thought it was the exit. He could feel the gate's energy wave behind that door. As he left, Kim began to reason that, given the typical architectural style of this world, if there was a large door, it must lead outside. He began opening the doors. His face was calm. People turned their attention to him. The man asked in surprise what was there. Watching them, the protagonist wondered what was going on. Glancing at the hunter, the guy thought the gate was inside the building and that Khan was there too. He'd screwed up. If he'd stayed outside, he must have sensed the magic and come there. The bandit waved his hand and asked what the F rank had done to their people on the top floor. Frowning, he called him a fool. Perplexed, Kim realized he'd figured it out. Looking at the bandits, he began to speculate that these guys had no idea he'd used the sensor to knock out their subordinates. He could have misled them all and escaped if that man hadn't been there. His gaze fell on Kong. Adjusting his hat, the stranger apologized, saying they'd almost completed a major deal, and now this had happened. Standing before the man, he asked for help. He needed Kong to catch that hunter. The transport would arrive at midnight. Their men could handle it, but it would be faster and more reliable if an S-rank hunter intervened. Narrowing his eyes, Kim wondered if he'd shifted the blame to the VIP. Smiling, Kong replied that he'd help, since they were in the same boat. The man then offered a discount, since the hunter had mentioned he needed an analyst too. The guy walked toward the protagonist and asked if he'd heard that. Standing in front of him, Kong emphasized that they were selling it for a low price, apparently knowing the merchandise would soon break in several places. The hunter looked him in the eye and asked how about running away right now. Smiling, he added that the back door was wide open. Considering how hard he tried, if he ran now, Kong would leave things as they were this time. MC asked seriously if the hunter had seen him escape before. Kong was taken aback by what he'd heard. Kim narrowed his eyes, memories of the hunter flashing through his mind. The guy replied seriously that he'd never seen anything like that. He stared intently at the kidnapped man. Looking at him, the man asked if the protagonist was telling him he wouldn't run away this time either. Extending his hand, he offered to settle this properly right there, to which he was told it wasn't the right place for a fight. Raising his hands, MC declared he'd simply surrender. Kong, looking pleased, asked if the guy had beaten all the guards and gotten there, and was now surrendering, and did Kim think he'd believe it? The protagonist, looking serious, thought he wouldn't trust the words of someone who'd once escaped. He saw blue mana and wondered what was going on. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist mentally wondered what that was. A man had passed through a portal. He asked with a smile if the boss was there. Watching the scene, Kim silently wondered if it was a gate. Squinting, he concluded it wasn't a gate, but a magical passage used for the spatial movement skill. The man approached him, saying he was right on time, 12 o'clock. He was always so punctual. Kong, hands in his pockets, asked if the man was the ferryman. Kim watched the boys discuss the rare mage with the ability to teleport, capable of transporting even people. Confused, the protagonist wondered if he should use this chance to escape. A blue aura enveloped the hunter. He filled his hand with energy. He punched the teleportation mage in the face. The stranger flew into the wall. MC was surprised. The man was shocked. The mage was dead. Clenching his fists, Kong turned his attention to the bandit, who asked what was going on. The buyers were taken aback by the hunter's words. "I've wasted so much time and money on such a minor issue. Someone awakened with teleportation can escape the moment you let your guard down, making it difficult to use properly." Smiling, Kong stated that he didn't care at all whether the man was initially involved in illegal trade or capturing the gate. Confused, Kim wondered in his mind what was going on. His eyes began to glow. He approached the people, saying that illegally abducting an awakened person abroad was a completely different matter. The hunter charged at the guy who was shouting for the boss to enter the gate. He struck him with devastating force. The protagonist stood motionless. Turning around, MC reflected that, as expected, he was unbeatable. It wasn't for nothing that he was an S rank. Watching the fight, Kim reflected that hunter ranks initially ranged from A to F, but at some point, people with incredible strength began to appear, incomparable even to A-rank hunters. Kong punched a man in the face while we were being told that this belated non-standard level was called S-rank. A powerful blow rang out while the protagonist reasoned that this was essentially the top of the food chain. The man trembled with fear. He sat on the floor and begged for mercy. Khan stood before him and replied that it was a very foolish request in such a situation. The hunter, with a satisfied expression, emphasized the point that it was pointless. The boss was horrified. Kim watched as the guy finished off the last one. Stunned, he realized he really shouldn't have messed with Kong. The guys exchanged glances. The police arrived at the hangar. The stunned hunter asked if the protagonist had called the police, to which he responded affirmatively. The guy was taken aback. He looked at MC and told him not to try to drag him into this organization. He only stopped them because they were abducting awakened Koreans abroad. Kim stood quietly and declared that this was the job of the police. Khan imagined the hunters and explained that if the protagonist had known how slow the police usually were, he wouldn't have said so. Previously, finding this place would have taken several days, when most of the awakened working for government agencies went into the hunting business, and manpower became scarce. With his hands in his pockets, the guy added that this time everything happened much faster, and it seemed to him that their hunter MC had really given up. Touching his shoulder, the guy emphasized that while he was curious, since it was late, he wouldn't ask any questions. As Khan walked away, the protagonist yelled for him to stop. He noticed the siren. Examining the corpses in the hangar, the protagonist thought that in this situation, if this stupid S-ranker disappeared like this, what would happen next would be obvious. The police entered. They pointed their guns at the guy. They grabbed him and told him that if MC used his abilities, the punishment would be harsher, after which Kim claimed he had called them. He listened with a puzzled expression as they told him he couldn't move, as he was currently violating the special law regarding the crimes of the awakened. They began to lead him away, while the protagonist asked if they were really treating a good alien like this. The girl stepped forward and asked them to stop. Trying to catch her breath, Song asked if it was Kim. She asked, looking puzzled, why he was handcuffed. They began to uncuff him when the girl confirmed that it was the protagonist who had reported the kidnapping. Song showed her her phone and told her that Hunter N had contacted her. Glancing at the messages, the protagonist heard and say he'd received this from him. The guy himself was currently traversing a dungeon near the city. He'd received the message while working. The policemen suddenly looked taken aback. They turned their attention to the man, who called for the commander. Holding documents in his hands, the agent reported that they'd identified all the unconscious people, and it appeared they were wanted for human trafficking. This was the organization that had recently kidnapped and sent awakened people abroad. Apparently, this was their meeting place. The girl was horrified by what she heard. A stunned Song thought she'd heard about this, that the leaders were so skilled at hiding that they were difficult to track, while the commander reasoned that this was probably the boss's quarters, and since it was in such a state, the organization had likely been destroyed. The guy stood in front of the protagonist and asked if he had done all this, to which he replied that it wasn't so, it was Kong, that crazy one. Crossing his arms, the policeman declared that there were unconscious people on the first floor. Sighing, Kim thought it couldn't be helped. He solemnly stated that he actually did it to protect himself. A thoughtful Song began to reason that MC wasn't even tied up. He'd been found in the boss's quarters and had reported everything himself. She turned her attention to the gate. While the guy held the sensor in his hands, the girl thought she just noticed that he had almost no external wounds. Despite being nearly sold abroad, he was completely indifferent. She seriously wondered if the protagonist had really been kidnapped. Watching him, Song assumed he'd planned it all himself. Morning arrived. The guy, with a serious expression, said he hadn't planned it. He glanced at the sensor. Crossing his arms, MC said he thought getting such a magical tool for free was a good deal. Examining the sensor, the protagonist mentally noted that if the police couldn't figure out its effect or even its rightful owner, it must be quite a rare item. He liked the fact that he could recharge it and keep using it. He remembered sitting in the police station and added that someone had escaped and left him to suffer alone. It would be better to just laugh about it. Holding the item in front of him, the protagonist stated that it could only be used on people. It wouldn't work on animals or monsters. Green steam was coming out of the kettle. The guy turned off the gas. Pouring the liquid into a mug, MC noted that he'd got it right. It was the perfect color. Looking at the drink, Kim reflected on how he'd crafted something like this from low-quality materials on a distant planet. He truly was a legendary, brilliant archmage. Examining the potion, the protagonist emphasized that it was a mana booster, which, when consumed, raised the minimum threshold required to activate mana, allowing for the temporary use of magic, similar to how a lighter's flint provides initial energy. The protagonist began to drink the drink. Setting the cup down, he said it was good, his breathing was fine, and then reflected that the potion's effect lasted 5 minutes, enough time to complete one spell. Blue mana emanated from his hand. Closing his eyes, the young man emphasized that they would try his first spell on Earth. Kim imbued his leg with mana and said he would restore his right kneecap and calf muscle. Closing his eyes, he noted that he had applied a physical fixation and halted his aging. Taking a step forward, MC asked if it had worked. He began to move his leg and thought it was working, no more pain, but it was too early to celebrate. Looking down, the alien in the boy's body emphasized that the upcoming journey would be a long marathon. He had now seen for himself that Kim's mana was rubbish. He watched the energy emanate from his finger, and considered that his mana was being used up even when casting a basic spell, and that his lungs were weak, so he couldn't use the boosting elixir often. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character concluded that he shouldn't rush things. In any case, it was a success. He walked through the apartment and noted that he needed to stay positive, and in the meantime, he'd see what he had for today. He opened the refrigerator. Someone knocked on the door. Kim went to the door and thought it might be Dream again. Opening the door, the boy asked who it was. A man stood before him, saying he was just about to call. The protagonist calmly concluded it was the landlord. Holding his head, he greeted him. He was surprised by the question about how hard this month had been. The protagonist was taken aback by the words that he still hadn't received this month's rent. After handing over the letters, the landlord asked if he hadn't even paid the utilities yet, as 3 months had already passed and he couldn't wait any longer. He'd brought him his mail because it was falling out of the mailbox. The dumbfounded guy clutched his head and wondered how many monthly payments there were. Holding his hands behind his back, the man declared that if MC continued like this, they would keep calling him. He needed to pay everything quickly, and he'd just wait until the end of this month. MC then asked for a reminder of the rent. Looking at him, the landlord replied that a month cost 450,000 won, which meant 1,350,000 won for 3 months. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. As he left, the man said he was asking nicely, that if the protagonist couldn't pay on time, he should leave the room. Closing the door, the guy remarked that this was bad. Holding his head, he considered the idea of being kicked out of the house if he couldn't pay over 1,000,000 won. Looking over the documents, Kim checked that there were only 14 days left until the end of the month, then reflected that, considering all the bills, the total he needed to prepare, including rent, was a staggering 2,000,000 won. He calmly asked where he would get the money, then suggested that he had some cash hidden somewhere. He suddenly became stunned. MC ran to the phone, shouting that he had hidden the money. Holding the phone in front of him, he emphasized that he needed to accept the forgotten money. He called someone and asked if it was Kong. Sunlight enveloped the tall building. The hunter asked with a satisfied expression about the recent traffic accident, adding that the last time he contacted him, he hadn't wanted to take the money. The man, looking pleased, asked how much he needed. The protagonist's expression was thoughtful. He'd read online that the accident victim should receive around 3,000,000 won. Recalling recent events, the protagonist thought he needed 2 million, but upon reflection, given the incident with John and the recent human trafficking case, he might ask for even more. Stunned, Kim exclaimed that he wanted 3 million, but he didn't know if that was possible. Holding the phone to his ear, Kong asked again. The hunter glanced at the screen. The protagonist saw a message that 3 million had been sent to him. He looked puzzled, thinking that he'd received such a sum so easily. Glancing at the documents, MC noted that after paying the overdue rent and utilities, there wouldn't be much left, meaning he needed to earn more than just food. He began to cry and wondered if there was a way to raise more money, and what a helpless alien mage like himself could do. He received a call from him. Looking at the phone, Kim emphasized that, come to think of it, he hadn't even had time to properly thank him. He'd contacted him first because he was so worried. He pressed the button to answer. The protagonist, looking serious, asked thoughtfully if it was true that an A-rank hunter earned between 1 million and 10 million for a single dungeon raid. Sunlight fell on the building. The guy looked at his comrade and said he survived thanks to his contact with Song that day and wanted to buy him something as a token of gratitude. An replied that coffee was all he needed. A cheerful An declared he'd happily drink it. Standing in front of the barista, the protagonist announced the best they served, a vanilla latte. The protagonist calmly asked for anything that smelled like coffee to be omitted. The barista was shocked. He began preparing drinks, saying he'd do his best, and Kim wondered if he'd acted like an alien. Looking at the food on the table, the guy said he'd been terrified when MC told him he'd been abducted. Sitting across from him, he apologized, saying he should have come himself. The protagonist then remarked that he knew he was suppressing the breach in the dungeon at the time. A distressed and admitted that the situation there was bad enough that he had no choice but to turn to Hunter Song. The protagonist, with a calm expression, thought he'd started with a light compliment to lighten the mood. The boy was taken aback by the question of whether he'd only been on dungeon breakthroughs lately, and how long it had been since he'd entered a gate. An looked down. Kim, with a serious expression, asked if he was still afraid to enter a gate. His companion's face was saddened. The frightened boy replied that indeed he was. It was still hard for him to go back to that. Taken aback, the protagonist thought it was exactly as he'd expected. Images of the battle flashed through his mind. Looking at his companion, MC thought that a sudden encounter with a high-level monster, the betrayal of a close friend, the fear of death that had almost overtaken him. For a 20-year-old student, such trauma must be difficult to overcome. He stated with a serious expression that, as an F-rank hunter, he couldn't support him forever. Placing his hands on the table, Kim asked him if he understood that he needed to form his own team again or prepare to work as a lone hunter. Confused, the young man replied that he did. While sipping his cocktail, the protagonist silently wondered if the young man had considered severing all ties with him, then declared that he would like to train him, if and was willing. The young man seemed encouraged by this and asked if it was true. He listened with satisfaction to MC's statement that he would help him with skill use and mana control, then exclaimed that it was excellent. The protagonist placed his glass on the table. He imagined catching a fish, then asked if they should head to the appropriate gate right now, since they were on the subject. Evening had arrived. Looking back, the protagonist thought that this was excellent, and everything was going according to plan. Looking at the structure, Kim told us it was the Maximus Temple, a D-rank gate located near the cafe. Magic stones dropped there had a terribly low drop rate, making it unpopular, making it an ideal training spot. And followed him. Turning around, the protagonist said he'd take a look. The guy explained that his awakening skill was defensive, and he needed to demonstrate his primary ability first. Closing his eyes, his companion replied that he understood, but felt a little awkward doing so in front of him. Blue energy enveloped him. A shield appeared before him, and held the protective shield in his hands, and the plot explained that it created a barrier of mana from the user's front, the size of which depended on the mana consumed. Smiling, the hunter asked the protagonist what he thought of it. Standing before him, Kim asked if he could ask a question. Pointing forward, the protagonist asked why he only blocked from the front. Confused, and replied that that was how the skill worked. It was originally designed that way. The protagonist calmly declared that he understood everything. He imagined a monkey and remarked that it was like watching a chimpanzee use a knife for the first time, then wondered where to even begin teaching it and how to put it into words. MC looked at him and said that this skill should protect all sides, not just the front. Pointing to the side, Kim declared that the shield shouldn't just be flat in front, but should encircle his body like a glass dome. And closed his eyes. Looking at the shield, he noted that he could make it larger, but it wouldn't change its shape. The embittered alien thought and was a complete idiot. The protagonist approached him and asked him to try again. He began tapping his comrade's chest and told him to imagine that his solar plexus was the center of his skill and that he should spread his mana around it like a crystal ball. Confused, the young man said he wasn't sure he could do it right. Kim placed a hand on his shoulder and told the brunette to stop whining and focus. He sternly asked him to keep the image in his mind. Taken aback, the student accepted the order. The evening sky surrounded the boys, who were trying to train. A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's face as the protagonist told us it had been a test for both of them, but after an intense 20-minute training session, they finally saw results. A dome surrounded his student, smiling, and asked if it had worked. The dome cracked as he stated that he couldn't move. He raised his head. Standing before him, Kim informed him that everything was fine. With practice, he would get even better. He calmly reflected that at least he had succeeded once. With practice, he would be able to use the shield without blind spots. Extending his hand, the hunter thanked him for his help. He never thought he would be able to use his ability in such a way, to which he received the answer that his skills ultimately depended on their thinking. The alien imagined a spotlight shining on him and noted that in reality, mana is greatly influenced by the user's mental state, so a slightly arrogant and self-confident individual has a better chance of becoming a great magic caster. Holding his chin, he heard his comrade address him. The apprentice stood across from him and inquired what was next. Looking at him, MC suggested they practice to improve their skills, using them more often against monsters. The warrior swung his enormous sword and blocked the attack with a barrier. He rushed forward, his face serious. The boy had killed his opponent. He was suddenly surprised. A second warrior attacked him from behind. A powerful blow rang out. The student looked on, puzzled. The barrier had stopped the attack, turning around and slew the golem. It landed on the ground. The boy rushed into battle. He struck his opponent with his shield. Watching the fight, Kim shouted that it was excellent and that he'd done well. As expected of an A ranker, the difference in strength was astounding. His expression was calm. Glancing at the golem's head, the protagonist wondered if he should start too. Putting the crystals back in his bag, MC thought he'd heard that mana stones and the forehead gem cost money, using training as an excuse to hunt and collect dropped A-rank items. He then asked his companion to be careful, as he knew safety came first. While in thought, he emphasized that, in other words, this was secretly stealing someone else's loot. Examining the crystals that filled his bag, the protagonist wondered why he bothered fighting monsters when these alone would last him a month. It was better than directly asking his companion to hunt for him. The boy stepped on the guard's corpse. Looking at him, the protagonist emphasized that if he ruined the A-rank hunter's mood, it would be the end. He would collect as many as possible, but without the student noticing. Approaching him, Kim asked how he was doing and if he had gained any practice. He stared at him intently. Studying the student's frightened face, MC noted that his reaction seemed a little odd. Taken aback, Kim wondered if he had actually figured out his little plan. And looked up at the television screen. Never in his life had he felt respect. In school, he hadn't had a mentor to look up to, and he had never even admired the successes of sports stars lauded on television. The boy on the screen folded his fingers. The boy's eyes widened and he admired how wonderful this was, and he hadn't imagined that anyone in the world had achieved such heights. Kim stood before the short-haired boy, and the man understood the meaning of the word respect. He looked up in surprise and thought it was incredible. The boy straightened his shoulders, and Kim wondered how the hunter had managed to figure out his hidden technique just by seeing it, and moreover, how his training style was so natural. He raised a finger and reflected on how he'd never heard of a skill that revealed an opponent's weaknesses before, that he wasn't even an awakened analytical type. The protagonist picked up the magic ball and confirmed that he was seeing a hunter with combat abilities before him, and that the mental skill the boy had used must have been purchased in a store. And leaned forward. He turned his head, and the protagonist continued to argue that purchased abilities couldn't be that good, and what level was his skill at, since he was giving such advice. He was obviously no ordinary person. And turned his head, and Kim asked the guy what was wrong. The protagonist stood in front of the hunter and asked if he was starting to get the hang of it, and the guy said it was Hyun. He frowned in concentration, feeling awkward, and clenched his fist and said he was really trying, but it still wasn't enough, and he reflected on how he couldn't master the skill after such a capable person explained it to him, and how pathetic he must look. He bowed to Kim and continued to apologize for wasting his precious time, adding that he would try to master the skill as quickly as possible. The protagonist's mouth dropped open and he addressed the guy by name. Beads of sweat were streaming down his face, and he told Kim to take his time, that if things didn't work out today, they'd continue next time, adding that he couldn't return to his job as a hunter right away anyway. Kim placed his hand on his bag and said they'd see each other tomorrow, and the day after that, whenever the hunter wanted, adding that as an F-rank hunter, he had plenty of time. And looked at Kim and decided that he was generously sharing his knowledge with him to build his confidence, and was obviously lying so that he wouldn't feel like a burden. The young man lifted his chin, thinking that it had been clear from their first meeting that this was a special person, and he decided to repay him for such kindness. The young man looked at the protagonist and asked, perhaps wanting something from him. The protagonist frowned. The short-haired boy raised his hand to his chest and asked if there was anything he could give him. Kim asked again what the hunter could give him and replied that he didn't need anything. The boy straightened his back and thought he'd known Kim had no selfish motives. The blonde boy frowned and considered how ridiculous his question had been, since it had made the boy stumble, that he wasn't one of those influenced by money in modern society. The hunter steps forward, thinking he could achieve everything if only he could awaken as an A rank, but it turns out he can't even properly thank the protagonist. An turned to Kim and said he understood everything, as he said, and that he wouldn't overwork himself any more today. The boy walks forward and tells Kim to follow him. He looks confidently ahead and thinks that he needs to gain strength, that he will train diligently under Hyun's guidance, and will definitely help him one day. Kim pressed his lips tightly together. He glanced at the field and thought he didn't need anything, and mentally wondered why the boy hadn't suspected him. The protagonist frowned. Colored stones were scattered across the field. Kim thought the boy hadn't noticed, since he hadn't even shown any interest in collecting the stones. The short-haired boy turned his head and decided that perhaps it was nothing for an A rank. Young men walked through the field of scattered stones, and the protagonist wondered if that meant a C rank gate or a B rank gate. Kim followed the man, thinking that what he sold today would be enough to pay the rent, and then they could have rice soup. A flash of magic appeared behind the protagonist. Song looked intently at the young men. She stood in front of them, and then asked Kim who it was. The girl raised her hand and greeted Hunterin, saying he'd been quite late, despite it only being a D-rank gate. She added that she'd come to deliver a message. He looked at the girl carefully. She confidently walked toward him and addressed Kim, explaining that he was, after all, an F-rank. Song's mouth dropped open, and she asked Kim in surprise why he'd also emerged from this gate. The girl approached and addressed the fair-haired man, explaining that he'd recently been suspected of rank fraud and had to undergo a re-examination. She narrowed her eyes and continued that she'd never expected to see Kim illegally enter the gate, especially after all charges had been dropped. The young man looked at the girl carefully and decided that this could be a problem. He'd been caught exiting a gate that didn't correspond to his rank. The boy extended his hand to the girl and said that this was indeed the case, as was Kim, the porter. The young man confirmed that he worked as N's porter. Kim turned his back, and the girl asked him what his excuse was now, and whether the bag was too small for a porter. Song took the document, and stated that this also applied to the boy with short hair, and that if he were involved in illegal activity, he would face problems, and replied that this was true, and Kim asked the girl to wait a minute. Sweat poured down the blonde boy's face, and he asked about illegal activity, adding that according to the association's rules, it was obvious. The girl continued that the rules did not restrict entry to porters. Song looked at Kim indignantly, and said that this only applied to genuine porters, adding that this rule should not be used as a loophole. She narrowed her eyes and asked if he didn't understand that his behavior was suspicious. Kim straightened his back, and the girl continued to explain that by following the rules, F ranks protect themselves from danger, and that disregarding them entails consequences. The boy lowered his head and asked Kim to cooperate with the association, but he replied that everything was clear to him and that he couldn't answer otherwise at this point. The girl glared at the boy, and he continued to muse about how, because she had treated him well, he had relaxed and forgotten that she was a B rank, strong enough to tear a lion apart with her bare hands. Kim raised his head and decided against provoking unnecessary aggression. The girl picked up the scroll and asked An to step away with her for a moment, adding that she had a message about a change in the dungeon's response zone. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and saw that even the A-rank hunter was dumbfounded. The young man raised his hand and said he was leaving, and Kim thought about how he wouldn't be able to use this method of earning money now. The blonde man turned around, thinking it couldn't be helped. Kim headed in the opposite direction, confident because he always had a backup plan for such situations. Song watched Kim go. He picked up his phone and studied the information. The young man lay in bed, thinking about how he'd recently gotten into the habit of collecting information on hunters as soon as he woke up, and said it looked like the analysis of this item was complete. He brought the screen closer to his face and said it was surprising that there hadn't been any information before, and that this was the first time the bracelet had been discovered in that gate. He put the bracelet on his wrist, thinking he'd saved it in case Young Ha-song contacted him again, and decided not to give up now. The bracelet gleamed on the boy's hand, and he said it fit perfectly, reflecting on how it was worth it to treasure this magical item and only put it on for the first time today. Kim looks at the bracelet and says they can move slowly now. His experiment today is a bit dangerous. A young man walks through the grass. The boy turns his head and asks where he is. The young man's mouth falls open at the sight. A gate appears before him, and he exclaims that he's found it. The young man stands in front of a sign that says this is a low-risk, F-rank gate. He looks at the glowing gate and thinks it's divided into blue and red, adding that the blue gate presumably doesn't have a boss. The child is playing a game. Small monsters constantly appear in the vast area around the gate. Killing a certain number of them allows one to pass through the gate, and Kim mentally says that he came here today to hunt. The boy stands in front of the gate and says there's no entrance fee, so it's a great way to practice, and he thinks Song has deprived him of a promising way to earn money. He clenched his fists and continued to think about making a living by killing monsters worthy of his rank. Rays of sun pierced the clouds. The fair-haired boy put his hand to his forehead. Kim stood in the middle of a green meadow. A herd of animals grazed in the meadow. A mountain goat bowed its head, a sound like a broken violin escaping from its mouth. The protagonist held a test tube in his hands and said that all he could hear was a hellish puking. Kim opened the test tube with his finger and thought that the animal seemed docile on the outside, but it was one of the most dangerous F-rank monsters. The protagonist drank from the test tube and continued to think that this is precisely why he was worth a decent amount of money. Kim's eyes widened. The protagonist raised his palms and thought that the mana was filling him up nicely. Streams of energy flowed out of Kim, and the animal thought this was too obvious a provocation. Flames erupted from the boy's index finger, and he said that the goat had now noticed him. The protagonist points a finger at the bull and declares that it's too late. The mountain goat is broken, and the speed of his spell is faster than anyone on Earth. A fireball moves toward the animal. The boy narrows his eyes and declares that it will turn to ash. The mountain goat looks at the approaching fireball. The flames move. The child shoots fire at the kid. The goat has a gaping hole in its forehead. Smoke comes out of the holes, and the goat declares that the boy needs to wait. Steam comes out of the enraged goat's nostrils. The animal takes off. The mountain goat runs toward the boy. Kim clutches his head in fear. The protagonist runs from his pursuer, thinking that he knew this was exactly how it would turn out, and adds that the mana is F-class. What else could one expect? The boy looks back. The goat approaches Kim. The animal makes a furious leap, and Kim wonders why this creature is so fast. The guy curses. The gate emits light, and Kim thinks he has very little time left. The guy looks ahead and wonders if he's really here. The goat opens its jaws. The animal gets as close as possible to the guy. Kim jumps into the gate and thinks he's going to die. The blonde guy looks back. The protagonist looks into the dark funnel and thinks it's safe here, and fortunately the goat didn't follow him outside the gate. Kim breathes heavily and thinks that the state of Kim Giryuk's mana is much worse than he imagined. The guy clutches his chest and continues to think that his stamina is very weak, since he's in this state after a short run. Beads of sweat run down Kim's face. The dark-haired guy smiles and asks if this is really true, how many years have passed, and Kim wonders who's in front of him. Jaehyun approaches Kim and says it's been a while since they last saw each other, since he's still a hunter. He asks if he really doesn't remember him. The dark-haired man takes Kim's hands and explains that they had just gotten their hunter licenses and went to defend the gate together. He was the team leader, and his name is Jaehyun. The protagonist thinks he's someone Kim Jae-ryuk knows, and his memories slowly begin to surface. The protagonist looks at the man and thinks that if he knows the real Kim Jae-ryuk, it's best to keep his mouth shut. Jaehyun gives him a thumbs up and asks if his name is Hung Park Sung-hoon's son. Kim replies that it's probably Kim Jae-ryuk, and the man continues that it's definitely Jae-ryuk. Beads of sweat run down Kim's face, and the dark-haired boy continues to ask if he remembers running from the monster back then. He was only in F-class, even though it was their first raid, and everyone was scared. But when he was running, he tripped on something, fell, and started begging for help. Kim thinks this earthling is talking too much. The protagonist looks at the boy, who asks what he's doing at this gate, hunting alone. Kim replies he came for a little hunt. Jaehyun's eyes widen and he asks if he's forgotten that he promised to address him informally. Kim thinks he really has. The protagonist points to his head and says his memory has been bad lately, but he'll continue to address him informally. He asks that his name is Jae-hyun, and the boy confirms. Kim stares thoughtfully ahead, thinking that this situation is extremely awkward, but he can't just leave. He continues that he has memory issues due to the failure of his reincarnation spells, and concludes that this earthling might remember some of them. The dark-haired guy smiles broadly and says that since they met like this, it must be fate, adding that he could form a team and walk together today. Jae-hyun closes his eyes and continues to say that it's hard to be alone, and besides, there's an open spot on their team. The dark-haired guy turns sharply and tells him to look over there. The guy points at the group of people. The tall man closes his eyes, and Jae-hyun continues to say that these are the guys he's working with now. The guy with the short hair narrows his eyes, and Jae-hyun explains that the man with the axe is their team leader and is a D rank, and Kim muses that it's not surprising, since he looks the strongest among them. The dark-haired boy gestures to the side and says that Kim only needs to say the word, and they'll enter the gate immediately. Kim apologizes, saying he's used up all his mana and that it will be difficult for him to continue hunting. The protagonist narrows his eyes, wondering if he's actually taken today's dose of mana booster, and that's why there's nothing left. Jae-hyun narrows his eyes and says it doesn't matter, since they weren't planning on looking for someone to hunt anyway. The protagonist looks at the boys in surprise, and Jae-hyun points out that one of them didn't show up today, the porter. The boys smile, and one of them says they were just thinking they'd have to struggle carrying all the luggage, and says they'd like Kim to just help them out today as a temporary porter. The protagonist's mouth falls open, and Jae-hyun continues to say that they're paying generously. Kim mentally reasons that they only want him to carry things, and for that, a generous daily wage. The blonde-haired boy touches his chin with his fingers and thinks, if only he carries. The dark-haired boy looks at the protagonist, and Kim thinks he can use this opportunity to observe how regular hunting teams work. The horned monster's feet were glued to the ground. He looked at his right paw. A boy raised his hand in front of him and said that he was caught. Another boy said that they would strike now, and to be careful not to collide head-on. The horned monster was breathing heavily, and Hyun added that everyone should wait. The monster broke the shackles holding it in place. It instantly rushed to attack the hunters, and one of them said, "Now." The boy in the white sweater folded his arms for a magical attack. His comrade nearby attacked the monster with a glowing whip. The whip wrapped around the monster's neck. It fell to the ground. Grass grew on the ground. Hyun leaped into the air for a devastating attack with his axe, landing a precise blow on its head. Kim watched the hunt with interest. The monster's horn glowed blue. Hyun stood next to the corpse and the rock. A success, indeed. Everyone had worked hard. The protagonist rubbed his chin and thought that their teamwork was simply excellent. The boy sat at the table next to his comrade, noting that they were distracting and baiting the target ahead. Jae-hyun gave his companion a thumbs up, and Kim added that the mages in the rear were tying her up to deliver the finishing blow. The boy thoughtfully rubbed his chin and remarked that it was simple yet effective, and that it resembled how experienced Stone Age hunters hunted mammoths. The lifeless corpse's tongue lolled from its mouth. Kim remarked that with such skills, they could defeat almost any F-rank monster. Someone said they would now close the gate. Hyun approached Kim and told him to give him the backpack and carry it himself. The boy handed over his backpack, and Kim said that thanks to it, they survived, and that this irresponsible porter, who would have thought he'd break down on the day of the mission. Other hunters stood behind Hyun. He added that he liked him and thought that since he was so skinny, he'd tire quickly, but he'd handled the load perfectly. He took his wallet from his pocket and said that since he didn't know Jae-hyun, he wanted to pay him well, so be it. The boy looked at Hyun counting the money and wondered what kind of wad of cash it was. Hyun handed Kim the money and told him to take it. Kim asked if he thought it was too much for a porter. The hunter looked at him and replied that he'd saved them in such a hurry, and that he deserved a bonus. The protagonist remarked that it was honor and praise. Hyun extended his hand and asked if he was free tomorrow, by the way. Kim asked him to confirm. The guy smiled and said he'd found another F-rank gate, but they didn't have a porter. He looked at him and added that, frankly, he'd really like him to be the one. A gold bracelet hung on Kim's wrist. Hyun asked how he felt about the offer. Lights were blazing on every floor of the building, and someone asked if he was sure. A group of hunters were sitting at a table in the restaurant. The guy said that of course, the thing on his wrist was 100% a War TX item. Hyun asked if he was absolutely certain of it. Jae-hyun raised his hand and said that information about the bracelet had only been published yesterday, and wondered how counterfeits could have appeared so quickly. The hunter raised his beer mug and said, okay, maybe he had something else valuable besides the bracelet. He looked like a vagabond, but the guy noted that this bracelet alone should be enough to live a carefree life. The guy knelt before the weapon. In the world of hunters there are sometimes such people, those who have refused to fight dangerous monsters and turn his sights to easier prey. The boy lay on the ground, coughing up blood. They mostly targeted newbies who weren't used to the gates yet and had spent too much on equipment. The frog's prey was sticking out of its mouth, and for attacking their weaker brethren, they were called frogs in the hunter world, and that was the most disgusting thing. Hyun held a fork in his hand, and the boy asked if they'd choose that gate, where they'd definitely be undetected. Hyun asked if Jae-hyun, who had once worked with this guy, had something they should know about. The boy raised his hand and replied that he was the most pathetic worm he'd ever seen, and that he couldn't even run properly, and that their crimes weren't limited to simple robbery. The hunter speared a chicken with his fork, and the boy added that this weakling had even escaped from an F-rank dungeon. Hyun replied that he understood. He looked at Jaehyun and added that it meant the job would be easy, as it often escalated into murder for pleasure. Kim was sitting on a public bench, using his phone. He glanced at the screen and wondered if he'd arrived early since no one was there. The time was displayed, and he thought that something had been bothering him since yesterday. His fingers slid across the screen, and he noticed vague doubts creeping into his mind as he looked at Jaehyun's face. Kim turned at the sound of someone calling him. Jaehyun's team was walking toward him, and he asked if he'd been waiting for them for so long. The protagonist replied that he hadn't. He stood up from the bench and asked what he'd said, that the payment would be the same as yesterday. Jaehyun replied, "Of course." Jaehyun gave him a thumbs up and said he'd even withdrawn cash in advance, and that the gate was in a nearby alley. The guy remarked that the bills were new. How nice. The corpse of a slain monster lay on the ground. The entire group moved deeper into the dungeon. Kim looked at Jaehyun and asked what he'd said about there being 2 bosses in this gate, and he replied that it was true. The boy silently followed him, thinking that the gates usually disappear as soon as the boss is defeated, but as long as there's a living person inside, the dungeon doesn't collapse. Lava flowed from the dungeon walls, and the boy added that when the opportunity presented itself, he wanted to thoroughly investigate the gate phenomenon, but for now, he'd focus on the current task. The protagonist looked at the hunter's back and thought that if even being a porter could earn him a good living, he wouldn't even have to rely on An's help in the future. Jaehyun turned to the protagonist, who apologized. He extended his hand and said he felt like they'd been down this path before, and the boy asked what he meant. Kim pointed at the monster's corpse and told him to look there. The corpse of the monster they'd killed earlier was right there. He thought they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. Hyun and Jaehyun exchanged glances, and the boy added that someone had some navigation skills. The hunter pulled a glass vial of potion from his bag. Hyun swung the potion at Kim, who said no one had it. The glass bottle shattered on the back of Kim's head. He clutched his head, and Hyun told him not to worry. The hunter looked at him and added that by the time he was unconscious, it would all be over. A crack appeared on Kim's head. He wondered why he'd been attacked, and what these earthlings did, why they liked hitting people over the head with bottles. Jaehyun stood next to him and said he didn't expect him to withstand the blow. Hyun noted that it didn't matter. He wouldn't last 5 seconds against the paralyzing effect. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in pain, thinking that a bunch of ignorant idiots thought such a pathetic trick would work on him. His immunity to paralysis was impeccable. Drops of the potion dripped from his head to the ground, and he added that what bothered him more was not the potion's effect, but its foul odor. Hyun turned to his comrade, who asked why it felt like 5 seconds had already passed. Sweat trickled down Kim's cheek, and he added that something had gone wrong. Kim was hanging on by his fingertips, thinking that in any uncertain situation, the best solution was to run. Kim abruptly ran away from the Gura hunters. They told him he was running away and that they needed to catch him. The protagonist ran as fast as he could. Hyun pointed at him and told them to catch him, but the guy replied that they'd already been told he couldn't run. Kim dropped his bag and considered shedding the excess weight. The magical attack was catching up with the guy, who added that he'd first find a way out of here. She grabbed his legs. A long root lifted Kim up. Jaehyun opened his palms to attack and said it was amazing. The protagonist was hanging from a vine, and Jaehyun said that he was limping last year and asked if he'd really recovered. The guy replied that he didn't care, and why they were even doing this. Hyun approached the hunter and asked why the brat hadn't lost consciousness yet. The hunter replied that he had no idea, but the bracelet was still on his arm. The vine released Kim's leg, and Hyun told him to let him go. The guy collapsed, clutching his forehead. Kim looked ahead, and the hunter called out to him. He stood in front of the guy and told him to listen carefully. If he tried to escape again, he would pull out his teeth and then finish him off. The hunter replied that they should calm down first. The protagonist raised his hands and asked what they wanted. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. The entire team glanced at the gold bracelet on his wrist. Kim looked at it too. He waved his hand with the bracelet. The hunter team shook their heads, following his hand. The boy pointed at the bracelet and asked what they meant. It was all because of him. The boy looked at them and noted that this was why they tried to knock him out. He raised his index finger. According to the information from the pixies, the bracelet's function was absolute protection against any 2 attacks, regardless of the type of damage inflicted. This artifact could protect twice, even from attacks by an S-rank monster. The boy grabbed it, and noted that who would have thought a protective artifact would get him into such trouble, and that if it were just the bracelet, he would have handed it over. But these guys would surely finish him off to leave no evidence of the crime. Hyun looked at him, and said he was asking Kim one last time to hand over the bracelet. He extended his hand and said maybe then he'd spare him, but the boy shouted at him not to come near him. He knelt before the hunters and shouted that everyone should back away, otherwise he'd use up both charges. And they thought he was crazy to give it up so easily. A cold sweat broke out on the boy's face, and he noted that for now, he could use the artifact's power to his advantage. When activated, it could count any weak hit as an attack, wasting a charge. After both charges were depleted, it would turn into a regular piece of jewelry. However, this put them in a stalemate. Kim looked at Jaehyun and asked if they'd let him go. The guy added that he promised to keep what happened here a secret, since he hadn't hurt himself intentionally, and there was no evidence to charge them. No way. The hunter looked at him and mockingly replied that he didn't think they'd realize he'd spill the beans at the first opportunity. Hyun gritted his teeth in anger and called him a little bastard. He kicked the guy in the stomach. The hunter grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and told him he was messing with him. Hyun raised his hand to strike and added that some pathetic F-ranker was using an artifact and setting conditions. He wouldn't tolerate such nonsense. Kim tried to shield his face from Hyun's blows, but Hyun told him to use it, quickly deploying the charges. He landed numerous blows to his face. The group stood behind him, and he added that he should remember, however, that by using them, he would be signing his own death warrant. Kim's blood dripped from his fist, and he told him to wait. Blood was streaming from his nose. The guy said he'd give them the item, just make him stop. Hyun smiled and said he'd do it right away. Kim raised his hands and thought that this was the fate of F-ranks. Constant bullying, being weak, it was disgusting. The crowd of hunters looked greedily at the guy's bracelet. He thought he needed to figure out how to get out of here. He exposed the bracelet under his sleeve and added that otherwise he would lose his life. Someone was running toward them. Hyun turned and asked what had happened, who else had entered. His eyes widened in shock. The guy raised his head, and the guy asked why this person was here, and stood in front of the group of hunters. 30 minutes ago. The bell in the doorway rang from the slamming of the door. Kim looked at the screen of his phone. A dialogue within was flashing on the screen, and held the phone in her hand and said he was very lucky that even after it had lost its value, he was still helping him. Kim showed An's pass and his face. The boy thought that before, he could at least have been a tool for entry. After Miss Song caught them and scolded them, he was afraid he would no longer be needed. The guy looked at his milkshake and added that he'd decided to dedicate his wartime drive to it anyway, and that it seemed the heavens themselves had smiled upon him by sending such a noble man. The glass had a label on it. The guy noted that he'd buy him one as soon as he saw him. 20 minutes later, the guy was sitting on a bench under the awning. He glanced at his watch and wondered why he was so late, and how much time had passed. He continued looking at his watch and realized that he'd said he was going to an F-rank dungeon. It couldn't possibly be that difficult. His mouth and eyes widened in surprise. He removed his hand from the watch and realized that the dungeon was abnormal. A mutation had occurred, causing the gate's level to suddenly rise. The guy immediately ran to help, adding that this was a very rare occurrence, and that it was unlikely to be a mutation, but still. The boy stepped along a grassy path in the forest. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. A green gate stood before him. He thought he should check it, just in case. He crossed it. He found himself in a dungeon. Lava was dripping from the walls. He noted there was no need to worry. It was only an F-rank gate. Monster corpses lay on the ground. Thought it looked like they had already dealt with all the monsters. The boy looked around the cave and wondered where Kim was. He turned sharply at the sound of someone's voice. He instantly ran in the direction of the sound. He skidded a few meters. He looked ahead. A group of hunters were approaching Kim. Hyun asked who else had come here. They all turned to An at once. Jaehyun said it was an A-rank hunter and asked what the hell he was doing here. The bloodied boy raised his head and shouted that all these people were a gang of robbers. A bead of sweat trickled down An's cheek. Kim added that they were trying to kill him for the artifact, and wondered if he was imagining things and wondered why Kim was lying on the ground like that. The boy sighed and thought, no, now wasn't the time to think about that. He said they were frogs, right? A blue aura enveloped the boy. Hyun turned to look at him, and he added, trash, preying on other hunters. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek and he shouted for them to run right now, and immediately grabbed the back of his head. The boy flew several meters into the wall, and thought that, as it turned out, there were frogs even among the lower ranks. He turned around and added that against such insignificant enemies, tactics weren't necessary. The rest of the hunters scattered, and abruptly leaned toward one of them, thinking that the only thing he needed to remember was to hold back his strength so as not to finish them off. He swung his hand at a hunter running away from him, and slammed him face first into the ground. He spun around. Another guy slammed into his shield. The guy reached out. He grabbed the collar of the t-shirt of the regional leader from the hunter's company, and threw him to the ground with all his might. He stomped on his shoulder. He looked at him with the utmost seriousness, and noted that they were all damn weak, D-rank, or even F-rank. How could Kim lose to them? He remembered him and looked back at him, who called out to him. Kim stood calmly on his feet in front of him and said thank you. He came just in time. He wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, and then asked if he was okay, about his wounds, but the guy told him not to pay attention, he was fine. A bead of sweat trickled down An's cheek. The protagonist added, forgive me, considering that incident, I think it was hard for him to enter the dungeon alone. A portal to the dungeon lay before him in the middle of the forest. The boy thought. By the way, it's true, the last time he'd entered the dungeon without Kim, and the mere sounds coming from the gate had sent shivers down his spine. But the thought of Kim being hurt overcame his doubts this time. His eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered if they should wait, and if he'd really orchestrated all this to overcome his fear. Kim, dirty and bloodied, looked at him. Kim and stood amid the bodies of the hunters. The blond boy said that the first thing they needed to do was get out of here. The boy looked at him and said that they would report this to the people outside. He walked past their bodies, and then wondered why he hadn't realized it right away, and held his shield in his hands, adding that he hadn't even tried to take precautions in case the other hunters attacked him, and all because he had foreseen everything. The boy walked ahead, wondering if this was all just him making up. What possible reason could he have? The hunter turned to Kim, who said that if his awakening level were higher, he would definitely form a team with him. Kim, clutching his side, said that being strong was one thing, but it was much harder to find people willing to rush to his aid. Such hunters were a rarity, and that he should know that he was truly a worthy awakened one. The boy watched him with rapt attention and listened to him. He covered his mouth with his hand and thought that if his awakening level were higher, he would form a team with him. Blood gushed from En's mouth. He noted that, thinking about it, he'd been hesitant to form a new squad all this time. Every day had been wasted because of that incident, since, as the group's leader, he wouldn't have been able to protect his comrades. The boy lay on his back in the dungeon. Hyun lay defeated against the wall, and noted that it was precisely at that moment that the opportunity to help his loved one presented itself. Kim stared ahead, and continued that it was as if Kim had deliberately created conditions similar to that terrible incident to suppress his bitter experience, and give him a sense of success. The boy covered his mouth with his hands and added that it was definitely part of his plan, including forcing him through the gate, and even allowing himself to be beaten. Kim's face was covered in bruises, scars, and abrasions, and noted that all these scars were part of his grand performance, but he couldn't believe he was willing to go this far. Kim and En walked calmly through the dungeon, searching for the portal, and asked why Hyun cared so much about him. Hyun looked at him and asked again about his concern. The boy remarked that he did. After all, he explained so much and helped with training. Kim looked ahead, and then added that he was just a good guy. No other reason was needed. The boy looked at Kim. They both stood at the exit of the dungeon, and noted that this was as expected of Kim. The protagonist kept his composure and said that they had finally made it out and asked if En could report everything. En replied, "Of course." Kim turned to En and said that he should forgive him now, and that they would reschedule the training for another day, and he would go home. En replied that he should go to the hospital instead. He could call a healer he knew. Kim raised his hand in farewell and told him not to worry. He would figure everything out himself. En looked at him in confusion and said that it wasn't difficult for F ranks to heal themselves, since potions were so expensive. The protagonist walked away from him. He thought that or decided that he would no longer pretend to be a mere F rank in front of him. Kim clutched his side and thought that it hurt so much that he was going to die. A few days later, the morning sun illuminated the brick house. Kim scratched his ribs with his hand. He stood in front of the mirror and said that they had really bruised them that time, and that he had finally recovered. He silently noted that it had been a terrible week. The guy took his pants from the closet and added that first he was kidnapped by human traffickers, then almost killed by awakened hunters. Next to the calendar on the nightstand lay a gold bracelet. The guy noted that he was being summoned to the association today and said that they could have done everything at once. What was the point of rehashing his situation? Kim closed his eyes and muttered how lazy he was, silently noting that, unfortunately, complaining wouldn't help the situation. The protagonist took the bracelet and wondered if it was worth taking, and that perhaps hiding it under his sleeve would do. He looked at his bracelet and broke it. As it later turned out, the artifact had fetched over 100 million at auction, but that still wasn't enough to purchase the dragon's lungs. He put it in his pants pocket and noted that he decided to hold off on selling the artifact and that for now he needed to keep it on him, but hidden from prying eyes. Kim climbed the stairs and noted that it had 2 charges of absolute protection. For a hunter like him, you never know when it might come in handy. The guy stood at the exit, confused. A new red sports car was parked in front of him, and he wondered what this was. Some crazy guy in broad daylight. The car window rolled down slightly. The guy looked at the driver in shock. Kong climbed out of the window of his new car. Kim looked away from him, thinking it was that crazy guy again, and that if he'd known he'd be here, he'd have snuck in unnoticed. Kong questioned him about why he didn't even say hello. He looked at the guy and asked where he was going, maybe for lunch. The guy, trying to delay the conversation, checked his phone and replied that he had business at the association and that he seemed a little late, so he should apologize. They'd burn next time. Kong gave him a predatory smile and told him to get in the car. Kim held onto Kane's seatbelt, a rock of a man who asks nicely. A bead of sweat trickled down the guy's face, noting that he wasn't at all cowardly. As a representative of a high civilization, he was obliged to make rational decisions and adapt to the situation. Kong turned to look at him, and Kim silently wondered why he'd suddenly come for him. Kim looked ahead and thought that he was still keeping their secret, and hadn't mentioned Kang's name during the interrogations, and that he saw no reason for them to meet in person. Kong lightly pressed the pedal and said he'd heard the news. A red sports car was driving through the city. Kong asked about the rumors about him getting into trouble with the frogs. The guy asked him again, and he replied that they were the ones profiting off other hunters. Kim sat in the front passenger seat and noted to himself that they were probably talking about those bandits. But where had he gotten that information? He said yes, that was true. Khan was driving and said he'd heard he'd been badly beaten up and decided to see for himself. But seeing that he was in good spirits, he replied, "Yeah." The guy turned to the driver and asked him what he'd said to make sure. The driver replied, "Yes, to make sure he wasn't too hurt. The situation was dangerous, after all." The guy looked at him, and he continued that he'd either end up in a gate or in a bandit trap. It looked like he had a good life, and he'd even guessed that he probably attracted these risky situations. Kim looked at him in confusion. He said he had a surprise for him in the glove compartment. He asked again what a glove compartment was. Khan replied that he wasn't awake yet, or something. There was a storage compartment by his feet, and he should pull it open. The guy opened the glove compartment. A single vial of potion lay inside. Khan said it was a restoration potion. He saw he didn't particularly need it, but since he was here, he should take it. Kim picked up the vial and thought it was an earthling potion, and that he'd decided to help after hearing he'd been attacked. Such things were commonplace in his home world, too. If someone damaged their tentacles, for example, loved ones would bring potions, like giving fever reducers to someone with a cold. The alien stood by the bed with another alien carrying boxes of potions. The protagonist turned to Kong and said thank you, he'd use it, thinking to himself that nothing bad would happen if he took it. Lower Kong was driving and replied that he wasn't the least bit surprised. The protagonist remarked that he was surprised by the fact that he knew about their mutual agreement, but he wouldn't drink it anyway. The car drove smoothly along the paved road, and the protagonist thought it would be much more useful to examine the contents. Who knows, maybe he'd find some interesting ingredients in this potion. Khan turned to Kim and said they were there. The guy stopped right at the crosswalk and said he had business with the association. Kim turned to him and replied that, frankly, he thought he was driving him for another reason. Kim replied that he'd said right away that he just wanted to visit him today. The guy unbuckled his seatbelt, and the driver told him to take care of himself and try to stay out of trouble. Khan turned at the sound of Kim's voice. Kim was standing by the open car door and asked why he was so concerned about him. He silently remarked that he had recently threatened to kill him if he refused to keep quiet. Khan smiled broadly and replied that, if it was short, he was keeping an eye out for interesting prospects among Korean hunters. He rested his head on his hand and added that he was one of those who showed potential. Kim continued standing by the open car, and Kong added that he didn't want him to get into any more trouble. He wondered if Kim had hinted that he should continue to keep quiet about the Jongnam incident. Kong looked at him and told him to get going now. He thought he'd said he was running late, so they'd see each other next time. The man, hands in his pockets, watched Kang's car, thinking to himself, "These are interesting shots." Kong adjusted his glasses behind the wheel. Kim thought he was keeping an eye on Korean hunters with potential, while simultaneously fighting human traffickers. If a talented person was injured, Kong would even show concern for them. Kim's new image showed the alien holding Korean flags in its tentacles. The man remarked that it was incredibly patriotic. Kong himself stood on the tile. The man remarked that he'd like to think so. Kong stood before the bound man. The protagonist added that this was the kind of man who would kill without much hesitation, and that anyone who interfered with his goals had serious doubts about his noble motives. Kim stood with his hands in his pockets at the entrance to the association and thought that another question was troubling him more. The man pulled out a potion from Kang's pocket and wondered why he suddenly decided to take an interest in him, an F-rank hunter. The boy closed his eyes. The answer to this perplexing question would one day be discovered by chance. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He stood in the middle of the room, phone in hand. His fingers glided across the screen, and he wondered if this really had anything to do with them. The man in bloody clothes struck a photogenic pose. A thirst for superiority, according to the description and classification of Earth specialists, was a skill that allowed one to steal a victim's abilities after killing them. A bead of sweat rolled down his face, and he said that for such a sinister skill, the name was rather strange. The boy silently noted that after reading the article, he immediately thought of Khan, but perhaps he was worrying too soon. He held the smartphone in his hand and noted that he needed to reanalyze Khan's actions. Khan leaned against the hood of his car. The boy thought that, firstly, he had offered him a pleasant job for a hunter. He stood before the boy tied to a chair. Kim noted that, secondly, Khan had reacted very harshly to the incident with the local hunter's kidnapping, and thirdly, he had been advised to be careful. The boy was struggling with the steering wheel with one hand. Kim noted that if he put the whole puzzle together, he would have to. Khan grabbed the boy by the neck, thinking it wouldn't end there. The boy, holding a phone in his left hand, said he shouldn't have gotten involved with an S-rank in the first place. It was better this way. There was only one solution. The protagonist enthusiastically raised his hand and noted that he needed to get rid of this pathetic F-rank body immediately, find a new vessel, or heal his lungs. Several hours later, the evening building of the Hunters Association stood under the moonlight. Kim's hand was reaching somewhere. Alas, his enthusiasm was dashed by the complexity of the research, and although the solution was obvious, the desired result was very difficult to achieve. The guy stared ahead with glassy eyes, noting that he'd been reborn to never work again, so why the hell did he have to toil even harder? The phone on the floor vibrated, and the guy asked why. He pressed a button on the phone. He brought the phone to himself and noticed it was an unfamiliar number. He buried his face in the phone. He sat in the lotus position and thought it was strange. They'd called and then stayed silent. He asked who it was. He ducked slightly, and a voice from the phone said it was him. Sun sat at a table in the middle of the block last night, and said he couldn't come and meet tomorrow. Cars were moving smoothly along the highway. Sun apologized for such a sudden request. They sat together on the steps, and the girl said she thought such matters should be discussed face to face, and the guy replied that it was okay. The guy looked at her calmly and thought that in most cases, contacts with the association only added to the hassle. The girl placed her hands on her legs and said she needed his analytical skills. The guy thought that, after all, he owed this rancher hunter a favor and should at least listen to her. He turned to her, and the girl added that they could provide support for about 2 weeks. Kim asked if she needed an appraisal of the artifacts. 3 people in suits stood in the middle of the dungeon. The girl replied no, she was working on the case with the police, and the criminals had left tracks at one of the dungeon entrances. But they couldn't determine their route, which was why the investigation had been stalled. Sun sat on the steps and said they'd even invited a government expert, but they'd made no progress. All the truly capable people were working for other private firms or large guilds, so they only had a handful of resources at their disposal. The girl looked away, and the guy asked if, in simpler terms, she needed him to conduct an on-site investigation. She replied that yes, he could have helped them establish a trail. After all, they couldn't even navigate the labyrinth in the magic tower. The guy looked off into the distance, and Song added that of all the experts she knew who weren't affiliated with any organization, he thought, yes, it was unlikely that government officials were capable of luring people away from private firms. The girl looked at him and said she apologized in advance, but they couldn't promise large rewards due to budgetary issues. The payments were made by countries, and their experts were essentially volunteers. The guy asked again about volunteering. The girl's mouth and eyes widened in shock, and she said she understood the impudence of such a request, but couldn't he help them? If he remembered, she once came to his aid. The guy looked at her, and she added, well, no. She turned away and apologized for her tactlessness. She shouldn't have said that. Saving people was one of her duties, and she shouldn't have used that as an argument. She placed her hand on her chest and said that if the payment seemed too small, she was willing to pay from her personal account, but please let him help them with the investigation. The guy thought she should learn to be persistent. He looked at her and thought, by the way, her main job is a position in the association, but because of her tracking skills, she often helps the police. He wondered why this girl was so passionate about her investigation. The guy sat next to her and asked if she'd been promised some kind of reward if she found the criminals. She replied that no, she hadn't been offered anything like that, but the girl rubbed her hands and said that she couldn't just stand by. After all these stories involve people's lives. Kim looked at her suspiciously, thinking she was too kind and pure. He'd gotten out of the habit of dealing with his immoral superiors. She'd opened up to him in a new way, but that wasn't the issue right now. The girl looked at him worriedly. He asked her what she said, that she was willing to pay out of pocket. She said yes. The guy looked at her and told her to make the payment right away. A bead of sweat trickled down the girl's face. She asked him again and how much he wanted. The guy was eating soup with chopsticks in a cafe. He used his chopsticks to bring the noodles to his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought that this kalguksu was even tastier than he'd imagined. The girl was sitting across from him at the table. A bead of sweat rolled down her face. She thought she tensed up when he mentioned the payment, but in the end, he made a gesture and said that for the next 2 weeks, she would pay for every meal he had. If she agreed to this, he would participate in the investigation. The cafe had a black sign on a white background. Song noted she was very confused, but she still brought him to her favorite restaurant, and she hoped he liked it. The guy looked at her and said it was very tasty. Song noted he had a good appetite. The businessman lit a cigar with a bill. She thought Kim had such modest demands. Most awakened, possessing impressive power, begin to behave extremely basely, wallowing in luxury and vanity, but this man lived in a small one-room apartment. He watched the protagonist closely and added that she shouldn't be naive. Most likely, he was just playing the role of modest. She showed him the screen of his phone and thought that even during the kidnapping, he didn't try to find a way out, but calmly waited for the police in the room with the leader of the slave traders. The protagonist stood next to him. Song noted that, besides, she'd recently caught him entering a high-ranking post-decimal. Kim was still very suspicious. She tapped her fingers on the table and thought that it had recently become known that he possessed analytical skills. He was probably receiving offers from major guilds. Kim and Song ate noodle soup across from each other. The girl noted that he was ignoring them and instead offered to help her. Was he expressing gratitude for that incident? No, that was unlikely. She was almost certain that Kim had simply staged his own kidnapping and then contacted the police himself to turn in the criminals. What was his motive? After all, the situation was urgent, and she had no choice but to accept the help, and she would not let her guard down under any circumstances. The boy picked up the last dumpling with his chopsticks. He looked at her and wondered if it was a payment on her part, but wouldn't it be too rude to eat it all alone? The girl looked at him. Kim said they needed to get down to business. He sat at the table across from her and asked which gate he should begin his investigation with. The girl sat silently before him. She raised her palm and replied, "The one with the terrorists." The boy looked at her questioningly and asked again about terrorists. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. Song replied that their method was rather unusual. They weren't trying to stage a terrorist attack with bombs or anything like that. The boy asked, "Then what?" Kim froze in shock. The girl replied, "Monsters." She looked at him with utmost concentration and added that recently, someone had artificially triggered a dungeon breach. Hundreds of monsters were scattering throughout the dungeon. Solar City was washed by the sea on all sides. A dungeon breach is a phenomenon in which the terrible creatures that inhabit the gates emerge. The boy held his mother's hand. The term directly refers to the gate's peculiarity. An unknown surge of energy erupted in the sky. The son clung to his mother in fear. The gate was a passage leading to another dimension called a dungeon, and this gate had a timer, just like a ticking time bomb. Clumps of energy hung in the air. The timer typically lasted 7 to 10 days, or 3 to 5 for smaller dungeons. If the dungeon wasn't cleared within this time, the barrier would collapse. A huge scarlet sphere of energy swirled within the energy cluster. The son and mother fell to their knees as the gate emitted a flash of incredible power. The woman stared at the flash in shock. The monster's paw touched the ground, and all the monsters lurking within began to burst forth. Lava flowed from the monster's mouth, hence the name. Breakthrough. The boy clung to his mother at the sight of the monsters, and this prompted the immediate development of countermeasures and technologies, ultimately devoting enormous budgets to solving the problem. Kim left the restaurant and asked how this was possible. The girl replied that that's what they were trying to find out, but now someone had appeared who was deliberately causing breakthroughs. Song looked at the guy, who said that after a breakthrough, the dungeons disappear, so what should they investigate? The girl replied that no, the gates hadn't disappeared. She stood next to him and added that that's why she said the criminals left traces. The three explorers held swords in their hands. Song remembered that a fire monster had recently appeared outside the city, followed by a breakthrough with hordes of other monsters. The guy looked at her, and she added that the gate they had emerged from hadn't disappeared. A few days later, Kim stood in leather shoes. He stood in front of the red gates. He looked at them imperturbably. Song called out to him, and he turned at her voice. Another guy was walking beside her. The girl said he was already here, and the protagonist replied that yes, he had arrived by taxi. The boy bowed to Kim. Song said this man would accompany him inside the gate. The protagonist looked at him and asked what about her, and she replied that she would wait for him outside. Her skills were more suited to searching than defense. 3 researchers stood at the gate. The girl said that although it was a B-rank gate, the breach suppression team had already destroyed the boss, so it should be safe inside and they could conduct their investigation without any problem. The boy shoved his hands into his pants pockets and thought that even the appearance of this gate was unusual. Kim and the escort walked through a dungeon with 2 volcanoes on the horizon. They wiped their sweat with napkins and towels. The boy thought that an hour had passed since they began their investigation and that they should have given them water, since they knew it was so hot. Sweat poured down the boy's face, and he thought that, as she had said, it was empty inside, no monsters or people, so why hadn't the gate closed? The guy stood behind them and asked if it was time to go back. They'd already checked everything. Kim replied, "Yes, I suppose so." Kim and the escort walked back to the portal home. The guy thought that their trip hadn't been pointless. They'd managed to learn something interesting. The girl looked at the guys who had just left. They had towels hanging around their necks. They'd said they'd returned. The protagonist approached the girl, who asked if they'd found anything. He replied that he'd like a drink of water first. Kim greedily sipped water from a bottle. Song asked that she hoped everything had gone smoothly. The guy looked at her and replied that he had some bad news first. The girl looked at him with alarm, and he added that identifying the criminal would be extremely difficult. He raised a glass of water to his mouth and said there wasn't a single clue that could lead to him. Even the gate itself showed no obvious signs of manipulation. The 3 of them stood before the gate, and Kim added that he'd discovered something concerning the gate. The gate glowed bright red, and the boy noted that it hadn't appeared on its own, but had been deliberately opened by an awakened one. Sweat trickled down the girl's face, and she said that since the gate had been deliberately opened, it was likely a fake. The boy, holding a bottle, added that this meant it was a fake exit. He couldn't go into detail yet, so he'd give a brief description. They all looked at the gate, and the boy said that this terrorist of theirs could create new entrances and exits to the dungeon, and of course, he knew how to close the original passage, so this was his replacement. Sweat dripped down Kim's cheeks. The girl asked why they were doing all this, just to provoke a breach, and he replied he wasn't sure. 3 researchers stood before the gate. The boy thought that after his analysis, he'd discovered that there were several ways to intentionally trigger a dungeon breach, and the number of passages had nothing to do with it. He raised the bottle to his lips and asked if this wasn't the first time the dungeon had mysteriously breached, and the girl replied that it was. She rubbed her chin and added that this was the third time in a year, and all three had breached ahead of schedule. The boy stood next to her and thought, that's 3 incidents in total, and the cliff, that in the previous cases they had left no trace, and this time they had deliberately abandoned the gate to attract attention. The girl looked at him and asked if it was possible that there were 3 different culprits in these 3 cases. The boy replied that they couldn't confirm it right now, and thought that if he had more mana, he could use advanced magic to quickly finish the job. Kim capped the bottle and noted that reincarnation as a lesser hunter creates many problems. Song looked at him, and the boy said she couldn't go through that gate anymore. The girl looked at them in shock, and the protagonist replied that since it was a fake entrance, but extremely unstable, he doubted the gate would last until tomorrow. The girl asked, "Isn't that their only key, and it will disappear?" The boy looked at the gate, and said they must find a clue urgently. The house stands against the night sky, and the hero realized that, contrary to Song's expectations, that gate had vanished before the investigation had time to progress. The young man looks at his phone and explains that they lost their only lead to the culprit. The protagonist turns and adds that since that day, the terrorist attacks have also suddenly ceased, and Miss Song has gradually become less in touch. His fingers slid across the screen, and the protagonist notices that the gate they were investigating simply vanished, and there's not much news about it. A news story about a series of mysterious disappearances appeared, and Kim mentions that there's been a lot of talk about the case lately. The protagonist holds up a gadget stating that this was the 7th victim in a series of disappearances in Yunpyeongju. 4 days have passed since the police established a special investigation team and began searching for the missing. The protagonist looks at the comments and wonders if it really was a kidnapping. A call from Song appears, and the protagonist notices that all the missing are not awakened, but why would anyone want ordinary people without magical powers? The young man picked up his phone and assumed there was a new lead on the terrorist from the gate breach. The hero glanced away tensely. The moon illuminated the night forest, and Kim realized he was being urgently asked to come to Yunpyeongju. Silhouettes were walking through the night forest. The hero, saying that since he had been summoned, remembered that they had agreed to help in exchange for lunch. The girl turned to the young man, who continued, asking if they were talking about finding the missing. Wouldn't her skill handle it? He added that he didn't know if he could help, noting that it seemed a bit like shifting the work. Turning around, the girl continued, not to mention that she had previously used her skill on the missing. The agent had used the skill and explained that the first 2 had been completely untraceable. Only the last one had worked properly. The girl stood still and said he was underground. Sun, holding a flashlight, added that the missing person was detected at such a depth that it couldn't be explained other than by a burial, to which the young man suggested that one of the missing persons was buried. The agent looked ahead and replied that she didn't know, but one thing was clear: this wasn't a simple secret burial, as her skill could track a target even after their death. But in the first 2 cases, she hadn't even been able to determine the coordinates. The young man looked up, and the agent added that the criminal was obviously blocking it somehow, but now they were following the missing person's coordinates, meaning they were being deliberately led there. When the girl explained that this was the reason she had called Mr. Jim, the protagonist frowned, realizing he had been brought in to check for a possible trap. The agent turned and explained that analysts weren't usually called in for such cases, but still, having another active hunter would make the search much safer. The hero looked at the girl and whispered, "What's the matter with a wreck like him, still operating?" Sun, looking at the hero, tried to figure out what he'd said, but the hero replied that he hadn't said anything and wondered why he was even grumbling about it. A bead of sweat trickled down the girl's face, and the hero said the situation was clear and they needed to continue searching. The moon illuminated the dense forest. Branches swayed in the wind. The boy turned. A blue aura enveloped Sun, and the agent said this was the place. The squad stood still, and the girl explained that right under their feet, here, underground, was the missing person, but she felt no movement. Someone lowered a cane to the ground, and a female voice continued, "This is the clue they're looking for." The unknown man looked at the squad, and Sun added that he was closer than he appeared. Police stood near the cordon. The man lowered his hand and asked if the missing person was directly under this ground, to which the agent replied that the captain was right. The man raised his head and said they needed to dig up the ground and check. The captain extended his hand and ordered the first team to search the perimeter. Sun approached the hero and suggested they go explore the area, and the hero replied that the missing person's location had already been found, to which the girl reminded him that the criminal could have deliberately lured them here. The young man lowered his head, and the agent suggested that return devices might be planted nearby, while the hero noted that there were no major traps. The people were standing, and the young man said that she was in command here, to which the girl replied that her work was already done, and that she had used up all available uses of her search skill. The agent lowered her head and sadly said that after 3 uses, she became just an empty shell. The hero looked up, and Song explained that capturing the criminal and rescuing the victims was now the second group's job, as they had all awakened. The young man remembered the girl's words about an empty shell. The agent turned and asked the hero if he saw anything dangerous nearby, to which Kim replied that he didn't see anything unusual. Song smiled when the hero said there were no mana-based traps in the area. The girl looked away. Song took a step and told the hunter Kim to wait a second. The agent pointed and asked if he could see. Song pointed to a silhouette behind a tree. The hero leaned over, trying to understand what she was talking about, and realized that this was certainly better than in his past life, when he lived underwater. But Kim's vision wasn't perfect either. Mana enveloped the protagonist's eyes, who decided to check the area with mana. A blue glow appeared from behind the tree, and the agent clarified that someone was standing there. The protagonist looks ahead and says it's an awakened being, and the girl asks if he's sure. The agent starts to back away from the guy when he says he's sure, telling him to stay here while she calls the second team. The stranger stands behind a tree, and the guy thinks it's the tree Song mentioned. The man peeks out, and the protagonist assumes it's a hiker. The guy looks ahead, trying to figure out who it is and whether they're connected to this case. He adds that he's definitely defeated, with a mana level of roughly your rank. Blue liquid runs down the stranger's lips, and the protagonist notices he's chewing something. The girl extends her hand and tells the captain he's there. The stranger looks up. An aura envelopes the man's body, and Kim notices his mana has increased sharply. The enemy's pupils have contracted. The protagonist looks ahead. The protagonist leans over and realizes the stranger is aiming at someone. The man accumulated energy in his hand. The girl turned to face the man shouting her name. Kim extended his hand and shouted for her to get away from there as quickly as possible. A seal appeared beneath her feet. The drawing began to emit an aura. Energy swirled around the heroes. The girl crossed her arms due to the magical pressure. The young man looked at the girl and told her not to be afraid, to which the agent tried to understand. A chunk of earth turned into blue energy. People fell, and the hero replied that they were about to fall. People flew out of the portal. The squad fell into the water. The agent and the man emerged from the water. The hero lies against the backdrop of a drowning Song and realizes he nearly broke his back. A blue portal glows on the ceiling, and the young man tries to figure out where they ended up. Rays of light illuminated the lake, and the boy noted that this entire strange landscape. The protagonist lies in the water, thinking they've gone underground again, the pose of an alien who, in a past life, was an aquatic creature. Kim looked away. The man sits in front of Song and asks her to wake up. The girl began to cough. The man turned and asked what was going on, suggesting they'd entered a gate, and the protagonist replied that it looked like it. The blue circle began to shrink, and the protagonist realized the gate had closed. The agent stood before a red sphere, and the young man remembered someone saying it was a terrorist's doing. He looked up and realized the map of the disappearances in Yunpyong was becoming clearer. The girl was trembling, and the protagonist summarized that Song, the D-rank police officer, and he were involved, noticing that the captain had almost made it in. Someone stepped on the ground, and Kim thought his head was too full and it was time to sort this out. The strangers looked at the young man and asked if he was a hunter. The police officer turned around in shock. The children ran toward the squad, and the man suggested that they were the same missing high school students, to which the students responded affirmatively. The children were crying and begging to be pulled out of here. The policeman looks at his phone and replies that they need to figure out what's going on here themselves, and the boy explains that there used to be 6 of them. The man's pupils narrowed when the high school student says everyone is dead and only they remain. A system window appears and informs them that this is a gate called Winter in Istanbul, where enemies with ice-based abilities appear, and they need to beware of a few flying monsters. The dungeon is rank B. The policeman looks at his phone and says it's a B-rank gate, and the protagonist notes that the rank is quite high, but they haven't awakened of the appropriate level. The young man turns and says that if there aren't that many monsters, then 1 B rank should be enough to clear it. The girl trembles, and the protagonist suggests that they start hunting, and maybe then a new exit will appear. The boy leans over and says the girl's name, trying to understand what's happening to her. Water runs down the boy's face, and the agent asks for her to leave. Song looks down and whispers to be let out of here, because she can't be here. The girl raised her head and screamed madly to be let out. Her backpack lies on the table. Song's childhood was completely ordinary. Women work in the fields. She woke up in the morning and went to school, and after school, she helped her parents on the tea plantation. The woman turned to her daughter and told her to go play with her friends, because her mother could handle it herself. Her parents didn't want their child to work in the fields. The girl raised her head and replied that she was more interested in picking tea leaves. Song loved green tea plantations and went to help her parents whenever possible. The wind blew the girl's hat off her head. The monster sits after a bloodstain, and one day, no different from all the others, her peaceful life collapsed in an instant. The demon looms over the child. People look up. The creature assesses its prey. The demon lunged. A hand grabbed the girl by the shoulder. The woman threw her daughter back. A vulture grabbed Song's mother. The girl cried out for her mother in horror. Blood fell to the ground, all those moments still vivid in her mind. The man ran forward, the father rushing at the monster. The monster spread its wings, the mother carried away by the beast. The man grabbed a clawed paw. The girl looked ahead. The father held onto the paw of the flying monster. The gate closed, a blindingly shining passage. 7 years ago, a simultaneous tremor struck the entire world underground. Song clutched her head, the day her parents died before her eyes and her life shattered. An aura enveloped the girl's body. The child sat on the ground, surrounded by green energy. Song had awakened as a B-rank hunter. The boy placed his hand on the seated girl's back and called her name. The hero leaned over and asked if she could hear him. The protagonist frowned, realizing this was the perfect panic attack. He added that the only awakened capable of fighting monsters suffered from verophobia. The people looked ahead in horror, and Kim realized that the tremor in the dungeon 7 years ago had killed many people. Fear gripped the girl, and the young man realized that if someone had survived it, then there were those who hadn't. He leaned over the girl and realized that if he couldn't calm the B-rank hunter, they would all die, and then told Song to take a deep breath. He touched the girl and remarked that this was a suicidal idea, then said he would count to 3, and she would gradually come to her senses. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that if Song perceived this as a threat and struck back, his bones would instantly crumble to dust, and then began the countdown. The hero leaned over, terrified, because he didn't want to make a spectacle of dismembering Kim, and he said the number 2 out loud. Sweat streamed down the girl's face, and the hero finished counting. The agent exhaled, and the protagonist asked if she had calmed down. The boy stood up and explained that this was a B-rank gate, but the police were D-rank, and he was an F. The young man stood before the girl and said that she was the only one who could fight the monsters, to which Song yelled that she couldn't. The hero leaned over and asked why she couldn't fight, since outside she was calmly hunting rookie assassins, for example, to which the girl yelled that they were C-rank, and she had never fought monsters of her own level. The agent looked up and asked if Kim would help her, to which the hero told her to calm down and added that he was an F rank, and the girl fearfully said that he came here and said such things. The young man looks at the screaming girl, who he's so insistent about begging her to help, and he thinks she still thinks he falsified his rank and somehow doesn't believe in the reevaluation she conducted herself. The girl covers her face with her hands and adds that he knows she's a detective, but beyond that, she has no skills, and what does he expect from her? The young man replies that even knowing they'll all die if she doesn't intervene, he can't do anything. Song clutches his face and adds that he can't. The young man leans over and says that eventually she'll die too. The agent starts crying and screams that she already said she can't. The young man grabs the girl by the shoulders and asks her to wake up. The young man holds Song and tells her she woke up not as a detective. The girl stares forward in shock, and the hero thinks he knew this all along, but she hid it and therefore didn't tell him. Kim looked down and explained that her true awakening skill, if he was right, was to master the element of wind on a planet with such a dense atmosphere, making her the strongest hunter among those of equal level. The girl's eyes widened and she replied that he was right and she didn't know how he knew, but there was one problem. The hero's mouth dropped open in surprise when he told her she couldn't use it because the power wasn't manifesting. An image of Song's awakening day appeared, and the girl explained that the monster that killed her parents controlled wind, and when she tried to use the skill, she immediately remembered that moment, and it wouldn't activate. The agent placed her hand on her chest and said that she really couldn't use it. The young man looked forward and thought she was trying to tell him that magic wasn't activating due to a psychological barrier. But on his planet, such cases had never happened, and he compared it to a novice mage who had recently activated his mana. The girl looked at the boy, who was telling her to listen to him. The people were watching this scene, and the young man said that in his opinion, there were no problems with her body, meaning that if she wanted, she could use her power at any moment. The protagonist raised his hand and concluded that she could easily handle the monsters of this gate once she regained her skills. The young man extended his hand and told her to believe him. The girl raised her head and suggested that she could. The hero looked down, and Song tried to understand why he was telling her this. After all, he was no ordinary F-rank hunter, so why was he simply observing the situation? The hunters looked away. The hero raised his head and tried to understand what it was. The creature was flying toward the fleeing people. The faceless monster opened its mouth wide. The young man raised his head. The young man turned to the girl and told her to run. Song trembled. The protagonist ran with the people, thinking that the alien must survive, and shouted at them to run faster. The young man looked back. The creature flew past the agent, and the protagonist tried to understand why he had abandoned the one sitting quietly. The monster loomed over the protagonist, who was trying to understand why he had chased it. His foot hit a rock. Kim fell to the ground. The young man looked away. The monster was approaching the protagonist, who thought he was going to die. The protagonist stood up and shouted the girl's name. Sun looked in horror at Kim, who screamed for her help. The creature's tail pierced the young man's shoulder. Blood trickled down the young man's lips. The girl looked forward in horror. The protagonist raised her head. The girl turned and shouted the protagonist's name. Kim dropped to one knee. The agent sat on the ground, trying to understand what was happening. Blood streamed down the young man's face, and the girl thought that he had been telling the truth all this time and that he really was an F rank. Sun leaned over and considered what to do next. As if this continued, the monster would carry the hunter Kim into the air. The creature reached its paw toward the man. The girl touched his chest and added that it would brutally kill the hunter somewhere later, just like that. The vulture clutched the girl's mother in a key. The monster rose into the air with the protagonist. The girl leaned over. A green aura enveloped Sun's hand. The huntress concentrated her energies and shouted for the creature to stop. Energy lines flew toward the monster. The creature turned around. But the next moment, magic cut the creature into several pieces. The girl looked forward. Kim fell to the ground. The agent ran to the protagonist. Sun tried to catch the hero. The young man landed in the huntress's arms. The girl was breathing heavily. The agent sat next to Kim, trying to figure out if he was okay and what to do next. The huntress began checking her pockets and said that she needed a restoration potion now, but she didn't have one. The girl froze when the boy said she used the skill. The hero, kneeling, noted that he said she could. The boy turned and added that thanks to her, he survived. Tears began to stream down the girl's face, and she said she never thought she could save anyone. People ran to the hunters, asking if they were okay. Song stood up and asked if they had anything for first aid. The man approached the hero and told him to remain still. The boy leaned on the policeman, saying everything was fine and asking him to step back a bit. The girl looked at the boy, who told the D-ranker to take off his shirt and let him examine the wound and use a recovery potion, to which the latter asked if he could handle it himself. The protagonist turned and added that the man should gather all the injured together, as there could be other monsters, so he should try to do it quietly. Song tried to understand how he could be so calm when he was pierced through and through. The girl looked at the hero and assumed he had lost his mind from the intense pain. The squad stood near the stone. The man took a step and asked the boy not to cry. The child wiped away her tears and said he wanted to go home. The hero extended his hand and said that he almost began his third life. The protagonist grabbed the tail. His hand squeezed the sting. Drops of blood fell to the floor. The hero threw the tail to the ground. The young man took out a vial and thought it was good that he had prepared the mana booster in advance. The boy drank the contents. Mana began to fill the wound. The boy held his hand over the wound. The hole began to close. The body was completely healed. The girl looks at the protagonist, trying to figure out if he's okay, as even with the potion, the wound is still quite serious. Song looks ahead, wondering if she's the one who called him on this dangerous mission, and what if something happens to him. But the hero's voice snaps her out of her thoughts and informs her that the treatment is complete. The hero leans against a rock, and the man asks if he's okay. The girl looks at the protagonist in surprise and notes that the deep wound disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a potion with such an effect must cost millions of one, and it's an F-rank one on hand. The young man turns to the agent. Kim bows his head and suggests continuing the cleansing, adding that the main rule of the gate is that as soon as the boss is defeated, an exit immediately appears, meaning they first need to deal with the local leader. Kim stands before the girl and says they've already used the skill and need to get to the boss before they lose their grip, to which the agent asks if they can do that right away. The girl stood nervously when the young man asked her not to worry. The hero raised his head and said he would help in any way he could. Magic surrounded the monster's body, and someone shouted that she was doing well. Energy surrounded the girl's body, and the voice added that this power, her weapon, could not be allowed to take control, she should direct it herself. The girl turned when she heard her name. The monster approached Sun, and the protagonist shouted that the enemy was from above. The agent leaned over. Magic lines cut the monster's head in two. Sun breathed heavily, and the young man shouted that it was well done. The protagonist ran up to the girl and added that he had told her she could do it. The girl opened her mouth when someone asked if they could get out now. The squad stood still, and the man wanted to know if they could return home, to which the young man suggested they rest for now. Song bowed her head, and the man added that the boss was very close, to which the protagonist explained that it was better to prepare first and then go, and the girl considered whether to tell her the truth right now. The huntress turned and silently remarked that she had no experience clearing gates, as she had simply sat in the office doing paperwork. The gate stood still. A red eye peered out of the crack, and Song realized that despite all this, she had to defeat a boss of her own rank. Beads of sweat trickled down the girl's face, realizing she was terrified. The protagonist raised his head. Fear enveloped Song, who tried to figure out if she could even get out of here. The young man walked toward the huntress. Kim put his hands in his pockets and assumed the girl thought she couldn't handle it. The protagonist leaned over and said that if that were the case, it wasn't her fault, and if anything, it was his fault, having forced her to stand up despite her injury. Kim leaned against the wall and apologized for that, as it was a life-or-death situation, and he'd been harsh. The protagonist sat down and concluded that, ultimately, it was the terrorists' fault for bringing them here, not Miss Song. The people were sitting on the rocks, and the boy added that, given the situation, she needed to be patient for a little while longer. Kim stood up and said that if she completed this task, she could survive any gate. The girl smiled at the boy's words, adding that it wasn't easy and they would go when she was ready. Song stood up and, when the boy asked if she had rested enough, answered yes. The huntress raised her head and said they were going to kill the boss. The boy stopped. The protagonist raised his hand and asked for a moment's wait. The hero stood in front of the gate, and was told that the boss was right behind this door, and was quite large, perhaps 4 to 5 meters tall. Kim raised his head and added that it could be dangerous going forward, so only he and Song would go, and the rest should stay here for now. The hunter approaches the opening gate. People walk across the ice. The monster opens its mouth. The hunters look at the boss. The girl began to build up her aura when the hero said he saw no obvious weak points, so it would be better to use skills immediately and suppress it. Song gathered energy in her fingers and thought that, if possible, it would be better to finish it with one blow. A whirlwind rushed towards the enemy. The boss turned. The monster dashed to the side. The girl looks forward and realizes that it dodged. The young man turned and shouted the huntress's name. The boss began to build up energy. The monster began to spread magic along the ground. Aura enveloped the girl's hand. The two energies collided. The creature leaped at the girl. Song raised her head. The agent began to run. The huntress fell to the ground after the monster's attack. Song swung her arm to attack. A beam of energy struck the monster's head. The protagonist looked up and noticed that Song was visibly exhausted. He looked at the huntress and realized her mana was almost completely drained. The young man stood, realizing that even with his support, defeating a boss of her rank would be difficult. Energy accumulated in the girl's hand, and Kim remembered that only today had she used her abilities for the first time. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Blood oozed from the monster's wound, and the young man thought the monster would fall before the hunter Song. The boss began to spew frost flames. Two auras clashed. The girl looked ahead. The monster was swinging for a strike. Song raised her hand. Magic sliced the monster's paw into several pieces. The boss screamed in pain. Something was rapidly approaching. The giant lashed out with its tail where the huntress had been standing. The agent dodged the attack. She was breathing heavily. Mana cuts through the monsters, and the girl remembers that she's been using mana nonstop since the beginning, which is why she's now breathing hard, as if her lungs are about to burst. An image of the huntress appears. Energy drains from the girl's blood vessels, and she feels her mana draining, apparently reaching her limit. An aura begins to build near the huntress's hand, deciding it's time to end. A massive wall of mana rushes toward the boss. The creature watches the attack. The energy collides with the creature. The giant begins to scream. The monster strikes the ground. The girl swipes for another attack. The mana slices through the creature's tail. The monster runs after the girl. An aura surrounds the agent's body. The energy leaves wounds on the boss's body. Sun extends her hand and mentally declares that the enemy is dead. Sun silently looks ahead. Weak magical energy surrounds the girl's hand. The huntress retreats to the wall. The monster opens its jaws wide to kill the man. The young man flees. Kim, surrounded by a yellow aura, parries the boss's attack. The protagonist turns and asks why Sun is standing there. He should finish him off faster. The hero turned around and, at the girl's mention of mana, shouted at her to gather every last drop. The hero frowned and said that she would remain inactive again, and that she should come to her senses. The huntress looks ahead, and the hero shouts that she wants everyone to just die. Tears well up in the girl's eyes. The vulture holds the girl's mother in its beak. The monster takes Sun's parents into the portal. The girl is sitting on the ground. The child is clutching her head. The boys are sitting on a bench. The huntress extended her hand. A green projectile pierced the boss. The monster's carcass fell to the ground. The upper half of the creature shattered into pieces. Sun is breathing heavily. The huntress looked up and realized she had done it. The agent looks ahead. The young man stands before the remains of the monster, deciding what to do with them, and the girl tries to understand what happened. An image appeared of the hero saving the huntress's life, and Song was trying to figure out how he'd managed to repel the attack of a B-rank monster, since Kim clearly hadn't used any equipment or skills. The young man approached the girl and said she'd done well. Song stared ahead silently, and someone shouted that the boss was dead. People ran toward the hunters, shouting that she was the best and that it was amazing. Civilians stood near the hunters, saying they'd done a great job. The girl pointed and said it was over there. A blue circle emitted a blue glow, and someone remarked that the gate had opened, meaning they were saved and could return home. The young man turned and said it was time for them to go. The protagonist walked, and Song tried to figure out if her guess was correct. The girl stared ahead, distantly. The young man turned, and Song realized it was all about the difference in magical energy density, an incredibly overwhelming one at that. Kim looks at the huntress, who remarks that he's so strong that a B-rank monster couldn't even leave a scratch, meaning he possesses immense magical power. The young man turned to the girl and asked why she was standing there, as they needed to leave quickly. Sun raised her head. The hero's mouth fell open in surprise when the girl asked if he was crazy. The young man puts the bracelet away and asks what she means. Police cars were parked outside. Holding the bracelet in his hands, the hero sighed. Looking at it, the protagonist thought it was a good thing he'd carried it with him all this time. A notification about the accessory appeared. Sitting on a rock, Kim thought he'd been saving money, as it only worked twice. A bright light emanated from the bracelet, and the hero considered that if the attack had hit him directly, it would have been instant death. Putting the bracelet in his jacket pocket, the protagonist thought that if anyone saw the bracelet, they might attack him again, so he should hide it well. Taking a step forward, the girl shouted for him to listen, to which Kim responded. Turning his head, the hero realized he'd been angry all along. The girl stopped in front of him. Looking down, she considered that she honestly wished she could grab him by the scruff of the neck. The hunter, whom the boss couldn't lay a claw on, had deliberately feigned weakness and gotten injured to force her to overcome her trauma and use her skill. Crossing her arms, Song said that she roughly understood what he was thinking, but he shouldn't expect gratitude for it. The hero looked at her, hearing that he was completely sane. The girl winced at what she was saying. Sitting on a rock, the protagonist said that, on the contrary, he should be the one thanking her. Looking away, he added that she had saved them. Song's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that thanks to her, they all survived. Smiling, Kim thanked her. The hunter froze in amazement. She turned around at the address. Smiling, the girl said he'd almost forgotten to thank her. Thank you so much. Standing next to her, the woman added that they'd saved her daughter's life, practically their entire family. Waving her hand, Song replied that it wasn't worth it. She'd simply done what she had to. Looking down, the hunter fell into thought. Standing still, she reflected on how she'd been thinking only of herself the whole time at the gate, how she'd cleared it for the first time and heard so many words of gratitude. The protagonist looked at her, and the thought occurred to him, why had Hunter Kim done this for her? What did it even matter to him? Looking away, the girl realized he was thanking her too. Turning her head, she added, what was he even thinking about? The protagonist closed his eyes. He looked away, wondering if it was time to go. The man clenched his teeth, the thought dawning that despite all the difficulties, the criminal had been arrested and the missing had been successfully rescued, so there was nothing more for him to do here. Taking a step forward, Kim considered that the police would handle the rest, and that the 2 weeks he'd promised would end tomorrow. Turning his head, he added that, by the way, when he thanked her for saving him, he'd smiled slightly. The girl waved, and the protagonist wondered if he'd conveyed her emotions correctly. He'd like to hear others' opinions. Sun looked away. They stood facing each other. Smiling, the protagonist thought, he'll do it again. The girl shuddered in surprise. She suddenly turned around. Putting his hands to his face, Kim wondered why she was so stunned. He made a really strange face. He'd been training hard at home for 10 days. Closing his eyes, he added that he'd definitely master his emotional expression and deceive all the earthlings. Sun shifted her gaze. A view of the building opened up. Several days had passed. The girl was sitting at the table. She looked surprised at the address. Grinning, the guy said hello and said the weather was nice today, to which Song asked if they'd like an iced Americano. Sitting at the table, Yun-sung asked why she'd invited him, by the way. She usually doesn't schedule meetings on weekends. She replied that she just wanted to ask something. Looking at her, he heard it was a coincidence. The guy closed his eyes, hearing that he wasn't friends with Hunter Kim. Sitting in front of him, Song mentioned that she hadn't even started the conversation yet, but he was already reacting so suspiciously. Yun-sung replied that no, he was simply surprised she'd suddenly brought him up. Holding a cup in her hands, the girl said she knew they knew each other well. Song showed her phone to the hero, and he heard it as if it was because of the kidnapping incident. No, she hadn't really thought about it then. She stood before the hunters, and someone said something about how, upon seeing an A rank and an F rank exiting the gate together, she suspected something. Looking at the girl, the young man heard her say that this was how he met Hunter Kim, to which he asked why she suddenly became interested, whether it was due to association. Song widened her eyes in surprise and considered her rather cautious reaction, then said no, it wasn't, so she shouldn't worry. Yun-sung winced when he heard her say she honestly suspected Kim might be a criminal, to which he repeated. Placing her cup on a plate, the hunter said that if he had gotten into trouble because of an unscrupulous awakened, he wanted to help. Raising his hand, the young man replied that it was complete nonsense, that Kim was a criminal, and Song replied that he had concealed his awakening rank. The young man looked at her silently. The girl crossed her arms and said that his forgery was a crime, and besides, in this industry, even a difference of 1 rank changes the salary level, and he had deliberately understated his. The young man raised an eyebrow, hearing that, aside from personal gain, wasn't that strange? He replied that, well, that was true. Looking at him, Song mentioned that Hunter Yun-sung was known in the association as an honest and decent man, but he associated with that very F rank, and she wondered if Kim had a reason for the forgery. The young man lowered his gaze, hearing that perhaps he was so strong that even an A rank would have trouble dealing with him and was simply using the hunter as prey. He thought she seemed to know and suspect something. Looking directly at her, he added, wondering if Kim had really revealed his true awakening rank. The girl crossed her arms, thinking that, if she thought about it, they had entered the gate together. Clutching his head, the hunter thought about what he seemed to understand, then he probably wanted to protect people and was forced to show his true strength. He widened his eyes in surprise and added that if his cover as a rank F was blown, then what about him? Sitting in front of him, the girl said she wasn't planning to arrest him or Kim now, but simply wanted to confirm the facts. Pursing his lips, Yun-sung thought that if he could dispel the doubts surrounding Kim right then and there, it would be much better for him. Song smirked, hearing him tell her about him. Looking at her, the boy asked if she could keep everything a secret. Sitting in front of him, the hunter responded approvingly. The boy swallowed nervously, hearing her promise. Raising his head, he said it was one summer day when he met him. Sitting at the table, Yun-sung asked that she knew that his team had recently been routed in the Transcendent Gate, to which Song replied that she knew, a rather serious incident. Looking at her, the young man said that the guild had ordered him not to tell anyone, but in reality, he was only alive thanks to him. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. Slamming his hand on the table, The young man shouted that he could still clearly see that moment before his eyes. Clenching his fists, Yunsung said that their team was almost completely annihilated, but suddenly Kim appeared out of nowhere and instantly felled the golem, ripping out its heart. Suddenly, he turned away. Turning his head, the young man asked what was bothering her, that he was in F rank. Apparently it was for a reason, maybe it would give him a chance. Wide-eyed, the young woman asked why. Turning around, the young man said he didn't recognize her, but in his opinion, it was somewhat similar to Yun's case, and that he should remember that interview. Beams of light flew around the man, and it sounded like S-rank magic, which could render ordinary people unconscious, even if not to this degree. Perhaps he was deliberately holding back his power to avoid influencing others. Looking her straight, the young man said that in any case, he meant that Kim wouldn't participate in crimes. Rank manipulation is usually for murder and dirty money, but he's completely different. Crossing her arms, Song asked him why he didn't lust for wealth, to which he replied that he ate rice soup every day. Looking at him, she added that he'd been so zealous in protecting him from the very beginning, even though they'd only known each other for a short time. Why did he value Kim so highly as a person, considering they'd only just started talking? Yunsung's eyes widened. Standing before the girl, he explained that Kim had simply supported him, worried that he might get stuck in the past, dwelling on his failures, and one day, helped him gain confidence. The hero walked toward him, and it seemed he had sacrificed himself without hesitation. Song looked at him in surprise and asked what he had sacrificed, to which the young man replied that yes, he had deliberately exposed himself to the attacks of some scum for his sake. She lowered her gaze, hearing that he was being suspected after that. Tapping her fingers on the table, the girl said she didn't know, she still doubted. The hunter's eyes widened in amazement, hearing him speak only well of Kim. Placing her hands on the table, Song asked if there was a side to him he didn't even know about. Leaning on the table, Yunsung replied that it was his unknown side, and she explained that he had attacked another hunter inside the gate. Raising her hand, Song said something sneaky, from behind, to which the young man asked her to wait. His eyes widened, he asked if she was by any chance talking about the White Labyrinth in Chan. As far as he knew, that was the only time Kim had ever raised a hand against another hunter. The girl looked surprised at this. Sitting in front of him, she asked if this was the truth and not some kind of blackmail from Kang. Raising his hands, the young man said that he shouldn't misunderstand. He knew the whole story behind this incident. He hadn't fought with Hunter Chan. Looking at the girl, the young man said he'd heard it from him personally while they were eating after leaving the labyrinth. He turned his head, hearing her apologize. The truth was, he'd hit him. Yunsung looked surprised, hearing that he tried to stop him because he'd clearly overdone it, and it had turned out like this. He'd planned to play the victim while Mr. was unconscious. Standing still, the boy said. That's what he said. Clenching his fist, he added that he was forced to hit Yung to save him. Song's eyes widened in surprise and she asked again. Smiling, the boy replied that yes, he'd wanted to be the victim instead of Yung. Usually, everyone in the gate tries to shift that role onto each other, but he'd done the opposite. The hunter stared at him silently, listening to him explain that he'd even apologized to him afterwards. Wasn't that amazing? Yunsung turned his head, wondering if that was even the most important thing right now. The boy held his sword in his hands, and the girl thought that an F-ranker had knocked out Korea's top hunter. A glow appeared around the hero, and she added that it meant he really had been hiding his rank, but since the most modern measuring instruments hadn't confirmed it, there was nothing she could do anyway. Yunsung smiled, hearing him say, "Well, thanks for the story." Now it made more sense to her, to which he asked again. Sitting at the table, the girl said yes, she thought there was no longer any need to consider him a potential criminal. She smirked, thinking that, frankly, she just wasn't sure. She hadn't thought he was that bad. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise hearing that, although there was no need to say anything now. Sitting in front of him, Song said that, as a member of the association, she didn't see a problem with Hunter Kim hiding his power. In fact, it was for the best, to which the young man asked. He put a hand to his face, hearing that if the truth about his awakening rank came out, he wouldn't be able to fight off the guilds. The young man replied, well, yes, the balance of power was already tenuous. A squad showed up, and it was reported that they were currently supported by 3 guilds in Korea, neo-sisters with absolute numerical superiority, financed by large corporations. The people's eyes lit up, suggesting that the Korean Magic Tower was a group of powerful awakened led by a charismatic S-rank hunter. They shook hands, and the girl wondered about the Korean Hunters Association, whose ranks were small but connected to politicians and controlled the awakened. Looking straight ahead, Song reflected on how, in this difficult situation, the association had managed to maintain its voice thanks to each S-rank acting for themselves. The hero stood still, and she added that if a fourth suddenly appeared and then joined the force of another S-rank hunter, the barely established balance of power would tip. The protagonist turned his head, wondering if the association, too, might lose its restraining power, and the current world would collapse. Resting her face in her hands, the hunter said that this is why she wanted Mr. Kim to continue pretending to be an F-rank hunter, and remain outside the guilds. Sitting in front of the boy, she added that she was speaking on behalf of the association, as they needed to keep the situation under control. The young man smirked at this. He smiled and said that if that was the case, he shouldn't worry. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Kim apparently not wanting to join anything. Last time, he'd completely ignored the tower's offer, to which she asked again. Looking straight ahead, the hunter considered how unexpected it was to refuse an offer from one of the leading guilds. Looking away, she added that while someone officially recognized as an F-ranker was still not a target they'd desperately fight for, it meant they could breathe a sigh of relief. The Korean magic tower appeared. People were sitting at tables, and a murmur of thanks was heard for taking the time to speak with them. Smiling, the boy said he was the head of the hunter recruitment department. A cup of coffee sat on the table. Kwok closed his eyes and said he looked tired, but everything was fine. The protagonist replied that he'd just recently finished a quest. Kim's eyes widened, wondering what was going on in the tower. Everyone's so obsessed with coffee. Looking at him, the guy said he must be really tired, and without further ado, he'd get down to business. The protagonist abruptly stopped him, hearing that, as he probably already guessed, they were offering him a membership in their guild. Kwok looked surprised when he heard the word. Join! Frowning, the protagonist said he'd gone to work for their company, and he was at it again. The Korean magic tower appeared. Kwok, holding out his hands, told him to wait. The documents were on the table, and someone said something about hiring an F-rank hunter, specifically for him. The girl sighed when she heard that the awakening score was only 14, and why would they even need a hunter below average? She replied that they told her to bring him, so just bring him. Putting her hand to her face, Esther remarked that he himself had complained about expanding the pool of awakened analysts, to which Quack replied that there was a barrier to entry, and she knew the average level of their analytical team. They didn't take anyone below rank C. Holding the documents in his hands, the employee explained that with such characteristics, the mana would run out after 1 or 2 uses, and that the contract was so insanely expensive. The girl closed her eyes, hearing him tell her to explain. He wasn't an ordinary analyst, right? He needed information to at least negotiate, she replied. Stop whining. Raising her hand, Esther said that not all awakened were eager to reveal their abilities, as he even casually mentioned information added vulnerability. The guy looked surprised and asked what she meant to say, if it had anything to do with their case. The girl replied that of course, Kim could be one of them. Kwok placed the documents on the table, hearing that he didn't need details, just to know. This was an unusual F-rank. Digging deeper would only alienate him. The girl leaned against the table and said she had already prepared a temporary contract. More money would be needed, so let him tell her. Looking straight ahead, she added that even giving carte blanche wouldn't be a bad idea. The employee's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if she thought he was truly worth it. Crossing her arms, Esther replied that she didn't know yet. For now, she was only certain of his clean record. Extending his hand, Quack asked if he doubted his true worth, but still intended to hire an F-rank. The girl stared at him silently. The hero fell, and the thought occurred to her that his worth was, above all, the fact that he had completed her labyrinth in record time, without any special equipment or items. The protagonist stared straight ahead, and Esther reflected that even her S-rank curse had easily withstood him. Whoever he was, he certainly wouldn't call him ordinary. The girl raised an eyebrow, thinking that if she could just win him over, much would become possible. Even if he turned out to be a villain, understanding his true nature before others certainly wouldn't hurt. Sitting in front of the employee, she asked what was going on. Looking at the guy, Esther told him to stop being stupid and contact the hunter immediately. Closing his eyes, the guy responded approvingly, then thought that in the end, nothing had been explained clearly. As he left, he added that, no matter how much he thought about it, such treatment was too much for a rank F, and what if he'd actually faked it all and his true rank was completely different? Looking at the tablet, the employee thought, well, okay, his job was to hire him, and hiring was all about the money. Looking at the profile, he thought of the protagonist. Frowning, the protagonist asked about him coming to work for their company. He was at it again. The employee swallowed nervously. Sitting in front of the protagonist, he mentioned that they knew he'd already turned down an offer once. Looking at him, Kim heard that they were temporarily abandoning the idea, but decided to contact him again, just in case. Reaching under his jacket, Kwok said the previous offer had been rather impulsive, and perhaps it hadn't satisfied him. Placing the document on the table, he added that they had therefore prepared an updated version of the contract. The protagonist put his hand to his face, hearing that, of course, they were open to further negotiations, to which he thought, frankly, that was it. The contract amount appeared, and the protagonist added that it was too generous for an F rank. Closing his eyes, Kim considered that even this was enough. After all, he had reincarnated for freedom, and going back to the office would be fine. Crossing his arms, the protagonist declared that he was done, refusing. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if he'd refused so suddenly, and then said he should wait. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he'd already made arrangements with another guild, to which he replied that wasn't the issue. Sitting at the table, he mentioned he wasn't planning anywhere, to which Kwok replied that in his career as a hunter, a guild would be necessary eventually, and maybe he'd change his mind, to which Kim replied no. The boy clenched his fist and said he understood, then thought he'd never have guessed he'd be begging some F-ranker like this. No wonder the representative herself had sent him. The hero glared at him, thinking he thought he'd gotten used to the pressure of high-ranking people. It wasn't easy. Looking at him, Kwok said it seemed they truly miscalculated. Closing his eyes, he added that such a hunter wouldn't be bribed even with complete freedom of action. The boy's gaze froze, and he laughed. The protagonist crossed his arms, thinking that even this was getting no reaction, his displeasure so clearly expressed, as if to say, "Don't even think about testing him with money." Kim stared ahead silently. Kwok sighed, thinking it couldn't be that he really was an F rank, and then said there was nothing he could do. Putting the document under his jacket, he added that he understood the formal contract was bothering him. Lowering his head, the boy said he could consider it null and void. Holding the tablet in his hands, he added that he would now make a separate offer, asking if he would consider not an official contract, but just a one-time, temporary assignment. Placing the tablet on the table, Kwok mentioned that they had recently received an artifact after clearing a gate, but they couldn't properly analyze its characteristics, to which the hero assumed it was just one artifact. Looking directly at him, he added that it wasn't so bad, just looking at one item wouldn't take long. The contract appeared, and the protagonist pondered the fact that he had never officially evaluated items before, wondering if he could handle it. The boy then said, "Here's the reward amount set by the magic tower." Kim held the tablet in his hands. Sitting before him, Kwok mentioned that maybe it didn't matter to the hunter, but according to procedure, the protagonist agreed. Pointing downward, he asked what he should sign here. Handing over a pen, the employee replied yes, exactly, and then thought he'd been uninterested, but perhaps he felt awkward about his abrupt refusal. The protagonist signed the contract, and he added that surprisingly, he had a soft side. Raising his head, Kim asked where everything was and what time to arrive. The building opened up. 2 days had passed. Kwok exited the tower. Smiling, the girl asked why he'd arrived, to which he said hello. Standing before him, she mentioned that Hunter Kim was waiting at the second analytical lab, to which the employee replied that he understood. As he left, the guy reflected on the fact that the hiring hadn't worked out. It was a shame, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to start like this, with a small task step by step. Stepping forward, he added that today, after seeing the best equipment, the conditions, and testing everything, he would change his mind. The hero looked at him, told to pass. Holding the card in his hand, Kwok said that the item for evaluation was stored inside. They opened the doors to the room. Walking forward, the man said that this was the second analysis lab. The protagonist, following him, listened as they told him they wanted to entrust him with the item obtained after clearing the A-rank gate, a preliminary unique rank. Looking straight at him, Kim thought it was unique, if he wasn't mistaken. A rank scale appeared, and he added that it was the third of 5 item ranks established by the Hunters Association, determined based on a comprehensive assessment of the equipment's durability, abilities, and other characteristics. Eyes wide, Kwok said, "Here it is." Raising his eyebrows, the hero considered that it was immediately obvious that the item was far from simple. They looked at the blade. Looking at the weapon, the man said they'd given it a temporary name, the Cursed Sword. Looking away, the protagonist asked again, to which Kwok replied there was a reason. The skeleton held the weapon in his hands, and as he'd said earlier, they'd obtained it after hunting an A-rank monster. The people looked at him. The boy put the sword behind his back, and the man said the item was unique, and everyone was delighted. The young man's eyes widened in amazement. A glow appeared around him. The man fell to his knees. The boy froze, wondering if they hadn't yet discovered it absorbed mana. Standing next to the protagonist, the employee mused that first the A-rank hunter who picked up the sword, and then more than 10 people, had become its victims. He then said that it was absorbing mana at an unknown rate, making analysis difficult. Pressing the button, he added that there might be hidden properties, but for now it was just a guess, to which the hero asked, "So what?" Looking at the protagonist, Kwok said the task was no easy one. Kim grabbed the weapon, hearing that he shouldn't worry if it didn't work. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero said that it looked heavier. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he said he couldn't just pick it up, to which the hero asked if he should just examine it. Kwok's eyes widened, wondering why he'd grabbed it, even though he just explained the sword's danger. But why? Looking at the hero, he added that he was fine. The guild's best hunters couldn't handle it. The protagonist looked at the sword, and it occurred to him that it was standing there as if nothing had happened. The employee froze in surprise, wondering who the leader had sent to them. Kim turned his head and said, "Well, if you look at it that way." Looking at the man, he wondered if he was staring because he'd left fingerprints. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought it was a simple magical principle. The sword drains mana in exchange for strength. The blade appeared, and a thought occurred to him that there was also a defense mechanism. It stops absorbing when the wielder's mana reaches its limit. The young man froze before the sword. It had been said that the higher the hunter's rank, the sooner it would reach its limit, and the greater the pain. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that F-rankers had slightly more mana than necessary for survival, so the effect had little effect on him. It was no wonder the magic tower hadn't been able to evaluate the sword. After all, they didn't take anyone below rank C, Extending his hands forward, Kwok asked if he was completely alright, to which Kim replied that everything was fine. Raising the weapon, the hero said that, in essence, the conclusion was simple. It was just a sword that grew stronger from its wielder's mana. The employee, his eyes wide, asked how they were supposed to use it, as even A-rank hunters instantly fainted. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that it was enough to endure, as the sword wouldn't absorb more than it needed anyway. The man looked at him in surprise. Standing before him, Kim told him not to talk. The employee winced, hearing that he couldn't. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he meant to say that the pain of absorption had to be endured, correct? To which the protagonist replied that it was true. Raising his eyebrows, Kwok thought he was imagining himself a ruthless genius. Clenching his fist, he added, "And that phrase, as if." Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked who the weaklings were in one of the 2 strongest guilds in Korea. The employee smiled broadly and thought that their magic tower was the best in the industry, then said that the sword was actually intended for a reserve squad. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that it was mostly just newbies, to which he replied that he believed there weren't many awakened ones capable and ready to handle him, and then thought that it was more about control than mana. The employee winced in surprise, hearing that of all the people he knew, he thought Kim would be able to handle it. Kim held the weapon in his hands. Standing next to it, the man mused that only S-rank hunters could withstand this effect, meaning he was on their level. The protagonist placed the sword in the box, thinking, what a monster. Wide-eyed, Kwok thought that it was impossible to tell from him, even his mana was impossible to determine, which made it even more terrifying, seeing what he'd done to look like an ordinary person. Turning around, the protagonist addressed him. The employee smiled, hearing that something was wrong. Turning around, Kim said there were some problems. The girl greeted him with her arms outstretched. Putting her hands on her hips, she asked who was in the mood today. Walking forward, Esther mentioned that she'd heard Kim had arrived and decided to drop by, then asked if everything was okay. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that yes, they'd just finished, then wondered what she was doing there. Leaning over, the leader asked if it was true and how things were going, and he added, "Damn, I need to get my act together." Esther took a step forward, the thought crossing his mind that if he screwed up now, he'd be done for. Putting his hand behind his head, the protagonist replied, "Well, nothing particularly dangerous." Smiling, the girl asked what she meant by, "No hidden gadgets." Holding the weapon in her hands, she added that she thought there was some great secret hidden there, which is why she hadn't touched it. Closing her eyes, the leader commented that it felt surprisingly comfortable in her hand, and Kim mused that, as he'd expected, an S rank could easily withstand mana absorption. The man looked at her in amazement, and he added that he was worried Esther might get hurt if she swung the sword. Extending his hand, the protagonist asked if she could hand it over for a second, wanting to check something before finishing, to which she responded approvingly. The protagonist looked away, hearing the question of whether he liked the sword. Looking at it, Esther said no one wanted it, she could give it to him. Looking at the weapon, Kim considered that it wasn't a desirable artifact, and for him, as an F rank, it might be too much, as he wouldn't feel obligated to the wielder of the curse attribute. Raising the sword, the protagonist replied that he thought it was too much, to which the girl asked if it was too much, too primitive for him. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if this was some kind of earthling sarcasm. He would have played along and laughed it off, but judging by Song's reaction, it was better not to. Standing next to him, the leader seemed lost in thought. Taking a step forward, she said she understood. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl said, "He's leaving." Glancing at the phone, Kim thought it was the same thing. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that it was a distress notification. The girl looked away. Turning around, she picked up the phone. The leader grinned and exclaimed. Putting her hand on her hip, she asked about the red A-rank gate opening. Walking down the corridor, the leader said there wasn't a moment's peace. Looking at her, the hero asked why the A-rank gate notification had come directly to her, to which Esther replied that it was because there were multiple of them this time. Looking down, the protagonist thought there were multiple A-rank gates. Taking the phone in his hand, he added that, yes, there had been 2 notifications, and he heard her asking for forgiveness. Smiling, the girl said she'd like to sit with him over a cup of coffee, but work, he knew, to which Kim replied that it was no big deal. Putting her hands behind her back, the leader said yes, let him call 2 analysts from the team. There was more than one gate, which meant there would be more materials. Kwok replied that he understood, and the hero addressed her. Looking directly at her, he asked if she minded if he came along too, he could help sort the magic stones. Turning around, Esther repeated the question and replied that it didn't really matter to her, but why would she? Stretching his arms out to his sides, the protagonist said he wanted to see her fight. He'd long been interested in cursed S-rank magic. Looking down, he mused that he simply hadn't seen it used on Earth, and now a little flattery. The girl glanced away, hearing that she must be extremely powerful with that amount of mana. The employee's eyes widened in surprise. He mumbled something nervously, and the headmistress responded approvingly. Extending her hand, Esther said she'd come with them, to which Kim thanked her. Standing still, he considered what he'd gotten out of the compliment. Fawning on such mages worked perfectly. That was how to maintain good relations with those who possessed the curse attribute. The girl walked forward silently. Looking away, she thought, what a bastard, he was trying to suck up to everyone. As they walked down the street, the thought crossed her mind that he was interested in S-rank magic, as if he hadn't dispelled it before her very eyes. Closing the car door, Esther mused that she wanted to see her fight with skills that hadn't even scratched him. Closing her eyes, she said they'd go. The association had already blocked the roads, to which the driver replied that he should fasten his seatbelt first, and the girl asked who would die first if something happened. The hero lowered his head, and she considered that to treat an S-rank like that, one must be absolutely confident in their abilities. The car sped forward. Putting her hand to her face, Esther thought that it didn't matter what the provocation was, as if a portrait of the hero appeared, and the thought occurred to her that if they fell for it, and cursed him again, he wouldn't let it go. Grinning, the leader reflected on what he'd warned her. The protagonist stared ahead silently, and the girl thought he wasn't as simple as he seemed. The boy looked at the city. Stretching his hand back, the boy shouted that the road was blocked, that they should take a detour, turn around, that there was no further road. The leader got out of the car, and she could hear them arriving. How huge they were. Esther smiled and responded approvingly. Bright portals appeared in the air, and someone asked if the villagers had been evacuated. Putting on her bracelet, the girl said excellent. Smiling, she asked what they would begin. Kim looked at her in surprise. Standing before the portals, he wondered if those red gates, unlike the blue ones, which become increasingly unstable over time, simply released monsters and immediately disappeared. Particles appeared around the portal, and he wondered what that sound was. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought the monsters were still inside. Standing in the middle of the road, Esther said that the guild master would handle this, and that they should stay out of the way if they wanted to finish early. The protagonist glanced to the side and wondered if they had gone too far. They wouldn't be able to help her that way. Standing next to him, the man addressed him. Extending his hand forward, he asked not to approach the mistress, to which Kim responded approvingly. Watching what was happening, the hero thought they seemed to have too much faith in her abilities. The leader walked toward the gate, and he added, "Can you really handle this alone?" The monster grabbed the asphalt with his hand. The girl smiled, looking at him. Suddenly, a multitude of creatures flew out of the portals. Esther put her hand to her side. The monster's eyes glowed yellow. A giant emerged from the portal. He swung his huge club. The blow landed on the ground. The spiders rushed forward. The monster stood still. The creature slowly walked forward. Red particles flew around its hand. Suddenly, he threw the sphere forward. An explosion thundered ahead. Frowning, the hero thought about the chaos here, and how she was going to defeat them all. The monsters were destroying the city. Looking to the side, Esther said that since she was left-handed, she could start with those on the left. She began to walk towards the monsters. A purple glow appeared in front of her hand. Bright beams flew around it. Suddenly, the beams rushed towards the monsters. The leader took a step forward. She smirked, looking straight ahead. The creature clenched its teeth. The monster's body trembled. The creatures looked at it in bewilderment. The girl stood silently among them. The hero watched the fight. He froze in bewilderment, and thought he was going crazy. The leader stepped on the monster's corpse, and he added that they fell at once. Esther placed her hand on her side, and the thought entered the protagonist's mind that this woman was something special. The girl turned her head to the side. A voodoo doll appeared, and it was said that the curse was quite an impressive weapon. A glow appeared around the brain, suggesting that it created illusions in the target's mind. For example, it could make healthy people sick, or make someone experience intense pain without physical contact. Looking at the girl, Kim mused that it required intense concentration to use, but she wielded it so easily. Looking away, he added that this curse could kill any creature within its area of effect, which is why the guild members had moved so far away. Even accidentally touching it could kill. The hero turned toward the girl. She smiled broadly. Monsters began to emerge from portals. Looking at them, Esther shouted, "Excellent! Or else things would have ended quite boringly." The giant swung his club. The leader extended her fingers forward. Liquid began to drip from her fingers. It poured onto the ground. A bright light appeared around the girl. The giant stood amidst smoke. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. His body trembled in pain. The leader looked to the side. The monster was rapidly running forward. Esther raised her finger. A red flame erupted in the middle of the city. The creature stood still. A cut appeared on its neck. Suddenly, the monster's heads began to be severed. Waving her hand, the girl asked what the hell was that sticky thing? Looking straight ahead, she added, "Blood. And what kind of monster?" The leader shuddered in amazement. The creatures rushed toward her. Esther lowered her head. Then she snapped her finger. A purple glow appeared in the air. The monsters gritted their teeth. Extending her hand forward, the leader said that now it was even stickier, and what should she do about it? Looking at her hand, she added that they would all have died in agony. The creatures' eyes widened in amazement. Bubbles began to appear on their bodies. The monsters began to fall to the ground. Blood poured onto the asphalt. Watching this, the hero began to wonder if the true power of an S-rank, Kang and Zhang, had even held back, protecting him. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked again. Claws began to emerge from the portal. The monster slowly emerged from the gate. The creature glared ahead. Standing before it, the leader asked what the final boss of the gate was. Smiling, she said it was no wonder it had taken so long to appear. A bright light appeared around her. The creature's eyes lit up. The protagonist silently looked at it. Suddenly, the boss fell to the ground. Kim froze in bewilderment, wondering if he was more powerful than her, or not. Turning her head, the leader asked if that was all. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. A creature emerged from the portal. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought it was a second boss, and an undead one at that. Esther looked up, and he added that meant curses wouldn't work on him. A mechanical monster appeared, and the protagonist wondered if, in other words, this piece of metal was immune to Esther's magic. The boss stood in the middle of the city, and he added what to do with it. Suddenly, the monster struck the ground. The girl jumped to the side. The blow was heading straight for her. The boss struck the ground again. Esther jumped up. She swung her arm. Suddenly, the boss kicked. Part of the boss's body was broken. The girl rose to its surface. She abruptly rushed forward. The monster's eye lit up. Esther dodged its blows. Suddenly, she jumped up. The boss flew past its head. She looked to the side. The boss was looking at her. The indicators turned red. The girl struck him in the head. She began to fall. The boss followed her. He collapsed. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard the guildmaster arrive, as usual, and finish off both A-rank gates in no time. He thought he was killing them with his bare hands when magic wasn't working. S ranks were physically superior, too, and he was jealous. The girl stretched her arms out in front of her. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard her ask what he was doing. Standing by the fence, the association member told him to get out of the way immediately, to which the man replied no, his car was there. Taking his hand, the boy shouted that he couldn't see they were closing the gates now, and that he should leave. It was too dangerous. The villager then asked if awakened people were allowed to grab people like that. Kim raised an eyebrow at the suggestion that he'd just drive her away. If anything happened to her, he'd pay. What difference did it make? The monsters were dead anyway. He thought, oh no, the curse had spread so far that it was impossible to control. The corpse lay on the ground, and the thought crossed his mind that even a normal person would have touched S-rank magic. The leader looked away, hearing the command. Get out of the way. Stretching his hand to the side, the awakened one said. No way. Stretching her hand forward, Esther shouted about the magic tower, deactivating the skill, strengthening the perimeter. The people looked at her, and they responded approvingly. The hero froze in confusion and asked again. A monster appeared, and the thought crossed his mind that he should deactivate it right now. The creature lay on the ground, and the protagonist thought. But then all the immobilized monsters. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened. The protagonist stared at it silently. The girl turned, hearing the command. The monster began to strike her. The creature struck the ground. Esther jumped aside. She ran forward at a rapid pace. The boss struck the monster. The creature looked at her. The girl suddenly rushed towards it. She struck with her fist. The monster glared furiously. Its tentacles rose up. It struck the ground with them. The guildmaster dodged its attacks. The tentacles on the boss's head began to move. Suddenly, the monster screamed furiously. The girl stared at it silently. Slime began to spill in front of her. The boss shuddered in fear. Looking down, she wondered what kind of slime it was, unable to move. Esther froze in bewilderment. The boss stood before her. Raising his hand, the guy shouted that all civilians had been evacuated. The area was now cordoned off. Grinning, the guildmaster asked. So that's how it is. She snapped her finger sharply. The girl extended her hand and said that they could let it go. A glow appeared around her. Frowning, the hero considered that if she started fighting at full strength, it would no longer be a battle. Bubbles appeared on the monster's tentacles, and he added, It's a one-sided massacre. The bubbles grew larger. Purple particles appeared around the monster. Its limbs were broken, and the question arose, how many monsters could survive the true power of an S-rank? The creature collapsed to the ground. The monsters lay among the rubble of buildings. A voice called out, Excellent! That's their guild master, 2 A-rank gates, and no casualties. Running up to the hero, the employee asked why he was so scared, then told him not to worry, it was all over, to which the protagonist objected. Quack looked surprised, hearing that they needed to figure this out somehow now. His gaze froze. The girl stood in the slime, and he turned to her. Looking at the man, the awakened one asked what to do. There was a rescue rope in the trunk, but Esther was sinking into the slime. The thought occurred to him that with her strength, Esther could have gotten out on her own. Perhaps she was deliberately not moving so as not to spread the poison further. The slime emitted vapors, and the man thought that this toxic swamp, created by an A-rank monster, was too dangerous even to inhale. Wide-eyed, Quack reflected that 3 years ago it had caused a stir. So many were aware of the risks. People watched in amazement. It was said that was probably why they were standing still. The leader raised her hand, and Quack mused that, but she was in S-rank, and wearing poison-resistant gear, it would be better to wait for the cleanup team. He asked in surprise, hearing the answer. Can I just wait a second? Looking at him, the hero said he'd said there was a rope in the trunk, to which Quack asked what the rope was and whether he was going to help the guildmaster. Looking away, the protagonist replied that yes, they needed to get it out quickly. The people's eyes widened in surprise. Kwok was holding the rope in his hands. Handing it over, he said it was about 15 meters, to which Kim thanked him. Standing next to the man, the awakened one asked if he wasn't an outside analyst. The protagonist walked forward, and he added that he really would be going into that swamp. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that he shouldn't worry, just watch. The protagonist took a step forward, and he added that he clearly knew what he was doing. Looking ahead, Kim thought, honestly, this was all so funny. He looked away. Turning his head, the protagonist wondered how much he had to hate her not to even move. The alien crossed his arms, musing that he, too, had wanted to throw his boss into the swamp, and could understand. The girl was drowning in the slime, and the thought occurred to him that she was saving civilians, which is why she ended up there. Moving forward, the protagonist asked for a little patience. Esther looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was helping her, having just recently mocked her abilities. Kim was tying the rope, and she added that she thought she was tough for being so resistant to poison. The protagonist threw the rope, and the leader wondered why he was so kind. The girl looked surprised when he told her to grab it and pull herself up. The rope was tied to a pole, and Esther thought he'd simply thrown it. She grabbed the rope, wondering if he could pull her up himself. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she could move her arms, to which she replied that yes, she'd get out soon. Then she thought he was helping, but saying it so callously. Kim looked at her, and the leader wondered if perhaps she was simply surrounded by those who fawned over their high rank and always tried to win favor by any means necessary. As she climbed out of the slime, she added that it was strangely unusual to meet such a sincere person. The girl stepped forward, brushing the slime off her hands. The guild master looked surprised when she told him to stop. The hero took her hair in his hand. Standing before the girl, he muttered that slime almost got into her ear. Looking away, the leader thought about how kind he was to do such things. The protagonist looked at his fingers in surprise. He froze in amazement, and thought they were poison. Standing before the girl, Kim wondered if he could even stand it. She should have warned him they were standing in the middle of a poisonous swamp. Turning her head, the leader thought it would be wrong not to thank her, no matter how annoying it was. Looking down, the hero reflected on how, despite being an S-rank guild leader, Esther would go through fire, water, and even a poisonous swamp, and then said that she hadn't had it easy. The protagonist looked away, hearing that they had brought towels, to which he asked if he could have one too. Wiping his hands, Kim said that if that civilian hadn't jumped into the thick of it, all of this could have been avoided. How unfortunate, to which the girl replied that it was true. Esther smiled, looking at him. Drying her hair, she asked what they would do if a civilian had infiltrated the battlefield. The hero looked at her, listening to her talk of being so calm about it, feeling like he would have ignored her, claiming it was his own fault. Closing her eyes, the leader thought that although he was acting strangely, if he agreed now, it would be a warning sign. She would have to kill him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist explained the truth. Lowering his head, he added that he'd been in a similar situation before. While using a skill, a civilian suddenly jumped out. Wiping his hands, Kim said he'd been forced to interrupt abruptly, causing everything around him to explode, and his arm torn off, an unexpected occurrence. Wide-eyed, the guildmaster asked what he meant by his arm torn off, to which the protagonist replied that he still thought they'd done the right thing, as annoying as it was. The girl froze, hearing that nothing was more precious than life. Honestly, when the leader defended that man, he'd watched and only become more convinced. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that people like her deserved to be at the top. Suddenly, he flinched in surprise. Turning around, Kim said, "Well, excuse me, he has to run. Something urgent came up." To which Esther asked again. She extended her hand, hearing him say he was very sorry and would see her later, to which the leader yelled at him to wait. Her eyes widened in surprise and she asked why he was feeling unwell. A thought flashed through her mind, suggesting she still thought they had done the right thing. Pursing her lips, the guild master wondered if he really was a good hunter. The hero looked at his hand in amazement. A building appeared, and she heard what she'd initially thought was a hot-tempered idiot like Khan. Looking at the leader, the girl asked again, to which Esther replied, "Kim, who's immune to curses?" Closing her eyes, she added that she usually didn't judge a book by its cover, but his sharp gaze had given her a bad impression. As she started talking, she realized he wasn't so bad, to which the leader asked if he was true. Holding the chain in her hands, the guild master said yes, and that he was also very polite. The chain rose, and it was heard that high-ranking awakened were usually not all right. The body dragged along the ground, and the leader said that Hunter Kim was surprisingly reasonable. Turning around, she added that it was good. Standing in front of the portal, Esther asked if since she wasn't a villain, there was no point in her getting involved, right? She pulled the people along with her, and said that it was so much hassle. Closing her eyes, the guild master said that they had to film all the evidence from the outside. Taking her phone, she added that when they finally came up with a camera that would work inside the gates, she smiled and said that they would be packing up. The hunter extended her hand to the side. The leader began taking photos. The bodies lay on the ground, and it was heard that. "Great, that's all." Looking at the phone, Esther asked, "By the way, Does she know what Kim also said about people like her deserving of being at the top? Looking at her, the girl heard that not only was he strong, but he thought alike, and he also didn't suck up to S ranks. Closing her eyes, the leader muttered that whether it was pride or grace, in any case, she liked him so much she wished she could lure him over. Lifting the body, the hunter replied that she was ready to propose, to which Esther asked, "Well, what can she do?" She turned around, hearing that they had recently received a report. Apparently, Kim wielded the cursed sword without any problems, to which she asked again. The girl pushed the corpses into the portal, and she heard it sound much better than she expected. With such a monster on one side, they would crush Zhang, Kong, and maybe even someone from the global rankings. She looked surprised, hearing that their chances seemed slim, to which the hunter asked why. Esther, putting her hand to her face, replied that he didn't care about the money. If he were a playable character, she'd watch the walkthrough, level up her relationship with him, and all that. The portal began to close, and she could hear the voice of the avid gamer, as always, constantly comparing life to games. The leader responded that, by the way, she'd quit. She didn't even have time for that anymore. Holding her phone in her hand, she added that it was especially so with so many death row inmates. Tapping the screen, Esther said that it had been many years since the dungeons appeared, and they still didn't have prisons for high-ranking players. It was kind of a shame. Looking at her, the girl heard that, frankly, she thought so. Smiling broadly, the leader said that all the scum who preyed on the weak should perish. People looked at the body's remains. It was said that surveillance cameras, crime scene analysis, DNA testing. As science advanced, the lives of criminals became much more difficult. The man looked up in surprise. They looked up, thinking that until one day something called a gate appeared. Investigators looked at the portal. It was said that's when everything began to change. People's eyes lit up, and the protagonist mused that the force that came with the monsters from another world was an awakening. The man extended his arms to his sides, adding that it defied science and logic, and poked a few holes in the security systems humanity had built over the centuries. Corpses lay on the ground, and the protagonist mused that, of all the others, the crimes of high-ranking awakened were the most difficult to combat. The man pointed his gun, and he continued that due to the lack of awakened in law enforcement, all investigations were dead ends. The man smiled broadly, and the thought occurred to her that even if they managed to catch the culprits, there weren't enough institutions to hold them. The news flashed on the screen, saying that the government had finally decided to resort to desperate measures. Esther closed her eyes, reflecting on how, until a proper system was established, they had secretly hired an S-rank hunter to punish the most heinous criminals without unnecessary noise. Raising her head, she said she was so exhausted, having been chasing those bastards since dawn. If he was awakened, then he should do everything covertly. What do they want from ordinary people? Entering the office, the girl asked if she had finished the report. Sitting at her desk, the leader replied that yes, she had forgotten to mention something in the message last night, to which Song replied that she must be very tired. Looking at her, the guild master said that fatigue didn't matter. She wouldn't let public opinion of the awakened get any worse, otherwise they wouldn't get any more sponsors. The girl's eyes widened, thinking that even as she spoke, she was still talking. The news appeared on her tablet, and she added that her work ethic was more honest than everyone else's. Esther's sense of justice was on a whole other level. The chief smirked and said that news of yesterday's arrests hadn't broken yet, then asked if there was anything major yet. She replied that they were a bit odd, but nothing serious, and didn't think she should get involved. Esther picked up the tablet and said let him take a look. News of several thefts appeared. A man stood still, and someone asked if he was invisible. The young man walked forward, and someone asked if there was another awakened criminal. The man sat at a table, and it was heard that the police were currently searching for the stolen items. According to surveillance, the awakened man was the suspect, while the shopping mall that suffered the thefts was planning to install mana detectors. The hero ate noodles, listening to the story about how small business owners, lacking such access, could only watch with caution. A news report appeared, and the presenter said that they had invited an expert to discuss the matter further. Holding a juice box, the protagonist heard him reflect on what had happened. He had to admit, the criminal was extremely meticulous about detail. There were no fingerprints, DNA, or mana traces at the crime scene. Kim looked away, listening to the description of what technologies would need to be used to catch him. Many were hoping that analyst hunters would take the case, but it would be difficult. The analysis skill primarily requires target recognition, so it's not particularly effective against stealth. The hero paused, hearing what he was trying to say. Even such methods wouldn't help. Closing his eyes, he muttered that it was a different matter. He should have brought more. The protagonist looked away. Holding his phone, Kim remarked that it had been so long. Putting the dishes on the table, he thought he needed to quickly clean up. Last night the Tower of Magic had paid him for an appraisal of a cursed sword. Looking at his phone, the protagonist thought about how he already knew how to spend 10 million won on a pathetic ancient weapon. He turned around and added how and with whom he would spend it. Kneeling, the boy muttered how he could keep him waiting, how he couldn't forgive him, to which the protagonist replied, "What's wrong? He hasn't been here that long." The young man pointed to the side, hearing, "So, they're moving out, how far is it?" To which he replied, No, right here. Looking to the side, Kim asked about that building. The building opened up, and he could hear a crowd of vendors from the second floor of the basement all the way up to the fifth, a hunting market. Smiling, Yunsung said the auction house was across the street, to which the protagonist replied, I see. He looked away and thought that after all the hell with the kidnapping and terror at the gate, he had finally realized. They walked forward, the thought dawning on him that, as an F-rank hunter, he needed a magic item. Entering the building, the protagonist thought he'd offered to help with the selection, and the boy remarked that he was the first person he could remember who hadn't been to a hunting market. People were milling about in the shopping center, and it seemed like he just returned to Korea, to which the protagonist replied that he was still getting used to it. Standing next to the protagonist, the young man thought that Kim had apparently never been to a market before, and hadn't even mentioned it. Looking at him, Kim wondered if he was imagining things, or if Yunsung was becoming increasingly solicitous. The boy extended his hand and said, Let him look at the lemonade, stop here, and buy some. To which the protagonist reflected that simply helping someone with their shopping was a real hassle for many. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that he definitely liked it too. The protagonist looked away. He was looking at the escalator. The protagonist walked toward him. He put his hand to his face. A sign appeared, indicating that identification was required. Closing his eyes, the young man said he could hold it, to which Kim thanked him. Standing before him, Yunsung heard him say they apparently couldn't get to the second floor without documents, to which the young man replied that, yes, they were already selling real weapons there. Smiling, he added that the first floor sold all sorts of cheap materials and recipes, so they'd go upstairs. They stood in the middle of the room. The protagonist silently stared ahead. The items were displayed behind glass, and he thought about how many cool things there were, how they even worked. Looking at the potion, the protagonist thought his inner magic scientist was delighted. If he had a lot of money, he'd buy everything for research. Leaning against the display case, he added that he couldn't, he needed to concentrate on survival items. An ice bomb appeared. Looking at it, Kim wondered what kind of thing it was. The hero looked at the lemonade in amazement. The boy, his eyes wide, asked what it was. Looking at the price, the protagonist wondered what kind of price they were asking for, that much for a one-time skill. A rip-off, a complete rip-off. The blade lay on the display case. Shields appeared in a capsule. Particles flew around the ring. Kim closed his eyes, thinking that at this rate he wouldn't buy anything here, and the boy asked if they were already leaving. The ball flew out of the display case, and a voice said that if they didn't like anything, maybe they could look at it on the VIP floor. Walking forward, the hero asked again, to which the boy replied that yes, he had access. The thief held the ball in his hands, and a voice said they were offering exclusive items for a select few. People were standing on the VIP floor. The boy looked at the protagonist. Kim sighed heavily. Looking at the mana potion, he thought it was an exclusive item, a little water that would restore a grain of mana for good luck. Turning around, the hero reflected on his complete lack of understanding of earthling magical items, and Yunsung asked if potions would be suitable for him either. The boy looked surprised and said that their guild members only used them when absolutely necessary, to which the protagonist thought that wasn't the issue, he simply couldn't afford them. Sitting down on the couch, he said they'd take a break for now. Gesturing to the side, the boy told him to tell him if he was hungry, and to grab something. The young man sat next to the hero, hearing him say he should keep quiet and also rest. Looking away, Kim reflected on how he'd felt incredibly rich immediately after the payment, but now realized he couldn't afford anything. Smiling, Yunsung remarked that he was being picky, to which the hero asked again. Turning his head, he replied that he'd been looking at the most expensive items, and they all didn't seem right, prompting the protagonist to wonder if his balance was off. Lowering his head, Kim added that while he might be right, his homeland was a center of magical science, he was certainly picky. The invisible man stood still, the thought occurring that he was still shocked by the prices. He was walking through a shopping center, and the protagonist thought he was so shocked that his eyes were beginning to show signs of weariness. Rubbing his eyes, the protagonist wondered why he just glimpsed a silhouette. The invisible man walked forward, and he added, "No, there's an awakened one here." Looking straight ahead, Kim wondered what he was doing. After all, the man was carrying a backpack, and the thought occurred to him that the items he'd been looking at earlier, judging by their appearance, didn't seem to think he'd paid for them. They were eerily familiar. The boy looked surprised to hear that he'd seen the news, to which he asked again, and the protagonist replied that it was about an invisible man, a criminal. Looking away, Yunsung said yes, he'd read about it on social media. They said he uses some kind of stealth trick. The man stood still, and Kim thought to himself that there were a lot of awakened here, and no one noticed, meaning he was using some kind of powerful item. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that he seemed to have found the invisible man, to which he asked again, and the protagonist added that he'd better catch him then. The boy stood up and asked again, to which the protagonist replied that he should go to that display case and use his skill. Looking at the boy, Kim mused that there was a cool game on Earth, called poke, or something. He extended his hand forward and said, 2 steps forward, now to the right. The boy looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's here?" The thief was looking at the display case and heard someone say, Let him stay here. The robber turned, hearing, "Let him now," and shoved his shoulder. Suddenly, Yunsung struck him. The young man looked at him in surprise, wondering if something had hit him. Suddenly, the robber fell to the ground. He clutched his nose. Looking at him, the young man asked who he was. The man looked surprised, hearing, "A thief." Raising his hand, the hero shouted, "There's a robber here." The protagonist frowned, thinking it was true. The guard twisted the thief's arm, and he added that not a day goes by without a commotion. A view of the shopping center opened up, and it sounded like it always did. Walking forward, Yunsung said he'd immediately sensed a robber, one even the police couldn't catch, to which Kim mumbled. Looking straight ahead, the hero wondered if the problem was more likely those who hadn't noticed him. He heard that there were mana detectors here, and how he'd gotten in. The young man sighed, hearing that they were only at the entrances, not covering the entire building, so he could have gotten in through a window. Was he hungry? Walking forward, the protagonist said they'd go and treat him for his help, to which the young man replied that they hadn't bought anything, and he added, "Oh well, there's nothing interesting here anyway." Kim looked at him in surprise and said maybe they'd come back another time. The reflector sat in a display case. Looking at it, the hero wondered if such a thing even existed. Stupid earthlings, selling such powerful things for pennies. Stretching his hand out to the side, he added that they should forget everything he'd said about today, and then shouted that he was buying it. The protagonist looked at the boy, thinking he didn't know what they were selling, and the boy asked what he'd come for. Watching the object, Kim thought it would be simply amazing if he worked on it a little. The man sat in front of the television, hearing something else on the news. The news came on, and he heard that around 6 o'clock in the evening, a 20-year-old man had been arrested on suspicion of serial theft in shopping malls. The detainee had been awakened. According to the police, the thief had committed the crimes using invisibility. The sound on the television went off. Holding the remote in his hands, the boy asked what was going on. The girl's eyes widened, hearing him say he thought this surveillance would end once he passed the detectors. How on earth was Yunsung so observant? Sitting on the floor, she replied no, to which the guy asked, "What?" He winced when he heard it wasn't Yunsung, but someone else. Stretching her hand out, the girl said, "Here." A photo of the hero appeared, and she heard a blonde voice. Turning her head, she said he'd noticed the invisible man and given Yunsung instructions. Sitting in a chair, the man said that he'd been caught by the awakened one after all. Standing still, the guy said they'd brought it, to which he replied, "Let them put it there." People began loading boxes, and it sounded like they'd ripped the packaging off the boxes, selling them on the black market anyway. Turning his head, the boss said he'd inspected them beforehand, so any scratches would be dead. The girl's eyes widened, hearing what they were talking about. Yes, someone had spotted the invisible one, specifically the awakened one. Putting a hand to his face, the man reflected that they'd already lost 2 this month. A room appeared, and the thought occurred to him that they'd changed their names to avoid being tracked, even changed their hiding places, but all to no avail. The girl stood still, and the boss thought he didn't know who leaked the information, but he'd tell her for sure who killed them. Her eyes lit up, and she said it was the head of the Korean magic tower, Esther. The man sighed, thinking about how he claimed to protect society and civilians, but he himself, like a maniac, was killing fellow awakened ones, and then muttered, "It's terrible." Sitting up, he added that the invisibility hadn't worked out back then. Nagel smiled broadly and said that the assassination of the S rank would have to be postponed. A hole appeared in the wall, and it was said that the supposed A rank, with the slicing skill, could cut through anything it touched. A corpse lay on the ground. It was said that after awakening, it had done whatever it pleased, assaults and thefts, and even that was too easy. The boy sat on a sack, and the protagonist reflected on how he had gathered his own kind and created a criminal gang. Intoxicated by their power, they did whatever they wanted. The man smiled, and the thought occurred to him of shady deals, thefts from gates, thievery, even murder. The man took a step forward, and the protagonist thought, but soon everything began to crumble. One pesky S-rank was on their trail, so even the leader, Nagel, was no longer safe. Folding his arms, the boss muttered that he didn't understand at all. The man was invisible. Extending his hand, he added that he had promised to prove the true value of the dark steps, but the supplier had screwed them over, to which they replied that who knows. Information about the items appeared, and it seemed they were saying that Chan himself hadn't been able to detect it that time. That's true. Holding the phone in his hands, Nagel said that he'd been stealing casually in crowded places like shopping malls, and that the final test was supposed to be a hunting market. The invisible man had easily passed the detectors, but somehow gotten caught inside. Watching the video, he added that something didn't add up. Either the S rank nor the detectors had noticed it, but some scoundrel had gone and found it. Looking at the phone, the boss said it was all strange. Looking at it, the bandits heard him tell them to find out about that blonde guy. Holding the phone out to the side, the boss said he was sure he'd turn out to be a total nobody. The hero was sitting at the table, and it seemed they might figure out how he'd spotted the invisible man. A view of the hangar opened up, and someone asked what the hell was going on. Looking at the papers, Nagel said he'd staged the scene with Yunsung, had navigated the magic tower labyrinth, and was suspected of attacking Zhang. Seriously. Standing before him, the bandit heard his F-rank, to which he replied that it was typical behavior for someone trying to hide their true identity. 2 audits in 2 years, the association must have suspected them too. Holding the documents in his hands, Nigel asked if he was one of them, to which the young man replied he didn't know. He'd asked around, but no one recognized him. Looking down, he added that was all they dug up, and there wasn't even any information about the items. The subordinate replied that he most likely bought them on the black market, and the boss asked what and why they were hiding it so carefully. Placing the paper on the table, the man said the more they dug, the less he liked him. Then he thought that, in any case, the invisible man couldn't spill the beans because of the contract, so there was no need to worry about information leaking, not that he knew anything about their plans. Looking directly at him, the girl said his name. Looking at him, the boss asked who, the blonde guy, to which she replied that she might have heard it somewhere. Trembling with fear, the girl said she wasn't sure, but standing next to her, Nigel told her to stop beating around the bush and just talk. The man looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that the human trafficker who wanted to work with him, before being caught, had said he had his eye on an analyst and had asked the agency for someone's address. Images of people appeared, and it was heard that the hunter who was caught back then was named Kim. The boss's eyes widened in surprise at this. The man smiled broadly, a thought occurring to him that, come to think of it, many had said that Khan had killed the head of that organization and the boss, practically wiping out the entire gang. The hero stood before him, and it was said that rumor had it that there was also an outsider on the scene. Gritting his teeth, Nigel explained why he hadn't remembered before, to which the boy replied that he was lucky, otherwise they would have sold him if things had gone sideways. He retorted, hearing that it seemed he'd survived thanks to Khan. A photo of the boy appeared, and he heard him say he couldn't shake the thought that he was one of them, that he'd definitely killed someone at least once. The young man repeated, surprised, hearing that, considering that, it might work to their advantage. Closing his eyes, Nigel said that he was the only one who had managed to catch the invisible man, and not even under the wing of the magic tower. Taking a step forward, he added that he had a chance. Standing by the window, the boss remarked that the psychopath Esther hadn't gotten there first yet. He pressed his hand to the wall. Lightning appeared around him, and the man asked what and where this F-rank was now. A building was depicted. Meanwhile, in Kim's house, multicolored liquid sat on the toilet cistern, and someone was asking him to stop. The young man looked ahead, wondering where it could be stronger. He looked in the mirror, wondering if the title of Archmage was enough at 20, noting that he had begun to try harder. A mouse sat in the sink while he was talking about how he had now mastered a mid-level spell from his home planet, calling himself a genius. The mouse stood up after the command. It frowned after another order. The boy knew it was excellent. He wrote in his notebook, wondering if it would work on larger targets, sensing that much more testing was needed. The rodent, under the influence of magic, was in the washbasin when the boy was discussing trying it at least once on larger animals, as well as insects and birds, to make sure everything was all right. Kim raised his hand to his chin, thinking that ideally it should work on humans too, but he was unlikely to find a fresh corpse anywhere. The mouse's attention shifted as the hero was reflecting on the fact that the raccoon had been too unsuitable for the experiment last time. Something larger and fresher was needed. The boy touched his chin. The rodent lay with its paws spread out, and the young man realized, as expected, that the duration was still short. A green forest with a warning sign was shown. The hero, wearing gloves, was digging in the earth, and a stone was shown as the raccoon's current sleeping place. Kim dug into the soil, thinking that according to Earth's laws, bodies used in experiments must be buried in a sunny place, because it's ethical. The young man placed his hands on his hips, thinking about how it was time to look for a new sample, wondering what might be on the nearby mountain. The young man removed his gloves, trying to remember how much he liked this country. Mountains were everywhere. If not for his current circumstances, he would have walked the entire planet by now. Fog appeared in the mountain valley. A transparent hand appeared on his face, and he thought he'd seen something like this before. A man stood before him, but he didn't understand what was happening. The man held his hand to the young man's face. Kim was taken aback, asking what he was doing. The man smiled, surprised, and asked if he'd seen him. He considered pretending not to notice. The stranger snapped his fingers and told him to relax. The magic dissipated when the man said he was just saying hello. The young man looked at him intently. The stranger walked toward him, asking where he was going, to meet someone. The man approached closely, addressing him by name. Kim stared ahead, wondering if he knew the name. Perhaps it was an old acquaintance, and he should be wary. Kim mentioned going to the mountains, and the man extended his hand, asking if he was a climber, and that he took care of his health. He put his arm around the young man, suggesting that before he went, he should let him ask. The hero listened in surprise to hear rumors of him being the first to clear the magic tower's labyrinth. The man smirked, asking if it was true. He'd also heard that the man was close with the tower's leader, Esther. The boy remembered the girl, wondering where all these rumors had come from, and replied that it wasn't at all. The man closed his eyes and exclaimed, asking if he was on some kind of contract, perhaps working as a mercenary, but received a negative answer. The green monster paused, pondering when the stranger remarked that, As he'd known, the boy wasn't affiliated with any guild. The young man wondered what kind of stupid questions these were, wondering who he was and what his connection to Kim Gyrek was. The man smiled, hugged him, and asked how he could answer so honestly to someone he'd never met. The hero watched with a serious expression, along with the green monster, wondering why they hadn't met. The man walked on, raising his hand, and said something that even now hadn't raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The hero and the stranger looked away, listening to him talk about how he looked like an agent, musing that his men should have such composure. The stranger turned his head, indicating there was one last question. He put his hands in his pockets, asking how he was able to spot the invisible man. The hero narrowed his eyes, listening to the questions about whether it was a skill, or an item, or something others didn't know about. The guy wondered how to explain it to him. Kim looked at his interlocutor, wondering if he couldn't tell him the truth. The man asked if he was going to tell. The young man looked away. The stranger watched the boy intently. The man spread his arms, saying, "Fine, let him keep his secrets." The hero didn't understand what was happening. The man crossed his arms, saying that people usually crack when threatened, but for some reason it didn't work on him. Kim placed his hand on his neck, asking if he could go, after receiving a negative answer. The man placed his hands on his hips, saying he couldn't leave until he heard the boss. That's how impatient he was. The young man wondering in his head who he was, even to be called by his name. The man looked ahead, asking how he knew his name. The stranger extended his hand, wondering why he was so worried. The man extended his hand, insisting on being honest, and introduced himself as Park Juntae. Kim remained silent, not looking away. The man extended his hand, wondering why he wouldn't even shake his hand. Park smiled, asking what was wrong, whether he was seeing things again. The young man looked away, realizing his interlocutor possessed more than just the element of light. His hand glowed with energy as he discussed the technology surrounding his arm. The man ran, holding his hand out in front of him as he was told it could clearly cut through anything it touched. The hero knew he, as an F-rank hunter, would be cut down in a split second. Pak smiled. He raised his hand, saying that since Kim had cleared the labyrinth, it was no surprise he noticed it. The young man stared steadfastly forward when his interlocutor asked why he was so gloomy. He should smile, otherwise his face would be intimidating. Pak raised a finger, suggesting he'd come to make an offer, and the hero repeated his question. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, saying his abilities were interfering with their business. Pak smirked, suggesting he could simply kill him, but that would be too wasteful. He leaned a little closer, declaring that he didn't care how much the hero had earned before. The man was willing to pay twice as much. The young man was emotionless as he discussed the whatever you want proposition. The chicks in the nest were above the heroes. When Kim thought they were in such a place, he understood that if he refused, the man would kill him. Pak smiled, asking about his dislike. The hero stared ahead silently. The man's hand glowed with magic as Kim realized he hadn't even given him a second thought. The man's hand was on his shoulder. Pak stared into the boy's eyes. The young man wondered how he could get out of this. The hero slowly mentioned offering twice as much. He asked if he was sure. The man smiled, asking what he meant by. He was thinking about changing jobs. Pak squeezed his hand, telling him not to worry, because he wasn't one to swindle in such things. Kim looked at his hand. The other man grinned at the hero, noting that it was an excellent decision. He'd be able to work there happily, and the guys would be good. The young man reasoned that it seemed the crisis had passed for now. Park squeezed his shoulder tightly, asking if they could discuss the details at his headquarters. Kim looked away questioningly. Park hugged him tightly, saying that they still had a lot to learn about each other. The alien mused that he was crazy. You can't leave with strangers. Even 5-year-olds know that. The protagonist was calm, knowing that following him would only cause more problems. With F-rank mana, he wouldn't be able to escape if he got trapped. He swatted the other mana away, reasoning that he couldn't let himself be led away. Park was surprised, wondering if he was going to refuse, telling him to keep in mind that no one would help him. The birds were perched on a pipe when the man said he'd smashed all the security cameras on his way here. The camera glistened with damage. A bead of sweat appeared on the hero's face. Park raised his head. He looked at Kim, asking why he hadn't even considered joining them, but the hero replied that wasn't true. The man looked sternly at the boy, telling him it was a lie and that he had no other options if he continued to act this way. Kim looked away, asking if he wanted to kill him, arguing that he needed to calm down. The boy held a vial in his hand, realizing he had the mana booster in his pocket, which he always carried with him. He cut his finger while opening it, thinking that the best option was to simply drink it. He stuck his finger in the vial, reasoning that injecting it into his bloodstream would also work. Pak rolled up his sleeves, wondering if he had a choice, since their organization didn't have a brainwashing specialist. The guy's eyes flashed blue when he heard that even if he took him by force, he couldn't use him. A gust of air appeared behind the heroes as the man muttered that he was better off until he disappeared to the competition. Leaves were falling from the trees. Pak looked up, seeing the leaves above him, confused. Crows were screaming. One of them spread its wings. The villain saw a flock of birds above him. He was terrified by the feathers flying, shouting, "What the hell is this?" Pak looked at Kim, muttering. The hero was calm, listening to the question of what he was planning. Birds circled around the heroes. The man was frightened, asking what it was. Kim remained unperturbed, reasoning that this was the best he could do right now. He plugged the vial with his finger, activating the corpse manipulation. Hundreds of crows loomed over them as the hero reflected on his success in collecting all the dead crows in the area. Park gritted his teeth, calling the young man a bastard. The young man stared intently at his companion, listening to him explain the skill he was using. Kim understood the technique had a flaw. The man pointed at his partner, terrified. A swarm of birds circled above them as the young man reflected on how, while impressive in appearance, the birds' bodies were practically powerless. The crow barely moved. The man looked up, terrified. The hero considered the main problem. The bird swooped down, catching up with the villain. It crashed into a stone pillar, shattering into pieces. Drops of blood flew everywhere. The dead crow lay on the ground. Pak was surprised, asking what had happened. The birds fell next to the man. He looked around, observing this action. Pak clenched his teeth, looking away. The man clutched his head and screamed. The liquid from the test tube was completely depleted when Kim realized his mana was about to run out. The boy held the smartphone in his hands, thinking that his goal from the very beginning had been to buy time to call for help. He tapped the screen, mentally repeating that even if he attacked during a call, the bracelet would protect him. The villain screamed, asking him to stop. Park fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Kim stared at the phone screen as he heard the pleas to stop, wondering why he was acting this way. Park pressed his face to the ground, pleading. The boy thought about the skill that kills living beings silently, without even touching them. A man's hand was shown as the hero mused that, as far as he knew, there was only one such power in the world. The young man looked down, speaking of a hunter with the curse attribute. Park's face was sweating as Kim pushed away the thought that curses usually only cause temporary insanity. Birds circled overhead as the story was told that taking a life using this attribute was nearly impossible. A raven's wing was shown, the plot suggesting that the survival instinct is a powerful defense mechanism. Esther looked back when it was said that only one person on Earth was capable of such a thing. Park knelt among the dead birds when they described killing so many at once. Kim held the phone to his ear, saying he was in Seoul's Central Park and wanted to report an incident. The scoundrel wondered who he was. The man looked at the protagonist, wondering how he could calmly call in such a situation, considering he might strike back, and whether he had even considered it. Park gritted his teeth, lying on the ground, realizing he needed to seize the moment. Kim broke off the conversation, pushing the phone away, telling him not to move, because one unnecessary movement would make him like those birds on the ground. The man knelt before him, expressing what he had realized. The protagonist continued talking on the phone when the boy realized he was dangerous. Puck reached into his pocket, thinking about his instincts warning him of a threat. He was pulling out the glowing object when he realized he needed to escape. The young man was looking down, asking on the phone when they could arrive, and yes, it was the park on the mountainside. Dark magic enveloped the hero, heading towards him. Puck frowned, using his magic. The alien and the boy looked on in surprise, realizing it was an escape artifact. The remaining birds tumbled downwards. The young man watched the falling crows, sighing. He touched his neck, saying he'd let his guard down. The hero scratched the back of his head, wondering if everything had really worked out. He turned to the side, at the sound of someone scream. People behind him were examining the birds, asking what had happened and if they were all dead. Kim looked back, noticing someone. The girl was holding a phone in her hand. The hero wondered if it was the hunter Song Woo-yeon. The girl noticed him, her eyes widening. Song approached the young man, who asked what she was doing there. The girl picked up her phone, explaining that they'd received a signal about a flock of birds, perhaps related to the awakened, and asking how he'd ended up there. She watched him closely, suspicious. Song asked if he was also involved. The young man remained silent, unsettled. Men in suits were collecting bird carcasses in bags while the girl spoke of an awakened man with the ability to cut through anything with a touch. The couple were sitting on a bench when Song mentioned that he was most likely an illegal immigrant, and for now she would focus on tracking the artifact the man had mentioned. He replied, "That means it can still be tracked." The hero was drinking water from a cup when he heard the question about the criminal's rank and asked again. He noticed her when she asked if he was stronger or weaker compared to her. Song was surprised to hear the young man think it was the latter, somewhere on par with him. The woman clutched the glass to her chest, wondering how Kim had survived. The man replied that he didn't know, perhaps he'd gotten scared and fled. Song silently raised the glass to her lips. The hero called out to her. He looked at her seriously, asking if he looked so intimidating. The woman choked on her water, wiping her mouth. The hero frowned when she began to speak. Song turned away, asking if it wasn't quite right, pondering that, frankly, when Kim glared so intently, he looked like a killer, but in this man. She glanced at him discreetly. The girl looked at the guy, thinking about how it wasn't his face that was scary, but his actions, human trafficking, the frog incident, the invisible man, wondering how many cases he'd already been involved in. The hero looked at the hand where the alien had been, while Song reflected on how, If she thought about it, today's case was also suspicious. It didn't seem to do anything, yet somehow it managed to scare off an A rank. The girl looked at her reflection, realizing that all the criminals associated with him had come to terrible ends. The woman's eyes were shown, as she thought something was definitely wrong. The two sat by the vending machines, while the girl wondered if all of this really was a coincidence. Rain poured down at the entrance to the building. The TV showed a news report about a flock of crows that had suddenly appeared near Seoul this morning. Park buried his face in his hands, listening to the authorities investigate the cause of this phenomenon. He closed his eyes, telling them to listen, he'll explain everything now. The man looked away, saying that this time, he really had almost died. A cloaked figure stood behind him, and he added that it was all because of their mission. The stranger asked him to calm down. Puck, surprised to hear that the problem was that they themselves couldn't have foreseen this, asked again. The man sat in a chair, listening to the explanation that until now, no one had been able to detect the wielder of the Dark Walk. The figure, standing behind him, asked who would have thought such a variable would arise today, and Puck asked him to stop. He looked angrily away, declaring that he refused to pursue this matter any further. Someone looked down, asking why. The man pointed, indicating that information had just surfaced. He pointed at the hero, noting that it turned out this guy had not only captured the Invisible Man but was also connected to the Tower of Magic. As Puck stared at the stranger, he asked again what the problem was. He wasn't always with Esther. The man listened intently, his eyes never leaving his own. They'd already proven that S-ranks couldn't sense presence through the darkness, and this hunter was an extremely rare case. The stranger flipped the page, saying he could. He picked up the newspaper, clarifying that he could simply get rid of him. Puck leaned on his knee, insisting that it wasn't worth it, since he and Esther shared the same attribute. The man frowned, realizing that they might even be of equal rank. He recalled clutching his head, startled by the birds, saying he'd witnessed this himself yesterday. The stranger's hood was in the water when he asked. So, how did he hide his rank? The stranger calmly stated that he wasn't satisfied with that answer. Someone stepped forward, saying he would handle the S-rank assassination, and that the temple members would provide the necessary resources. He leaned over Puck's head, asking if this was what they had agreed upon. The robed man raised his hands as the audience cheered. The story described the Rakshasa temple as a community that operates and sustains itself through the vast resources of its followers, a quasi-religious organization. The story described how, over the years, they had allied themselves with nearly every criminal organization. People stood behind Puck as he spoke of providing them with financial support. The story went on about how the temple and its ilk are usually obsessed with one thing. The unknown man removed his hood, speaking of the assassination of an S-rank hunter. The woman removed her hood, explaining that they had already provided him with the necessary support. Puck listened silently to the question about him saying that if she could get him invisibility, he could kill Esther. The man jumped up, saying he should have properly prepared the stone from the start. He approached the girl, calling her a lousy cultist. She smiled, saying that if he cut her, nothing would change. She was saying that if he didn't kill the S-rank, there would be no more support. Puck exhaled, thinking that she was such a bitch. If not for the money, he would have chopped her up long ago. The stranger turned her back, asking if, since he was having problems with Esther, maybe he should focus on someone else. The girl closed her eyes, listening to him talk about how he could kill any S-rank, saying it was absolutely true. The man listened intently, frowning, as he said that Lady Rakshasi was protecting him, so if he believed in himself and took action, he would surely pass the test. The woman pulled her hood back on, noting that this was her last chance. If she failed this time, the cult would stop supporting her. Puck watched silently, listening to her explain that he didn't want that, did he? The man narrowed his eyes, thinking, of course not, wondering how he could refuse the piles of money these cultists were throwing at him. The girl stood across from him, saying that now that they'd cleared everything up, she had some good news. The woman laughed, saying, right now. The hunter looked out the window. She explained that Zhang was returning to Seoul. 6 years ago, the coastal waters of Busan, a huge monster emerged from the water. The boy drove in terror as they talked about the year the first dungeon breach occurred. A tentacled creature destroyed everything around it. The plot told of the world turning into a living hell. It was said that monsters had appeared that no weapon could defeat. A tank exploded within its tentacles. It was said that people across the country were beginning to awaken their abilities. A young man looked up, holding a hand. A huge tentacle rose above the people, and it was said that their powers were insufficient to restore their former lives. The man fled as far as possible. The young man attacked with a weapon, slicing through the monster's tentacle. The man, surrounded by magic, looked away. It was said that this happened until, like a miracle, the first S-rank appeared in Korea. The character fearlessly swung his weapon, attacking the creature again and again. It was said that the power was beyond even the A-rank. The man spread his arms wide, as fire blazed from his eye. The man was attacking the enormous monster, and it was explained that his actions were beyond the bounds of common sense. A powerful explosion occurred near the creature's head. The man raised his weapon in front of him, moving forward. The plot described how, in an instant, a game in which, until then, The people could only defend themselves was turned upside down. Dozens of onlookers watched the defeated monster in the rain. They watched in amazement as the scene unfolded, and it was said that the young man had saved Busan, a city that had nearly disappeared. The young man stood on the creature's corpse. He looked away as the plot revealed how a legend, the national hero John, was born. A tall building was shown, and it was said that after its restoration, Korean society quickly stabilized. A car pulled up, and it was said that on the day the national hero completed another mission and returned to Seoul. The driver looked in the mirror, announcing their arrival, and John thanked him for his efforts. The driver remembered something. The plot depicted the building's entrance, and he inquired about the crowd gathered outside, asking if he was sure everything would be all right. The story told the story of what was expected, and public attention was riveted on him. A crowd of people with signs and photographers awaited the hero, the driver wondering how they had managed to find out Mr. Hunter's schedule and whether they could access the indoor parking lot. Chong got out of the car, saying everything was fine. People stood waiting with surprised expressions. The man walked forward when shouts were heard that it was Chong, asking to see the hunter. It was said that an S-ranker who spared no effort for the good of the people, the one who broke the record for the most gates closed, was the one. People crowded around Chong, commenting on how handsome he was. The hunter raised his hand. The story told of him being the leader of all popular votes, his importance now undeniable. The young man walked toward the man, apologizing to the hunter. He looked at Chun, explaining that they tried to ensure a relaxed reception for him, but apparently the information had leaked, offering to escort him inside. The young man led the man into the building, saying that, as he'd assumed, he was very popular. The hunter replied that he wasn't. He looked at the young man, asking if anything serious had happened in Seoul. The young man smiled, saying there had been minor incidents, but thanks to Ms. Esther, everything had been resolved. The man replied that he was glad. They were standing by the elevator when the hunter exclaimed. Chun looked down, wondering how things were going with that F-rank. The assistant turned, asking again. The man explained that he'd previously reported the hunter, whom he suspected of faking his rank. Chun raised his hand, adding that he'd like to know if the results were in. The young man raised his tablet, referring to that recheck. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The elevator doors opened as the assistant announced that nothing new had been found. The hunter looked away, questioning what he'd said. He was surprised, asking if the boy was certain, to which the boy replied that yes, they'd tested him with the latest equipment and found nothing suspicious. Jong hadn't expected to hear that he was indeed an F rank. The hunter watched the assistant select a floor, speculating about Kim's true F rank status, wondering if the test had been flawed. The two young men rode in the elevator. Jong inquired about who was responsible for the retest, while the boy leafed through the documents. He handed over a sheet of paper, addressing the hunter as Mississippi. The man carefully examined the writing. He saw the name Song on the document. Jong remembered the girl, thinking that in that case, the test couldn't have been dishonest, and she wouldn't have accepted a bribe for falsifying the data. The man continued to carefully read the data, musing that this matter was bothering him, but he'd put it aside for now and spend his time on another dungeon. Chan looked at his assistant, asking if he could get a list of the gates where a breakthrough might soon occur. The assistant replied that he'd prepared everything on the last page. The young man touched his chin, noting that he'd only just returned. Is he really going on his next mission? The hunter confirmed with a laugh. He looked at the dot on the map, debating whether to start with the nearest gate. A bridge in sunny weather. The hunter arrived at the spot. A green portal opened before him. He looked at the energy, figuring that Kim was an F-rank hunter. Jong headed inside, considering whether he should meet him in person and check everything, as it was possible he had even managed to fool the second check. The man walked through the gate, thinking about finding out his address from the association and visiting. He bumped into a passerby on the shoulder. Jong looked at the young man, apologizing. The hunter watched the hero closely, who asked if everything was all right. The young man responded with a sharp look. The two looked at each other when Jong recognized Kim. The hunter looked at the young man, asking what he was doing there. We were transported back 10 minutes, where Kim was surveying the forested area, thinking it was a blue B-rank gate, a Type 2 dungeon. He calmly noted that the reason he'd broken the rules again and entered the gate was simple. He couldn't stop exploring, so there was nothing he could do. Imagining a flock of crows, the protagonist emphasized that he'd already confirmed his ability to control land animals. The next step was testing them on dungeon dwellers. He imagined manipulating a monster and added that it would be amazing if it were possible to control monster corpses. Although unlike rats and birds, acquiring an intact carcass isn't so easy. MC recalled how people collected crystals from a werewolf corpse and noted that usually, all valuable parts are removed and taken from the body, so the corpses are quite damaged. As he moved through the jungle, he noted that the monsters in this dungeon, while B-rank, were rumored to be of little value. Continuing on, Kim wondered if they were perfect specimens, if that was the case. Fleeing from a huge monster, he considered the inability of him, as an F-rank, to hunt them himself. Trying to stuff a werewolf's corpse into his backpack, the protagonist remarked that he would simply carefully pick up what the previous teams had left behind. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared it was a perfect plan. Stopping, he asked why there were no corpses, let alone signs of a struggle. Confused, the young man asked if this gate was that unpopular. The monster walked through the forest. Its eyes glowed red. Hiding in the bushes, MC wondered if such beasts lived there. Watching the monster, he thought it was like a pie in the sky. He couldn't catch it himself. Kneeling, Kim came to the conclusion that there was nothing he could do. He'd have to give up the B-rank specimen. As he left, he mentally assumed he could handle at least a C-rank monster himself. After all, he'd bought several magical artifacts last time. He imagined his comrade and noted that he couldn't rely on him forever. Moving on, the protagonist considered that, first of all, there were no awakened on Earth who used corpse manipulation. Entering the portal, the protagonist emphasized the fact that if he noticed this, he would definitely have questions and a catastrophe would ensue. He exited the portal. The young man brushed shoulders with the hunter. Looking away, he said there was no need to apologize, everything was fine. Confused, Zhang asked what MC was doing there. He held the blade to his throat. The hunter advanced on him, insisting that this was definitely a B-rank gate. Frowning, Chong asked if he'd said he was an F rank. Drawing his blade, the man declared that, as expected, it was a fake, then asked how the Hunter Association even did its job. Chong asked with a serious expression what the protagonist was doing there, and whether he'd been secretly hunting B-rank monsters. He was told it was a mistake. He'd wandered in there by accident just as he was about to leave. The angry hunter asked again about the mistake. The frightened protagonist listened as the man prepared for 10 minutes at the gate, and didn't notice anyone. The hunter stared at him intently. Looking down, MC thought Chong would never let something like this go unpunished, and since that was the case, honesty was best. Standing opposite him, he apologized. Kim extended his hand, admitting that he'd actually peeked inside out of curiosity, and would leave immediately if he was interfering with his hunt. The man emerged from the portal, dumbfounded by what he saw. Watching the boys, he wondered if he was hallucinating. He noted with a dumbfounded expression that he'd clearly seen Zhang enter alone and follow him. Looking at the protagonist, he asked what he was doing there. The man sat on the floor, saying it was enough to drive him crazy. Clutching his head, he wondered how Kim kept appearing next to their hunt. He emphasized with a dumbfounded expression that, in any case, as long as that F rank was there, killing the hunter was impossible. After all, they couldn't escape him with dark steps. The man scratched his head and declared that he couldn't escape again. The frightened stranger thought that if Esther was in too much trouble, maybe another S rank would do, but he needed to decide quickly. He imagined a man standing over him, telling him this was their last chance. The frightened stranger thought about this last chance. Taking his backpack, he thought he needed to stop panicking. As an unregistered person, it was difficult for him to earn money, so he desperately needed the resources they were offering. He began searching through his backpack. He pulled out a red stone and noted that he would have to use what the cultists had given him. A notification popped up stating that it was an alpha decay bomb. When activated, it triggered a reaction. Moving toward the portal, the stranger thought that mini-bombs like these were usually used to destroy enemy equipment. Clutching the bomb in his hand, he concluded that since he was told to use it against an S rank, it must be especially powerful. He threw the bomb into the portal. Red energy began to fill the teleporter. The portal was destroyed. The man was shocked by what had happened. The portal turned completely red. A powerful explosion followed, causing the bandit to think the gate had been destroyed. Wind currents swirled around him. The stunned stranger asked if this was true and if the dungeon entrance had been destroyed by a bomb. Kim shifted his gaze. Scanning the forest, he asked where the exit had disappeared to. Zhang, with a serious expression, asked the protagonist to stop joking and asked if this was also his doing. A stunned MC asked when he would have had time, since the hunter was constantly holding him by the collar. The guy lowered him while he was arguing that the gate had suddenly closed. He didn't know how that was possible. He seriously considered calming down for a minute, as he needed to figure out that for the gate to be destroyed, either the monster limit had to be exceeded or the boss had to die. Standing opposite the hunter, the protagonist emphasized that neither condition was met. There was no boss in the dungeon, and this type of gate endlessly respawned monsters. Chan turned around. The monsters were running towards them. Clutching his blade, he asked what was going on. They heard a rumble ahead. Holding his hand in front of his face, Kim wondered what it was. He saw a horde of monsters and thought they were some kind of boulders. Chan looked at the screen, dumbfounded. Examining the projection, the hunter read that it was a Minotaur, the boss of the Labyrinth of the Minotaur dungeon. Confused, the young man asked about the boss from Labyrinth of the Minotaur. The monsters were running towards them. The protagonist imagined them, and wondered if they were trying to tell him that a horde of monsters of similar levels was rushing there. Clutching his sword, Chan guessed that a new master had appeared at these gates. He added with a serious expression that it meant the entrance to the bossless dungeon had been destroyed, and all the regular monsters in it had been replaced by bosses. Clutching his head, the protagonist asked where he should hide. The surprised hunter clarified what MC was talking about, to which he replied that he didn't know how to fight and would only get in the way, so he asked where he should stay. Kim was taken aback by the hunter's words, saying he had no intention of protecting him and that he should deal with his own problems. Looking away, John wondered if even a man called a hunter could do that. Glancing at the monsters, the protagonist wondered if an F-ranker would order him to survive such chaos on his own. Throwing his arms out, the protagonist explained that if it was because of the incident where he was suddenly knocked unconscious, then it wasn't really his fault. Jong replied that he'd always thought it was Kong, though he didn't particularly care. Watching him go, Kim wondered why the hunter was treating him like that if that wasn't the problem. The embittered young man declared MC's behavior disgusting. As he left, he added that the protagonist claimed to be an F rank, yet freely entered the gates of a B rank, exercising his rights but refusing his responsibilities. The protagonist stared at him silently. The young man left, saying that such behavior made his teeth ache. Stopping, Chan noted that, speaking of duties, he simply had to come to the gate breach if called. Kim, furious, cried out for permission to finish. He was actually an F rank, even his skill was only good for analysis. Sighing, the hunter ignored him. He suddenly frowned. The Minotaur charged at him. A fiery aura enveloped him. The hunter drew his blade. He cut the monster in half. The corpse fell next to the protagonist. He was taken aback by Chan's words, realizing Kim was an F-rank hunter. Looking at his opponents, the hunter asked them to try to survive through analysis. MC, holding out his hand, tried to call out to him. Watching him go, the alien thought that from now on, every post he made would be downvoted. Currents of wind swirled around him. Turning around, he heard a rumble. The monsters rushed towards him, while the protagonist reasoned that the Minotaurs were almost there, then wondered if they had sensed the disappearance of the S-rank aura that had been there a second ago. The protagonist suddenly became afraid. Running from the monsters, Kim emphasized the fact that it would have been better to stay close to him, not leaving his side. He continued running. The Minotaurs caught up with him, while the boy thought that if he stopped, he would die. The monster's eyes glowed blue. Dodging a bolt of lightning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the slightest touch would be fatal. Turning around, he noted that he couldn't hold out much longer. He needed to find or create a way out immediately. Jong slew a monster nearby. He rushed past the monsters, killing them. Looking at the battlefield, the protagonist wondered if the hunter had just burned all the monsters and the forest along with it. A stunned MC noted that this was simply insane firepower. Streams of flame obliterated the Minotaurs. A puzzled Kim wondered if he really had to kill them all to escape, since even after that, no exit appeared. He was suddenly taken aback. MC dodged the monster's attack. Turning around, he emphasized that it was useless. He should just stay close to the hunter. The Minotaur created a magic circle in front of itself. Its hand was enveloped in blue mist, while the guy asked where such creatures came from. Observing the enemies, he emphasized the fact that its skill was stone spikes. The monster raised its arms above its head, and Kim noted that it was an area of effect attack. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist reasoned that if it hit, he was guaranteed death. He wouldn't be able to dodge. Running away, the protagonist loudly called out to the hunter, adding that the creature used an area of effect attack. Noticing the boy, Chong asked again. MC, frightened, wondered if his comrade would somehow defend himself if he were hit. The monster slammed its fist into the ground. The ground around the Minotaur collapsed. The boy held the blade in front of him. He surrounded himself in flames. The flames enveloped the area. The Minotaurs burned. A triangle-shaped area of the forest was incinerated. Chong sheathed his sword and wondered if this was the end. He shifted his gaze. The hunter began to look around. He was in shock. The wounded protagonist lay on the ground. Kneeling, the boy asked if his comrade was okay. He was taken aback when he saw the injured arm. The hunter began searching his pockets for a recovery potion. Punching the ground, Chom thought that his skill had once again injured an innocent. He should have been more careful. Excessive force could hurt someone. The stunned hunter began muttering apologies. Raising his head, the boy asked if he was okay. Kim, shaking in pain, replied that he was. Surprised, John wondered in his mind what kind of man this was who, despite being so badly burned, didn't even blink. The alien lay on the ground, conscious of the pain, unable to even scream. He glanced at his wounded hand and emphasized that the main thing was he was alive, and that the burnt shell was nothing. Magic could always mend it. Trying to rise, the protagonist explained that he should be the one apologizing, as he had suddenly rushed forward. Jong-ong was taken aback by this. He lowered his head and asked why. Kim pointed forward. The Minotaur pounced on the hunter from behind. The hunter grabbed his sword. He slashed through the monster. The enemy fell. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. The man was taken aback by the idea that the monsters were gathering again. Rising to his feet, MC announced that his treatment could be postponed. He looked at the horde of monsters and said that he thought they should first focus on finding a way out of the dungeon. Looking at his comrade, Kim said that his eyes could be useful now. He would try to provide maximum support, but he needed to be covered. Chan was surprised by this. Standing before him, the protagonist asked him to do so. The hunter rushed at the monster. The Minotaur swung its hammer. Their weapons clashed. The hammer suddenly shattered. Chan surrounded himself in flames. He swung the blade and cut down the enemy. The boy calmly walked away from the slain monster. He closed his eyes. The Minotaur disintegrated. The hunter turned toward the voice. Looking around, MC assumed it was the last one. He pointed to the side and asked him to look there. A gate appeared before them. Kim glanced at his comrade and said they could disappear at any moment, so they needed to get out quickly. Jong slung his arm over the protagonist's shoulder, saying he'd help him. The boys moved toward the gate. They emerged from the dungeon. Holding onto the hunter, the protagonist remarked that he'd done an excellent job. He stood next to him and said he was going to leave like this, as his wounds needed urgent treatment. Holding his hand out in front of him, he refused when Jong offered to walk him to the hospital, saying that since he'd suffered because of him, the cost of treatment would be his own. The hunter examined the protagonist's hand, who claimed he could handle it himself, and thought a single vial of mana enhancer would be enough to cure something like that. His gaze was puzzled. Kim walked away. Taken aback, Jong wondered if he really had no power. Watching him go, he added that he thought he was just a careless hunter hiding his rank. If he'd known this would happen, he would have offered protection right away. The upset man silently wondered what he should do with this unpleasant feeling. We were transported to a few days later, to the Korean Hunters Association. The stranger placed a cup of coffee on the table, saying that Jong had really been through a lot. The fact that the entrance had disappeared without warning must have caught him off guard. They would definitely investigate the problem, so he shouldn't worry. The hunter closed his eyes. The man suddenly looked surprised. Holding a tablet in his hands, he asked if the man had any other problems, as he seemed tense. Folding his arms, Jong said that there was a man inside, an F-rank hunter, who had suffered serious injuries due to his skill. Taken aback, the man asked again. Sitting across from him, he asked if the hunter had settled the matter, to which he was told it was because he'd been refused. He'd offered to escort him to the hospital, but Kim had said he'd handle it himself. The frightened stranger inquired whether Jong had simply let him go, or whether Kim had demanded special compensation. Looking down, the man said nothing of the sort. The man clutched his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Glancing at the tablet, he declared that the injured man needed immediate attention. Touching the screen, he asked for the injured man's name. Lowering his head, the stranger suggested that the injured man would gossip about the incident, to which he was told the hunter didn't think the man was that way. Looking up, the man declared it wasn't just his problem. The man was taken aback by what he heard. He imagined papers flying around him and heard someone say that such an incident would be a convenient excuse to tarnish the reputation of an S-rank hunter. Society was already heatedly discussing the crimes of the awakened. They didn't need such news. Looking at him, the agent stated that, first of all, they could turn a blind eye to anyone else, but if people's hero Jong was embroiled in a scandal, people wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, such was his status. The hunter was shocked by what he heard. Glancing at the tablet, the man noted that, to begin with, they would summon the wounded man to the association, conduct the conversation as quietly as possible, adhering to all procedures, and if he kept his mouth shut, the incident could be resolved without any problems. Folding his arms, the guy replied that that was correct. They couldn't allow any problems to arise. The agent began reviewing the protagonist's file. The guys were sitting at the table. MC was examining the documents. He looked at the guys. Kim, with a serious expression, asked if they were joking. The man was taken aback by the question. Kim frowned as he examined the damage agreement document, and heard a request to specify his concerns. Jong looked at the young man calmly while the agent explained that the gentleman intended to pay full compensation for the burns he had sustained. He was taken aback when Kim stated that the compensation amount wasn't the issue. Sitting before them, the protagonist explained that a man must have a conscience. He was, so to speak, alive thanks to the hunter, so compensation was out of the question. Lowering his sleeve, the protagonist added that his burns had completely healed. Placing his hands on the table, the man asked about medical expenses or compensation for emotional distress, to which he was told neither was necessary. Jong held his chin. Extending his hand, he offered compensation other than money, such as a pass to their guild's rare resource mining dungeon. The man, looking pleased, asked if Kim had mentioned entering the B-rank gate out of curiosity. The protagonist listened seriously to the proposal to assign him a professional security team to safely explore the high-level gate, or to assign a team of hunters to help him safely gather ingredients. He looked puzzled, wondering why they were acting this way. Looking at the man, MC silently wondered why he was so worried about flaunting the dungeon, and whether breaking into the gate and getting injured wasn't his fault in the first place. Turning his gaze to the hunter, he added that it was suspicious that this cold man was acting like this. Bad memories flooded his mind, while Kim thought that, in his experience, earthlings were never kind without reason. With a wary expression, he silently wondered if it was possible for someone offering money to be so ingratiating. He stared intently at the boys. The protagonist imagined himself being placed in a pit, and asked if they wanted to take him to a quiet place and bury him. Rising from the table, the boy declared that he would leave. A stunned Jong asked him to stop. Turning around, MC said he had said from the start that he didn't need either the money or the dungeons. Confused, the boy asked to at least agree to guard them to avoid injury. Kim looked at him and emphasized that everyone can make mistakes and get hurt. The hunter was taken aback by this. The protagonist, with a serious expression, asked if Jung realized that shaking over such a trivial matter seemed strange. The hunter's expression was upset. Looking at the document, the man supposed he had been overcautious. Extending his hand, he added that he had recorded the conversation just in case. People usually fake it just to get more. Closing his eyes, the guy noted that these were true words. He imagined MC and wondered what had angered him so much, since he had refused both the money and the favor. Holding his hands in front of his face, Jung added that those words couldn't leave his mind. The agent watched him intently. Sitting at the table, the hunter wondered if he seemed strange. Night had fallen. Looking at the food and asked if Kim was worried. The guy sat across from him and listened, saying that he had to give the teacher advice. He enthusiastically declared that if it would help, he'd tell him everything he knew. Looking at him, the protagonist inquired how it had come to be that Hunter Jong wanted to kill him, and flinched and asked again. The stunned youth listened as MC explained that it wasn't a given, but if possible, he wanted to settle things peacefully. Holding his chopsticks, the protagonist noted that he was asking because and was also a top hunter. He calmly asked what Jong was like. Holding his chin, his student explained that the hunter was generally an emotionless person, and that, if you think about it, his personality was similar to his own. He recalled observing him and emphasizing that he wasn't the type to quarrel with people over personal matters. Studying the hunter's face, and mentioned that he sometimes got worked up about completing dungeons. Extending his hand, he remarked that he couldn't imagine himself becoming so enraged as to kill, and Kim wasn't the type to inspire such hatred. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Putting food on a plate, MC asked if that was true. Examining the food, he silently assumed he misunderstood the hunter's words. Passing the plate, he remarked that the number 1 ranked person in Korea shouldn't have any reason to worry about an F rank, to which the answer was that it was probably true, and that it was inconvenient for a hunter. Taken aback, Kim asked again, after which and asked him to recall the incident in the White Labyrinth. He imagined himself standing over the wounded hunter, and his student asked if he'd become wary of him after that. Chewing his food, the boy explained that hunters always fight like that. Humans, unlike monsters, can hide their power. The protagonist listened attentively, explaining that as long as the enemy thinks the awakened one is hiding something, there will be no conflict. While eating meat, Kim noted that the killer had also recently mistakenly assumed he was strong and immediately fled, so perhaps he was worrying for nothing. His phone began to vibrate. Surprised, and asked if he had received a message. He waited, interest in his eyes, for his teacher to respond. The protagonist noticed him. Holding the phone in his hand, he asked if he was interested. He showed the screen, saying there was nothing interesting on it, and read the messages, about how someone was constantly inviting him to dinner. Kim calmly remarked that they were simply keeping in touch. Stunned, and pointed at the phone. MC listened attentively to the message from Esther. The student examined the girl's avatar. Putting the phone on the table, the protagonist explained that she had been texting him a lot lately. Looking at the teacher, the boy asked if he often casually texted the head of the magic tower, just to keep in touch. We were transported to the Hunters Association, its building enveloped in the night sky. People walked down the corridor, talking about the A-rank gates that had reappeared and which guilds could handle them. The man was taken aback when he heard that both Neo's sisters and the Korean magic tower had already sent their main forces to other missions. He picked up the phone and asked if there were any options besides the hunter. A multitude of vials lay at the boy's feet. He held the phone to his ear and said he understood everything and would be right there. Lowering his head, Jong asked for them to hurry, and the driver exclaimed that he had just cleared the dungeon and wanted to start again right away. The car stopped, and the man declared that the hunter hadn't slept for 40 hours and needed to at least change his clothes. He was trying to catch his breath. Raising his head, the boy declared that blood would splatter all over him one way or another. Sunlight enveloped the building. Looking at his notebook, Kim declared that it was perfect. Looking over the records, he thought that thanks to today's experiment, he had gained pain tolerance. Energy emanated from his hand as he reasoned that completely eliminating pain sensitivity could cause problems. Examining his hand, the protagonist added that this is why he only blocks it when a certain level is reached, then stated that his body was now closer to the past. He recalled lying wounded on the ground and declared that he no longer wanted to experience the pain of burning. He shuddered at the memory of the pain. Kneeling, the protagonist explained that he didn't need to collect such data. A red light hung in the street. Kim shielded his face from the light. The building began to collapse. Looking down, he asked what it was. Touching the wall, he noticed he heard an explosion. He was surprised by the scream that everyone needed to evacuate. It was dangerous to be there. Running from the apartment, MC wondered what was going on. He opened the door and asked what it was. The sky was red. Looking at the ruins, he checked to see if the building was gone. Kim was surprised. Noticing the monsters in the sky, he asked if this was a dungeon breach. Walking down the street, the boy thought about what he needed during the evacuation: a restoration potion, a bracelet, a sleeping sensor, a reflector. He didn't know what he'd need, but the magical artifacts should be enough. The protagonist checked his phone. He'd been trying to call his friend and wondered why the connection wasn't working. A man in the crowd raised his hand and asked if anyone's phone was blowing up from calls, as he couldn't contact his family. MC noticed a scream that they needed to run. Monsters were flying toward them. The man was caught by demons. They began carrying off the inhabitants. Stunned, Kim began to run. Looking around, the protagonist mentally wondered where he should run. Noticing the crowd, the boy wondered if it was possible to go there and whether Earthlings used subway stations as emergency shelters. Hunters stood before the descent, shouting that the people needed to retreat. If they continued to enter, it could become unsafe. Standing in the crowd, the protagonist assumed he wouldn't be able to get there. Turning around, he noted that if he stayed there, the crowd would crush him faster than the monsters could reach him. His eyes began to glow as he concluded it would be better to flee alone. He began scanning the area. Walking down the alley, Kim emphasized that if he accurately tracked the mana flows, he could move where the monsters wouldn't notice. He looked up. MC was taken aback when he felt the energy flow. Looking away, the guy began talking about this mana. Following the mana, the protagonist declared that, if he wasn't mistaken, it was him. Jung stepped on a monster's corpse. A pool of blood lay beneath it. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. Peering out from the alley, the protagonist realized that, amidst the monster's rampage, an S-rank hunter had appeared before him. He calmly remarked that he was a top-tier parasite. His expression was intrigued. Examining the hunter, Kim asked why his mana was so unstable. The monsters surrounded the boy. The stunned hunter felt faint. He felt like hours were flying around him, while he contemplated how he hadn't slept in days, clearing dungeons again and again and again. Glancing at the monsters, Jung emphasized that the situation was getting worse. It was clearly sabotage. Raising his head, he asked who would arrange such a thing and why. Closing his eyes, he noted that the head of the magic tower was currently in Cheongju and wouldn't be able to make it. Demons were flying toward him. He frowned. Fiery energy surrounded him. Swinging his blade, he unleashed a stream of flame at his opponents. The charred monsters fell to the ground. He watched them. He sheathed his blade. Trying to catch his breath, the hunter thought about the restoration potion. Holding the vial in his hands, he noticed that this was all that remained. Surprised, Zhang noticed a voice calling for help. A man lay under the rubble of a building. The hunter ran to help, shouting that he couldn't move. He would clear the rubble now. He lifted the concrete from the man. Lying on the ground, the stranger said his leg was immobile, and he needed help getting up. After lifting the man, Zhang began to reason that the communication stations were currently down, and that if he called the guild staff on the radio, he could be evacuated. The boy looked at him and asked if this was the #1 hunter in Korea. Surprised, Jung replied that it was. The bandit grabbed his head. The hunter was shocked. The stranger showed him the bomb on his body. Stunned, the boy concluded it was a suicide bomber. There was a powerful explosion. Kim was hiding behind a building. He spoke of the boy with a puzzled expression. He saw a bloody hand on the ground. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Jung was shaking in pain. Trying to get up, he thought about how he had let his guard down. Looking at the drops of blood, the boy wondered if someone had been targeting him from the start, adding that he always walked alone, making him easy prey. Holding the potion in his hands, the hunter wondered if the recent dungeon breaches had also been carried out to drain his mana. He clutched the vial in his hand. The boy fell to the ground. His gaze was exhausted. Kim ran to his aid. Sitting over him, the protagonist asked if such wounds were truly serious. He began searching for something in his backpack, saying it was good he'd brought a healing potion. He glanced at the wounded man. Taking the potion out of the backpack, Kim asked what the hunter would do without it. Jung opened his eyes slightly. He was taken aback when he heard his name being called. MC looked at him and asked if he'd regained consciousness and could move. The hunter was sitting on the ground. He glanced at his acquaintance and asked why he was there, to which he replied that Kim had been running for cover and had accidentally stumbled upon him. Showing him his t-shirt, he asked him to grab a towel first and put it on. Jung suddenly looked surprised. Looking at his stomach, the boy wondered if the protagonist had used the potion on it. Wiping the blood from his face, the hunter asked what kind of potion it was. If such wounds healed so quickly, he'd definitely reimburse them. He then asked how much it cost. MC, looking away, said he wasn't sure. Introducing Kan, he explained he'd received it as a gift, so he didn't know the cost. The hunter put on a new t-shirt. He glanced at the radio, which was emitting a voice saying they were awaiting a response. The guy picked it up. Holding it in front of him, Zhang announced he was on his way. Kim extended his hand, wondering what the psycho was saying, and asked him to wait. Kneeling, he asked where the hunter was going, as he couldn't move. Extending his hand, the protagonist explained that the explosion had damaged his lungs. Fortunately, it had been quickly treated, but he needed rest for a while. His lung tissue had only just recovered and was still too fragile. Using mana could cause complications. Smiling, Zhang said he was grateful for the advice, but under the circumstances, there was no choice. Surprised, the protagonist silently asked if he intended to use mana in this state, as lungs are incredibly important for a mage. Watching him go, he asked if the hunter understood that if he continued, he could become disabled. Picking up his blade from the ground, Zhang declared he was prepared for this. Sheathing the sword, the young man explained that while they were there, people would continue to die. They didn't have time. If he didn't intervene, there would be more victims. Watching him, Kim said it wasn't worth thinking about. Turning around, the hunter asked again, to which he was told it didn't matter, as it wasn't his fault. Standing opposite, the protagonist emphasized the fact that these were other people's problems. He wasn't the only hunter in the entire city. He could entrust this to others, at least for one day. Sighing, the young man said he would rest as soon as he was finished. Looking at him, Jong asked for permission to pass. MC held out his hand and said he wouldn't let him through. The stunned hunter asked him to stop, noting that he was grateful for his help, but would consider any further actions an obstacle to his work. Kim, surprised, thought the man wasn't listening at all. This was beyond mere heroism. Looking at him, he silently wondered if Jong was really pushing himself because of the association's orders. He should understand how much he'd suffered, but was still acting this way. Looking away, the main character remarked that he'd often seen young, talented people exploited. The hunter walked past him, saying he had no time to argue. Taking a step forward, Kim addressed him. Looking at his back, he remarked that this was his last warning. If his lungs were damaged, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He then asked if Jong was going to go anyway, ignoring his words. Taken aback, the man asked again about the warning. He calmly asked if someone calling themselves an F rank dared to warn him, adding that his words were empty words to him. At his rank, there weren't many things he could accomplish. One way or another, he'd go finish his business. Kim frowned. He pulled a sensor from his backpack. Turning around, the hunter said they'd talk again later. The sensor flew at his face. The guy tried to cut the chain with his blade. It shattered. The artifact's aura hovered around him. Enraged, Jong asked what the protagonist was doing. His legs suddenly buckled. The guy was furious. He fell to one knee. Watching him, MC wondered if it had worked. The item originally only worked up to B rank, but he'd modified it, and now it worked up to S rank as well. Looking up, the hunter heard Kim apologize, but it was for his own good. He was suddenly surprised. Noticing the ring, the protagonist wondered if he'd started wearing consciousness-strengthening gear after the incident with Kong, as he'd never seen that ring before. Looking at the unconscious hunter, the protagonist noted that he'd prepared so well and yet still fallen for the same trick twice. He must be upset. He approached him and added that after this, there would be more problems. Kneeling, the protagonist thought he couldn't watch a mage with a bright future ruin his lungs. He couldn't stand there and do nothing. His exhausted appearance somehow reminded him of his past. A pink aura hung in the air. The protagonist lifted the hunter onto his back. Chan's eyes were closed. Carrying him away, MC said that this was a problem. He was too kind. The building stood in the rays of the sun. The doctor picked up a tablet. A dark-haired man sat on the edge of the bed and said the protagonist's name. He raised his hand to his face. People were walking in the hospital hallway. The nurse looked up and asked what had happened. The protagonist lifted the dark-haired man onto his shoulders. The girl clarified that Hunter Jung Ha-sung was in such a state, and Kim clarified that an explanation was required for hospitalization. Jung hung his head weakly, and Kim continued that he hadn't been attacked or in an accident. The protagonist, holding the dark-haired man on his shoulders, explains that he accidentally knocked out Mr. Ha-sung with an object, and the girl is surprised that he knocked out the number 1 C rank in Korea. Kim continued, wondering if the man could rest here. The nurse looked up at Kim, and the girls began to talk about how he didn't say he was an F rank, and that maybe this man was dangerous. The man clenched his fists, and exclaimed what this F rank was thinking. Jung sits on the bed and asks the doctor what that bastard. No, the man who brought me has already left, and the doctor replies that the man left. The boy turned around and asked what the man was saying. The man replied that the dungeon breach had already been resolved and that he had slept for a whole day. The boy abruptly turned to the doctor and asked again. A whole day. The dark-haired man dropped to one knee. He turned his body and pondered what the doctor meant, that he had slept for a whole day in such circumstances, and how strong a sleeping pill he had used. He raised his hand and thought that many people had died while he was unconscious, that his nightmare always began late. The boy raised his head and remembered that on the day he missed school because he overslept, the gate had breached, killing all his friends. Black clouds covered the city. His bloody hand rose. He had been restless since then. The young man rushed forward, calling out to his friends, and wondered if he would have been at school then. He kneels and remembers how he and his friends could have faced monsters together. Tears streamed down his face, and he recalls what would have happened if he had awakened back then and used his F-rank power. The ruins of a building appear. A photograph of the boys appears, and the boy silently asks himself if he could have protected them. A huge poster appears on the wall, and Jong thinks that he has awakened as the first C-rank in Korea. The young man holds up his sword and thinks that the life of a C-rank hunter was not bad in its own way, adding that his sudden status was worrying. The award ceremony is underway. Jong shakes the man's hand and remembers that there were no great difficulties, and everyone thanked him. He straightens his shoulders and thinks about confidence and pride, and that little by little he began to feel similar and forget old wounds. The sun illuminates the evening city. A plate of food sits on the table. The young man thinks about how delicious it is. He picked up the utensils, and his mother said it was thanks to him that they could afford them, and he replied that he wanted his mother to eat more. The dark-haired boy looked away. The phone rang. The young man answered and said it was him. The man apologized for bothering him on his day off and continued that a gate had been discovered in the Jongnyo area that would soon collapse. The boy looked away and asked what rank the gate was, and they told him it was B rank. He closed his eyes, thinking that a B rank gate could be closed quickly, and asked how much time remained until the breach. The boy stood up straight, and the man replied that there was about a day left, and he continued to think that the exact conditions for the breach hadn't yet been determined. No one knew that it wasn't the timing that mattered, but the density. The boy tapped his fingers on the table and said that they needed to close it before sunset, and his mother asked if he should go. John hung up, saying that everything was fine. He closes his eyes blissfully and says there's time to eat before going out, and remembers that back then, he decided everything would be okay. There's a glass on the table. The dark-haired boy looks at his watch and tells his mother it's time for him to go. He puts his phone on the table and says he'll call a taxi. The boy answers the phone. He turns his head to the side. The dungeon is breached. Helicopters fly over houses. The city is reduced to rubble. The boy sits on the ground and screams for them to stay away. The monster prepares to attack. The monster bares its fangs. It attacks swiftly. Blood splatters everywhere. The monster holds the body in its mouth. The boy reaches up. Chong grabs the monster's flesh with his hand. He tears the monster apart. The monster falls to the ground. Chong quickly walks past the defeated enemy. Beads of sweat run down his face. The dark-haired boy turns to face the young man. Chan hurries to the wounded man and tells him to be patient. The boy extends his bloody hand, and Chan tells him he has a healing potion. The young man stands amid the burning city. He kneels before the boy and thinks that if he had arrived even a few minutes earlier, he could have saved everyone. For that moment he delayed. Portraits of the fallen stand on the altar. Many have paid with the lives of those dear to them. Tears stream down the man's face, and the boy thinks he should have rushed there immediately after the call and shown at least a little attention. The woman is crying. The boy closed his eyes and thought it was all his fault. He woke up in the hospital. A ceiling light was burning. Chan sat up in bed and thought he might have fallen asleep again. The young man raised his hand and realized that this suffocating feeling was back. He looked down furiously and reflected that when he lived like a dungeon-clearing machine, he rarely felt such violent emotions. He rips the floor from his arm and feels so angry for the first time in a long time. He swings his legs out of the bed and walks across the ward. Jong hangs his head and decides he needs to deal with Kim once and for all. In the gym in Gangnam, temporary shelter tents have been set up at the aid station for the injured. A man in a yellow vest holds a loudspeaker and announces that those who haven't received water and cooked meals should come to the distribution point with their ID cards. The tent is on the floor. Chopsticks fall into a container. Kim sits and thinks about how temporary housing is provided here for people who have lost their homes. He picks up the phone and thinks that, according to the owner of the house, recovery will take some time, adding that it looks like the survey will have to be postponed. The protagonist looks at the ringing phone in surprise and continues to reflect that in this case, nothing can be done and that he will have to focus on collecting information about the land. Kim picks up the phone, thinking the man has another case. Song's voice comes over the phone, greeting him and asking if he can speak. A dark-haired girl holds the phone to her ear. The protagonist greets her and asks if they finally caught the criminal from the park. The girl replies that the case isn't important now. The guy holds the phone and asks why it's not important, and Song asks him what he did this time. The guy looks ahead thoughtfully. The dark-haired guy rests his hands on the table, and the girl continues talking on the phone about Jang Hassan coming to the association early in the morning, demanding his home address, and causing quite a scene. Young's eyes widen, and Song says he seems completely mad. The protagonist looks away, wondering if it's finally starting, and the girl continues saying that because he's fixated on the reinspection, she, too, received a reprimand. Kim holds his head in his hand, thinking that when he knocked him out, he had already resigned himself to these consequences. The man holds a bat, and Kim continues to ponder that he knows his phone number, but when to find out his address. Does he really want to come and beat him up in person? The girl looks at the phone, and Kim says he'll explain everything later and asks if Jang Hassan is currently at the association. The boy stands near the temporary accommodation tents and says he'll head there then. The protagonist presses the button on the phone, thinking that in this situation, it's necessary to sort this out quickly. The blonde boy looks at the phone screen and muses that he has a problem, since he's not very good at diplomacy. The child holds the phone, and Kim muses that it's interesting how Earthlings usually apologize. The building's windows reflect sunlight, the back entrance of the Hunters Association. The girl looks back and thinks this is just madness. Jong bowed his head, and Song continued to ponder what had happened to make Jong so angry. The black-haired man held a sword in his hand, and the girl continued to ponder that the man interested in a settlement had said he would come to resolve the situation. But how could anything be done about that? She continued to wonder when he was going to arrive. Song looked ahead in surprise. The taxi door opened. Kim was walking along the sidewalk. The girl met the man and whispered that he should quickly explain what was going on. The man looked ahead and said that he had knocked Jong unconscious again. The girl looked at the boy and asked if it really had happened again, and the boy said it just happened. Kim held the girl by the shoulder and told her not to worry and that he would sort it out somehow. The protagonist walked to the entrance of the building, hoping it wouldn't come to bloodshed. The girl watched him go, thinking that they were always so level-headed. Kim looked at Jong. Jong lowered his head, and Song continued to think that they would most likely have a calm conversation now. The dark-haired boy made a motion with his sword. Jong looked forward. The dark-haired girl looked at the boys in surprise, wondering if she hadn't even seen Jong draw his sword. Kim bent down, and Jong wondered if he had actually dodged. The dark-haired boy slammed his sword on the ground and said that even though he had held back to test it, it hadn't really hit him. The protagonist stood with his head lowered, and Jong asked who the hell he was. The protagonist's pupils constricted, and he thought he just nearly died. The child stared at his phone, and Kim continued to argue that if he hadn't immediately bowed his head in apology, he would have died. The protagonist stretched his hands out in front of him and told Mr. Jung to calm down. Jung began to draw his sword from its sheath. Kim said he'd wronged him and came to apologize, and the dark-haired man replied that if he decided to settle everything with an apology alone, then what good were laws? The fair-haired man spread his arms, thinking he was right, of course, and said he knew him and had no ill intentions. Kim leaned closer to Jung and said he was genuinely concerned about his health, and the dark-haired man asked, "How can anyone believe that?" Jong tilts his head and says that Kim suddenly knocked the man unconscious, making him no better than a terrorist in his eyes. The protagonist thinks that it's precisely because Jong is like that he had to be tranquilized. Jong asks if he really claims he had no ill motive. The protagonist opens his mouth and says he'd like to ask Jong that. The dark-haired man's eyes widen and he asks why he's always in such a hurry. The girl looks at the protagonist's back, and Kim says he read online that he breaks the record for closing gates every year. The protagonist lowers his head and asks if he said he spends his time in the dungeons without sleep. Kim stands in front of him and says he gives the items he gets from the gates to the state like a simpleton, and keeps nothing for himself, even when he's sick, and doesn't rest. The protagonist looks at Jong and asks why he's so obsessed with hunting monsters. The dark-haired man lowers his head, and Kim continues to explain that even if he pauses for a day, nothing will change. Jong agrees, adding that Korea won't collapse without him, and that Kim wanted to say exactly what he wanted. The protagonist looks at him questioningly. Jong holds a sword in his hands and asks if he can repeat this in front of the families of those who died, after spending a day in the hospital. The protagonist looks at his interlocutor, thinking he doesn't want to listen at all. Jong closes his eyes and says he'll see how long he can keep his cool. He points a finger at Kim and says that if he thinks this will end with a simple assault, he warns that a man like him will no longer be a hunter. The protagonist looks at his interlocutor from under his brows, mentally wondering what he's supposed to understand. What does it mean he won't be a hunter anymore? Jong bows his head, and Kim continues to wonder if Jong would really kill him so he could disappear from the profession. The dark-haired man narrows his eyes and considers how cunning he is, even fooling the inspection committee, and continues that if he tries to escape, he must be apprehended immediately. Jong begins to walk toward Kim. The protagonist watches Jong closely. The fair-haired man slightly bends at the knees and wonders why Jong has started approaching him, if he really plans to finish him off right here. Kim looks ahead in fear, thinking that he will definitely be killed now. The protagonist lowers his hands and ponders what to do now. The protagonist opens his mouth and silently says that he urgently needs to think of something. Kim raises his head and thinks that hunters always fight like this. The protagonist holds chopsticks in his hand, and the interlocutor tells him that humans, unlike monsters, can hide their strength. The protagonist clenches his fists and thinks that as long as the enemy thinks he's hiding something, there will be no conflict. Kim bows his head and furiously yells at Jong to pull himself together. The two men stand facing each other. The dark-haired man's pupils contract. The protagonist points his finger upward. Kim's eyes widen and he curses at Jong. The protagonist points at Jong and asks if he really thinks he's a god. Jong looks at the interlocutor, and Kim continues that even if he's relaxed, how could an F-ranker attack him at his level? The dark-haired man looks at the protagonist in surprise, and Kim asks what he said about the citizens' lives being in his hands. The protagonist points at Jung and tells him not to talk nonsense. Korea won't collapse without him around, and even if it does, how much of it will be his responsibility? He ponders that the only way to survive is to appear strong. Jung looks at Kim, who continues to say that people praise him as a hero, and he's probably lost his mind over it. He adds that in his eyes, he's just a 20-year-old. The dark-haired man narrows his eyes, and the protagonist says he needs to stop overdoing it. The man looks down, wondering if that's enough, as scolding him too much can actually anger him. The protagonist raises his palm and asks Jung if he knows he usually looks extremely unstable, adding that he thinks he needs therapy. The fair-haired boy shrugs and says he's been fixated on the gate all day, mindlessly wearing himself out. Song looks at the boys in surprise, wondering why Kim is so concerned, and what's with his mood swings. The protagonist gives a thumbs up and says he needs a break too, and that a day or two won't stop him from being a hunter. John narrows his eyes, and Kim thinks about how soft his tone has been until now. Sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The protagonist carefully examines his interlocutor, wondering why he seems angry and whether his words were too harsh. The dark-haired boy lowers his head and says that in their eyes he looks sick. Young starts walking. He passes Kim. The protagonist turns his head and wonders why he's acting like this. Song looks at the back of the departing boy and addresses him by name, and Sean, turning to Song, apologizes. The dark-haired boy walks away. Kim watches him go, thinking how lucky he is that he wasn't beaten. It seems his plan worked, and continues that he didn't think the bluff would work so well. The little boy clamps his lips shut, and the protagonist continues to think that the earthbenders were weaker than he thought, and that he needs to keep pressuring Sean to stop his nonsense. Kim clenches his fist and ponders what's so hard about pretending to be strong, when he could act like he did in the past, when he was the most powerful mage. The girl's eyes widen, and Kim thinks something's wrong with her again. The boy raises his hand and addresses the girl by name. Sean holds his palm out in front of him, and says that if he wants to shut her up, he doesn't have to push so hard. The girl holds her hand in front of her, and says she won't tell anyone what she saw today. The protagonist wonders if this is really how she shows concern, and continues to reflect that if rumors spread that the S-rank doesn't like him, nothing good can come of it. The girl smiles, and Kim says he'll be very grateful for that. The boy looks at the girl and says he might as well go get something to eat now. Young people walk down a city street. They look ahead in surprise. Sean walks toward them, focused. The dark-haired boy looks ahead, scolding himself, and wonders if even he'd relaxed. How was it possible, with his level, that an F-rank could attack him? He lowers his head and remembers Kim's words, that in his eyes, he's just a 20-year-old and that it's time to stop overdoing it. The dark-haired boy closes his eyes and thinks he hasn't seen such blatant disdain in a long time. Kim walks down the street, wondering who would tell an S-rank such an inconvenient truth. The man in the light-colored cloak looks ahead confidently, thinking that the more he worked tirelessly, the more people said he looked like a hero. The man's mouth drops open and he continues to muse that the more an S-rank sacrifices, the safer everyone is. Kim lowers his head and silently says that everyone thinks that if you're an S-rank, you can handle everyone. The dark-haired man looks ahead and continues to think that, on the contrary, everyone is pushing you to protect more and more gates. The man in the cloak looks at the flash and mentally summarizes that no one noticed his current state. The man looks up and thinks that it was like that until a certain point. Kim holds up his palm and asks if he knows that he usually looks extremely unstable. Jong looks away, still remembering Kim's speech, in which he says he thinks he's sick and needs treatment. The boy stands on the sidewalk, thinking that at that moment he realized how rude they were when they treated him like he was sick. The dark-haired boy looks down the path. A green leaf fell onto the tile, and Young continued to recall his interlocutor's words about needing rest and that a day or two wouldn't stop him from being a hunter. He puts his hand in his pocket and considers that perhaps this is what he's been waiting for all this time. The sun illuminates the city street, and Kim tells the huntress Song to wait for him. The food is laid out on bowls, and Kim asks if it's seaweed soup, and it contains beef. The girl holds her chopsticks and thinks she feels terribly awkward. Young shoves the spoonful of food into his mouth, and Song thinks she assumed this man had something to hide, and continues to wonder if maybe she should have ordered the beef soup. Young waves his sword over Kim's head, and the girl continues to think that Kim can match Young's skills, and never imagined she'd ever see a top-ranked fighter fight. Song closes his eyes and continues to wonder how many more times this man will surprise her, and the protagonist asks if it's after hours. The guy takes food from his plate, and says he's worried about wasting her time. The girl replies that it's fine, since it's her lunch break. Kim looks up, and the girl says she has something to tell him. Kim puts his chopsticks down, and Song continues that the criminal who tried to kill him in the park will be difficult to apprehend. The girl folds her hands in front of her and says that the name Park Juntae, which he gave, was ineffective in identifying him, and continues that they've also tried to track down a rare artifact he owns. Kim picks up a spoonful of food, and Song continues that she apologizes for not being able to locate him. Kim says she doesn't need to apologize. The protagonist pops his spoon into his mouth, and the girl says there's good news. Song looks at his phone and asks why they were recently locked in the gate with the hunter Young Ha-sung, and continues that they uncovered the masterminds of this incident. The girl types a text on her phone and says that they recently managed to track down the terrorists. Kim looks at his phone. The protagonist reads a message from Song, which says, "Have you heard of the Rakshasa Temple?" Kim thinks he's never heard of the Rakshasa Temple. Kim reads a message from the girl, which states that the terrorists were followers of a quasi-religious sect called the Rakshasa Temple. The boy looks at the girl and asks why she texted him, and the girl whispers that they are using an invisibility skill, so they should be careful. Song continues to text on his phone, saying that they suspect foreign nationals may be involved, so they are keeping the situation under control. The criminals are dispersed, making it extremely difficult to shut down the entire network at once. Kim lowers his head and reads messages from Song, which mention that they've recently expanded their involvement in other crimes, and that a person like him shouldn't worry, but should be cautious. The girl holds her phone and reads a message from Kim, who says he understands her. The boy looked at the phone and wondered why he had to tell her such a thing. His bloody hand lies on the ground, and the protagonist reasons that he doesn't care about finding dangerous terrorists. A man in a robe stands in front of a desk. A document appears with Kim Direct's image on it. The hooded man looks at the paper and thinks he can ignore it. The sun illuminates the building, 48 hours before Chan was killed by a cult suicide bomber. Someone threw a cup at the wall and shouted a curse. The leader exhaled and ordered his subordinate to bring Yevi immediately, but the bespectacled man didn't understand who he was talking about. The man turned and explained that it was the cult's lackey and added that they should contact him and report Chan's assassination. The people stare forward, and the man explains that from the moment Yevi used a stupid fake name, he realized he couldn't trust her. The man holds a red sphere and remembers that it was an alpha decay bomb, given in case of an S-rank encounter. The man stands in front of the crack, noticing that the entrance to the dungeon is destroyed and trying to figure out what would have happened if he had used the item inside the gate. The bandit looked away and realized she had planned to lock him in along with the S-rank. The bespectacled man approached and announced that they had contacted her and that she was already on her way. The leader stepped forward, thinking that he wouldn't allow them to take advantage of him, adding that these cultists needed to be beaten out of their wits. He stood still. An aura enveloped the man's fist, who mentally declared that first, he would tear Yevi to shreds. The boss sat in a chair. Jongta turned to the side when someone said his name. A woman walked past the group, saying that she had come as he requested, adding that she had heard that they had successfully eliminated the target. The man rose from his seat, accompanied by Yevi's words of praise. The boss looked forward. An aura enveloped Jongta's hand. The guy cut Yevi's breast. The woman fell to the floor. The blonde raised her head and asked why he had suddenly done that. The man placed his hand on her shoulder and explained that she would now only answer the questions asked. Zongti loomed over the cultist, asking why she'd given him the item of destruction, and the woman assumed he was referring to the red orb. Yellow energy enveloped the leader's fingers, who warned her not to answer a question with a question. The boss squeezed the shoulder of the man opposite him. The girl raised her head and replied that she was simply following the leader's orders, to which the man explained it was an item for destroying gates. The people stood in shock when Yevi declared that the target had been eliminated in any case. The cultist bowed her head and noted that they had succeeded in eliminating him. The leader raised his bloodied hand and said he could have died there, locked in the dungeon with an S-rank. The girl's mouth fell open when the man said the task was completed, and that was the main thing, since he had locked him in the dungeon, destroying the entrance while Jong was still inside. She clarified that he hadn't killed him himself. The man raised his head, and Yevi suggested he'd simply destroyed the entrance to the dungeon and returned. The boss leaned over and suggested he'd been trapped inside when the entrance collapsed, and the cultist explained that the exit would appear if the boss was killed. It was a rule that couldn't be circumvented. The man stood before the girl and said that they would then cancel the elimination of the S-rank, but the woman reminded him that he'd personally taken responsibility. The girl raised her head and added that he'd done it after receiving the money, to which Zongti replied that he hadn't wanted to do so. The leader leaned over and explained that no one knew the F-rank would be near Chan, as they should have investigated properly beforehand, then called them cult degenerates. A blue aura enveloped the girl. The man placed his hand on Yevi's head and said that it was all their fault, as they were always rushing and whining. The girl bowed her head and said that they weren't a cult. The man opened his eyes wide and asked what she meant, to which the woman explained that, unlike false cults, they serve the true God. People twirled their fingers at their temples when Yevi explained that the breakthrough hadn't happened by itself, as Rakshasa was testing them, sinners. The cultist sat and noted that this was another failure, and that they had failed again. The man gritted his teeth when the woman said that even if the S-rank was locked in, he would kill the boss and get out, and they were giving them one last chance, to which Jongta demanded to know what she wanted from him. The cultist looked down and told the man to use his brain, as he didn't understand whose hands their lives were in. The leader looked at his hand, and the woman said that for this reason, one cannot trust those who are not true believers. Yevi raised her head and said that the thick-headed creatures didn't understand why they would do this, which meant the plan to expand religious influence through money was cancelled. A golden aura enveloped the disgruntled Jongta. The man looked down in surprise. The energy was fading, and the leader was trying to figure out why his skill wasn't activating. The cultist smiled and remarked that he had finally noticed something was wrong. The woman began to rise and said that normally, he would have cut off her head. Purple energy surrounded the girl, who added that this method was quick and reliable. But why didn't he cut her neck? The leader raised his fist to strike. His fist stopped a few centimeters from the cultist's face. Yevi looked forward and asked why he hadn't killed her, suggesting that he was slowly torturing her. Purple energy enveloped the man's body, and the cultist explained that it was because he had a subconscious thought that he shouldn't kill Yevi. The woman pointed to the side. The subordinates looked at the girl in surprise. Their hands reached for weapons. The men drew knives. The leader looks at what happened in shock. Blood gushed from the bespectacled man's wound. Jongta stands trying to comprehend what's happening. His subordinates are starting to kill themselves. The man leans over and realizes it's brainwashing. The girl points at the boy, who realizes she's his subordinate but doesn't have time to finish. The leader's pupils narrow. A hand, shrouded in aura, approaches the man's chest, who realizes his body has stopped responding. The girl closes her eyes, and the bandit shouts curses at her, to which the cultist replies that she's Lady Rakshasa's messenger. The hand approaches Jongta's neck, and Yevi asks him if he thought he dared to wound this precious flesh, hoping to survive. The girl, with a mad smile, says it's retribution for failure. The men lie in their own blood, and the woman says they're all sinners. The bodies lie on the ground, and the cultist says, disappointed, that she thought their abilities would be useful. The girl took a step and said that instead of spreading her powers too thin, she paused, suggesting that it was God's will to care only for the existing followers. The cultist pulled up her hood and tried to understand why everything was going wrong. Yevi took the papers. The image of the hero was depicted on the paper. A purple aura enveloped the frantic cultist, who realized that someone had deliberately orchestrated sabotage. The morning sun illuminated the forest. A dead animal lay on the ground. The hero sat before the creature and realized that this wouldn't work even on an F-rank monster. Images of various creatures appeared, and the protagonist realized that no matter how low the monster's rank, he couldn't control it, and the limit of his body was controlling ordinary small animals. Chan grabbed the young man by the collar, who said that he would never enter the B-rank gate. The young man clutched his head and realized that Chan had been extremely unfair to him. Kim exhaled and forced himself to calm down. The hero looked at the monster's body and realized that this wasn't the only way to protect himself, as there was extremely useful equipment in this world. He knelt down. The protagonist began to cry and realized his only problem was a lack of money. The bird sat on a branch, and the hero noted that he needed money for more than just equipment, and should look for a new place to live. The young man touched his chin, trying to figure out where to get it, and thought about actively evaluating artifacts, but then realized he didn't want to be kidnapped again. Kim pulled out his phone and announced his decision. The boy put the phone to his ear and thought that this would be like repaying kindness with meanness, but the laws of the universe are heartless. The hero raised his head and realized it was time to cling to Anu again, so he asked over the phone if his friend had any free time. Kim was sitting on a pink bench. The young man looked up when he was addressed. An raised his hand and said he was here. The protagonist turned and apologized for disturbing An, as he might have been busy, to which the hunter began to make excuses. The bald man raised his hands and said he was ready to raid dungeons with his friend at any time of day, and the hero realized this kind-hearted A-ranker had no idea what he was thinking. The young man turned his head and realized it would be useful for him too, and he said out loud that he had something to tell An. The protagonist turned and explained that the place they were heading to today was called the Fragility of Gold, and golem-type monsters were often found there. The hunter sweated and repeated the hero's last words. Kim took out his phone and said he wanted the boy to clear the dungeon alone. The mark stands where the gate is, and the bald man tries to figure out how he can clear a gate of the same rank as him, given his inexperience. An tilted his head and noted that there were golems there. The hunter stands against a backdrop of purple eyes and explains that, compared to ordinary monsters, they are much more dangerous opponents, as the hero himself knows what he's been through. The protagonist raised his head and addressed the hunter. Kim looks at his comrade and says that his injury won't heal if he continues to do nothing. The young man raised his head and noted that if a golem were here right now, he wouldn't be able to fight it. The young man tilted his head when the hero asked what he intended to do if the golem dungeon suddenly broke through. The protagonist looks ahead and considers that he's partly doing this for the money, but it pains him to see how his injury prevents him from reaching his full potential. The young man raised his hand and added that he would help An. The hero looks forward and says that today they will get rid of his fear, thinking that the hunter will overcome his injury, and he will collect valuable A-rank materials. The bald man's eyes widened when the protagonist said that anyone could handle a golem if they knew the proper tactics. The hero pointed back and said why don't they go to the gate to catch one, adding that they'll look near the dungeon exit. Sweat poured down the hunter's face, and Kim added that if they couldn't, they'd quickly get out of there. The hero turned and said they needed to request entry, and looked at his phone and addressed the protagonist. The hunter looked up and tried to explain that since it was an A-rank gate, he wouldn't be allowed to enter, to which Kim asked to borrow his phone for a minute. The protagonist was typing something on his phone. The young man had adjusted the settings for entering the dungeon. A hand extended a phone, and said they would go together, but the protagonist specified only one and said it was illegal. An evil aura enveloped the body of the boy who told him to just do it. A notification appeared, informing him that the request had been sent. Golden walls glittered. The dungeon, the fragility of gold. The hunter walked on, assuming it was real gold, and the protagonist mentally replied that it didn't matter whether it was real or not, because something more valuable awaited them. The protagonist stopped and asked him to wait. The boy closed his eyes. A line of mana passed the boy, who realized he needed to follow the familiar flow of mana. Energy emanated from the door, and the protagonist realized it must lead him to a certain place, and ran toward the hero. Kim turned his head. The boy looked ahead and realized it was him. The golden mechanism stood still, and the protagonist realized it was an autonomous defensive doll powered by mana, a guardian golem. Kim raised his head and thought that when he looked at it, he immediately remembered his homeworld, Alpha. Besides the golems, he often saw details in the gates that reminded him of the technology of his homeworld. The hero looked ahead and added that there were many strange and unfamiliar substances, but he was gradually piecing together the puzzle to understand who could have designed the gate technology. The young man raised his head and said it was a new design. Kim looked at his comrade and asked if he was ready, to which the bald man replied that he was ready and even brought a couple of potions with him. The boy looked at the hunter's hands and asked what they were. The man was holding a purple cube, and the system explained that it was a storage cube, which could be used to store and transport a certain amount of materials found in the gates. The hero held the artifact and realized that one such box could be worth as much as an entire apartment. The hunter looked up when the young man wanted to tell him something. Kim looked at his comrade and explained that he would take the magical stones they found, as he was giving him information and thought it shouldn't be a problem. The bald man scratched his face and assumed they were cores and stones, and the hero thought he'd given away his motive. Kim looked away and realized that if he wanted to stop using Anna, he'd need to reap many benefits at once, and the hunter said the protagonist was very generous. The man folded his arms and said that in exchange for training him, he could take whatever he wanted. The men stood before the construct, and Kim asked if the bald man was ready to begin the battle, to which he responded affirmatively. The protagonist looked up and realized it was a civilian sentry. The stone gleamed, and the hero remembered that the emergency abort command required light. Kim reached into his pocket and mentally remarked that he had prepared well and brought a laser pointer. The hero held the laser in his hands. The protagonist turned and, when his comrade asked what it was, asked if he could see a bright orb in the golem's chest. Kim looked up and said he needed to shine the light on him for 10 seconds, while he held the monster at bay. He asked if he could handle it, and grabbed his weapon, and the protagonist repeated that he only needed to hold out for 10 seconds. The hunter activated his shield. The protagonist held the pointer, thinking the hunter could hold him off, but he had his bracelet just in case. The protagonist extended his hand, thinking that 10 seconds was a very easy task. A red dot appeared on the stone. The golem's components began to glow. The mechanism took a step forward. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. The young man looked at him and said that they needed to start holding him off now. The giant looked at the people, and the hunter noticed that he was approaching. The protagonist shined the laser on the giant's stone, mentally counting down 10 seconds. The protagonist holds a laser pointer. The golem swung and blocked the mechanism's strike. The giant slammed his foot into the ground. The stone began to emit blue energy, and the protagonist began to finish the count. The youth extended his hand and declared it ready. The laser shines on the golem stone. The protagonist lowered his head and asked him to step aside. The crystal glows in the giant's chest, and Kim thought about trying to send light signals corresponding to its emergency codes. The golem's head began to smoke. The giant fell to his knees. The mechanism went limp, and the protagonist explained that this was its weakness and that he would fill the hunter in on the details later. But for now, he shouldn't try it on his own. And looked at the youth and said he couldn't handle it alone, and the protagonist thought otherwise. Kim stepped forward and declared that it was his turn. The bald man stood, and the protagonist explained that this was a necessary process for overcoming the injury. The hero stepped on the golem's hand and told his comrade to come to him. Kim turned and told him to beat the mechanism. The hunter swung his arm. The boy struck the golem. The bald man swung his arm again. Blue energy split the mechanism in two. The hunter landed on the ground. The boy looked up when the protagonist asked how he felt. The young man took a step and remarked that it wasn't that difficult, and turned and thought it was incredible. The hero looked at the remains and said that they were now a pile of scrap metal, and the bald man tried to understand how that was even possible. The people stood in front of the golem's remains, and the hunter realized that the protagonist had mastered the mechanism in just 10 seconds using gestures. The comrade looked up when called. The hero turned and asked him to come to him. The protagonist looked down and said he would tell him how to remove the cores. Kim pointed to the recess and explained that he needed to insert his hand and pull. The shield was in place, and extended his hand, and the hero explained that he needed to press lightly first, then pull upward. The lid detached from the main body. Kim turned and praised his friend. The protagonist looked at the hunter and said that most of the time, it was only weakly sealed, and the boy couldn't believe the hero had found the core so quickly. Kim looked at his comrade and began to explain something, and then realized that being an experienced hunter wasn't enough for this. His hand held the core, and the young man thought that to understand the monster's structure so thoroughly, one must have the experience of countless experiments. The bald man looked at the hero and silently remarked that most hunters were only busy hacking away at their enemies indiscriminately, while he had the ability and the time to study them. The hunter raised his hand and declared himself amazed. An image of Kim with a laser appeared, and then explained that with his skills, all these little tricks were unnecessary, but he had developed this tactic on purpose. The hero looked down, and his companion continued that he was doing all this so he wouldn't have to rely solely on the powers of the awakened one. The protagonist realized his friend was talking nonsense again, but he was too lazy to explain it all right now. The bald man beamed with happiness when the hero said he was right and thought the protagonist was different from the hunters, who had gained their powers by pure chance. Kim turned and suggested that his companion was feeling more confident, to which the latter responded affirmatively. An image of the hero's silhouettes appeared, where the protagonist's image said to prepare the shield, and then reminded him about the core. A piece of the mechanism's head lay on the ground, the core's storage emitting a faint blue glow. The hunter cut a large part of the golem, and raised his hand to strike. The guy turned around and said it was a piece of cake, since all he had to do was crush the immobile golems and extract their cores. The bald man looked at the protagonist and added that it felt like they were surrendering voluntarily. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that the operation had been successful and that this was likely enough to suppress his trauma. The people stood among the remains of the mechanism, and said that, as the protagonist had said, their behavior patterns were very simple, to which the young man replied that there was nothing to fear, but he shouldn't relax. The protagonist opened the lid and explained that their method only worked on these models, to which the bald man clarified that it only worked on guard golems, to which Kim replied that it did. The hand pulled out the core, and the protagonist said that if the comrade encountered a golem of an unfamiliar model, he would need to be on guard. The protagonist held the core and realized that the boy had completely forgotten that they were doing something illegal. The request image appeared, and Kim remembered they hadn't specified the presence of a porter, and this was a statute for illegal entry into the gate, but it wasn't the thief who wasn't caught. The cube lay on the ground, and the hero thought he had reason to be confident this time. The vault opened. The protagonist placed the core and remembered that the number of dungeons had suddenly skyrocketed and assumed the association didn't have enough hands to keep track of them all, meaning they wouldn't be caught. The hand held the artifact, and Kim realized that illegals like him could use such a window. The bald man looked away when the hero said it was time to move on to the boss room, and touched his chin and said they dealt with most of the regular monsters, and the protagonist tried to figure out how else to trick this kid to get more resources. Blue smoke approached the hero's feet, who thought he needed to use his wits. Blue energy surrounded the hunters. Ice approached the people. Something froze the hero's leg. The young man raised his head and thought this was bad. Kim turned and tried to figure out what it was. Silhouettes appeared from the open gates. Unknown figures were standing there, and the hero tried to figure out who they were.